aber mir kribbeln ganz doll die Fingerspitzen. Und das liegt nicht an diesem Usselwetter, das wir haben.
A very warm welcome, everybody, to what is a pretty rainy and downbeat, I might say, Nürburgring for a couple of, well, really wonderful days. And we're hoping that the weather will improve through the course of the next couple of running sessions, because we have a 4-hour race to look forward to this afternoon/evening. And then tomorrow, the sort of normal time for an NLS race, which is around about a midday start, again for 4 hours. But that is after a very special top qualifying session, which imitates what will be happening at the Nürburgring 24 hours next month. My name's Johnny Palmer, delighted to be joined by Peter Snowden to my right, a former racer in the Nürburgring 24 hours, no less. And these are billed actually initially as the Nürburgring qualifying races, so a chance really for your final foursome, maybe fivesome in some cases, to get to grips with the track, although we really do hope that conditions are going to be a little bit better than we've got today, so that we're many weeks, or I say many weeks out, we're a few weeks away from the big event. But interestingly, in a tweak to the rules, Snowy, these are actually NLS races as well, as in they carry points for the bigger championship.
Correct. So effectively, it's NLS 4 and 5 today, which was the point carrying or scoring came in last year. This is the second year of that. Before, it was always standalone. That's the point. And we say qualifiers. It's a slight, I wouldn't say it's misleading. It's a bit of a misnomer, in as much as it's a chance for the organisers, ADAC, or the particular unit of that that's running it on the day, the teams, the mechanics, everybody involved, the marshal, everybody, to sort of get a qualifying for the weekend. It's not anybody particularly goes through or not or whatever. It's really quite complex, is N24 qualifying on the weekend itself. But of course, you've all the drivers have to have this licence. They have to have a permit A if they're going to run in GT3 cars, or GT cars, sorry, even including a GT4, or permit B here, the DMSB licence. So people will do that for this to qualify for the other race as well. So it's it's qualifiers, not qualifying.
Yes,
I think that's the key, and it's the key word there.
True, and there's a chance to, as I say, get used to maybe some driver changes, as in rotating your driver crew, and also the latest spec of GT3 car in some cases. Tyres may have changed as well. Plus, of course, that phrase that we really shouldn't mention, but I'm going to this early on, balance of performance, which could well be adjusted.
You peaked early. I wasn't going to go there, really.
Hey, I mean, it is one of those. It's one of those topics that nobody likes to talk about. In fact, in some championships, I think you actually get fined from a driving point of view if you do mention it, or certainly if you complain about it. Now, it's my understanding that from the first 3 NLS races that we've already had, each of them 4 hours, through various sector times and performance, not necessarily just bog standard results in black and white, there are already some people into that top qualifying session next month. The problem is nobody wants to say anything about it because it's not been publicised, and I think actually the ADAC are keeping their fairly tight-lipped about that.
100%. That's exactly what they do. They do keep that quiet. It is a known fact that is the case. You're factually correct. However, it's not publicised information. And that's the point. They don't want to know who's going through, and well, they don't want you to know who's going through. It's a need-to-know basis. And at this point, 3 weeks out, we don't need to know.
Nobody needs to know. And that's not just the commentary team that doesn't know, but the teams don't either.
The organisers keep the information to themselves. Yeah, and balance of performance, there are some changes, not necessarily for this weekend, but the cars leveling out, and it's just a chance. Again, in the, I say that the key to this weekend's description, the clues in the name, it's N24 qualifiers, not qualifying.
We've already had 3 races, as I mentioned, and the results seemingly have only gone one way. As in, if you're a fan of the Stuttgart brand Porsche, then you'll be loving life. Although, if you look at it from a World Endurance Championship perspective, Ferrari have won the first 3 races within that championship, and quite convincingly. Have they now given way too much away to the rule makers, and therefore are they going to have a terrible Le Mans? Likewise, Porsche, you start winning races, and those that govern the equalisation of performance go, well, Porsche have got too much here, so let's peg them back for the big race.
Yeah, I mean, on the face of it, I mean, headlines are headlines, and yes, you're absolutely right. A Porsche variation has won the first 3 races. 1 and 2 were won by Falcon. They didn't have Grello, Manthey Racing in there with the famous Grello 911 car number as well. That wasn't in that the first 2 races. It turned up at round 3 and went and won it. So yes, Mercedes have been close, Audi have been close. Interesting that Shearer Sport, that are famous, synonymous with running Audis. Frank Stipper's back in one again this weekend. He's not in a traditional Mustang for this year, but they bought a Porsche as well. So Shearer Sport PHX, as they are now, the old Phoenix that emerged or evolved, that's now got a Porsche. So that's quite odd to see us. Shearer Sport was always Shearer Sport and Audi. The 3 words went together. Valkenhorst, Aston Martin. I'm not going to say anything about qualifying yet. I'll let you come to that, John. I'm not going to steal the thunder there. However, round 2, Valkenhorst Aston nearly won it, and on the track it would have done. Would you believe it lost out because of a short pit stop?
Wow.
By how many seconds? 3 seconds.
I was going to say 2.
Yeah. So the problem, well, I think it was 2 or 3. The point is, because of that, you get a penalty for that. I mean, anybody can lose 2 or 3 seconds, it's quite easy, but they get a 35-second penalty added on to the end of the race, plus the infringement. So they lost it by 30-odd seconds in the end, which was annoying. They were that close. Valkenhorst nearly won it. This year they brought in, this race, Christian Krones is in that car, and they brought in the winner from 2 years ago, one of the drivers who won 2 years, David Pittard, in the Ferrari, the Ficadeli car back in 2 years ago, but synonymous again with back in the days of Valkenhorst and BMW in the M6s, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and of course now with Aston Martin done a lot. So he's on board with Christian Krones today, and I think that'll be a very strong pairing. The big difference today, Johnny, if the first 3 races is not only maybe see the first different manufacturer winning, but one thing we have got is we've had absolutely beautiful summer weather, even early in the year, March, at Nürburgring for the first 3 rounds. Today we haven't. I don't know why you got your suntan cream and put it back in your backpack, right? Because
didn't look at the forecast, did I?
It down. Well, I did say, but you were busy doing Candy Crush or something on your phone. I said stop playing with your phone and make it useful. But
I very rarely listen to you on air.
Well, nobody does, mate.
Let alone in the green room before we come on.
Peter Snowden for insomnia.
I'm joking, of course, dear listener and viewer. I'm hanging on your every word, nearly always, if I'm not asleep. Now, this is clearly crucial running, and I remember back to, first of all, last year's N24. Most of that could not happen because of this place stepping in with its typical summer weather, although it was quite a bit earlier in the year, last year's race. And I believe the weekend that we've got it this year, which is the 21st and 22nd of June, is probably just about the latest it can sit in the year. Of course, it sits between 2 other 24-hour races as well, with the 24 Hours of Le Mans the previous weekend and the Spa 24 the following weekend. So if you like your very long-distance motor racing, you will be in your absolute element for the whole of June, pretty much, because we've got the test day for Le Mans the weekend before all of that as well, on the 8th. So you are just spoiled, frankly, with so much long-distance stuff to look forward to. This race is useful in that it doesn't run entirely into the darkness, but we will be losing quite a lot of ambient light. Plus, we had fog last year. No stranger to rain, the Nordschleife particularly. So is this going to be, although it's disappointing to have rain like this, is it going to be useful for data?
Oh, 100% so. I mean, it's the first 3 rounds up to this point, we are collecting kilometres. That's what teams do. As we've said many a time, collect all the data. It's always there. It's in the bank. Even if you have an issue and have, I don't know, at worst an hour out of a 4-hour race, you still get 3 hours of running. If it's the middle hour or the second hour, and you've got 2 to go out, send the car out again. There's 2 hours worth of data to get there. It's inconsequential towards points and position, etc., but it's data. If the weather changes or something, then it's there. I'll go back to this word qualifiers, not qualifying. Yeah. Part of this today is that the reason they run into a bit more than dusk, into a little bit of darkness, is to make sure drivers that haven't had that experience get ready for their qualifiers, if you like, for the N24 in 3 weeks' time. Now today we're going to add some rain to it as well, just to make it even a little bit more fun as well. So it's going to be totally different conditions, not just wet, but into dark as well. So you'll really see then where times change, where the top drivers we know that they're used to it, they've done this many a time. Although have no illusions, taking a GT3 car or any car, GT4 car, a TCR car, whatever, a 330 BMW, all the different classes down there. I think there's 22 classes today, all the way down. Driving a car around the Nürburgring at night in the rain isn't the work of a moment. And we come back to the same thing all the time, Johnny. Speed differentials. That's your point. When you're sitting there, and I think I mentioned this last time with Bruce on round 2 about the BMW Junior team of Max Hess, Neil Verhagen, and Dan Harper a few years ago, when they were in the new, as it was then, M4. It's now an Evo version of that already, the GT3 car, SB9 here. They were demoted by BMW, if you like, I use that word intentionally, to an M2, I think it was, for one round. And I remember talking to Dan Harper about it, and I said, how do you feel? And he said, it's absolutely brilliant. He said, two things were very revealing. We are paid factory drivers. We are employees of BMW, so that's our job. End of. Do we want to be in the M4? Yes, because all we want to go for overall nights because we're race drivers. However, what he felt from it was a job, it was a product that his company produced, therefore they needed that intel from it. Great, they'll go and do it. But from their point of view, they got to see how that car handled and behaved at corners compared to the GT3 car. So they knew when you then use that and transpose that to when you're driving one of those cars and come up behind an M2 category car, and you think there's a gap to dive down the inside because I know my GT3 car will turn in on a dime and do this, but that car in front may not. So he said it's just more information, and it was very telling of just the driver's mind. It's was it a regression? No, absolutely. And anything, it's an enhancement. Add another layer to the knowledge base.
I think everything you can learn either about your equipment or your opponent's equipment is so crucial as how they compare and contrast. So as I say, these two races, one Saturday, one Sunday, let's just run you through, if you've not already realised, the schedule for the next day and a half or so. I'll give you the local times because you may well be burning a bit of data around the Nordschleife this weekend, and you are a brave soul if that is the case. If you're camping, even more credit to you. So we've already had the qualifying session, which is a standard NLS qualifying, effectively, that ran for a couple of hours this morning between 10 and midday. Now there is a race this afternoon which begins at 5:30 local and is due to finish at 9:30 tonight. Tomorrow there's then a standard qualifying session, but rather than 2 hours like we had this morning, this will be a 90-minute session from very early, 8:15 until 9:45. So that is labelled as the qualifying for race 2. But after that, 45 minutes later, there's then an exclusive GT3 top qualifying session. And that's nothing to do with the 24-hour race. That is, again, to set the front-running part of the grid for tomorrow afternoon's race. And that will run for an hour and 10 minutes. But it's going to be sending them off one by one, just like top qualifying will work next month, ahead of a 1 o'clock race start tomorrow. So rather than NLS races starting generally at 12, 1 till 5 is race 2 of the weekend, again for 4 hours. Top qualifying for N24 itself has actually changed for 2025 in that it's no longer a 2-session segment of the weekend. Remember that last year it ran like an all-in session apart from the pre-qualifiers, and if you finished well within that, you then progressed into top qualifying session 2. Well, it's all now a single session for 2025, but still sending cars off one by one, and that unique challenge, I'm going to say, of having the whole of the Nordschleife to yourself, unless in extreme extreme scenario, you actually catch the car in front or you are caught from behind. I mean, sometimes a car in front can have a problem and you have actually to do a bit of racing out there in the qualifying session. But ordinarily, particularly if you're sent off as the first car, there's no other chance like it, is there, to have the whole of the Nordschleife to yourself? And tyre warming on that green flag lap is so important. It has traditionally been 2 laps, 2 back-to-back laps, but really that first lap is the crucial one because the tyres are starting to drop off for your second circuit.
You get a flying lap, don't you? So you need to come across the line and go for it. But you're right. It's unprecedented to get the Nordschleife to yourself. We've said this many a time, yourself, Bruce, and I, when we've covered these NLS rounds the last 5 or so years together. That you get that opening lap because they have the three starting groups. SP9s, GT3s go off to start with. We've got 19 in this race, by the way, 109 cars in total for this today. And you set off and you get a lap, basically, of the Nordschleife where you're racing with your peers. And the point of that is, it's not selfishness, you're in equal machinery. You've got quite a few layers of jeopardy taken away because you're in the same category of car, same peers, you know the other drivers in the cars, they're all alike in this affected, they're all GT3 cars. About half a lap into the second lap, if you're lucky, you'll suddenly start to come across the tail markers, or the back markers, if you like, or the tail end group, for want of a better term, of Group 3 that went off on the different intervals. So all of a sudden you're into traffic that's considerably slower, and the key there is speed differential. They've got their own battles run. Of course, that's where the championship is won for the what was the old VLN, NLS as it is now. This is part round count for it. We do have, don't forget, we have a round in July as well called NLS-Light for the first time ever, which is no GT3 or GT4 cars. It's going to be all the other categories, although it doesn't count towards the championship this year. Not for points, but it gives them a chance to have their bit where they haven't got to have those pesky GT3 cars coming through with closing speeds of sometimes potentially 100 miles, and maybe certainly 100k between them quite easily on probably one of the narrowest circuits imaginable. What wouldn't you like?
It's very true. I mean, there is nothing not to like within that, but as you say, yes, stretching into new ground. And, well, various sources list the NLS-Light race within the calendar, but as you say, we're going to actually go to, well, 10 NLS races in total, but the NLS-Light one does not include championship points. There is a 6-hour race, the following race, just over a month later, the 16th of August. That is the now annual 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. I feel like we should get people up to date with the results that we've had so far then, because the season began on the 22nd of March, and that was the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. Fabulous result for Falcon Motorsports with a 1-2 for their two-tone blue Porsches. Sven Muller and Maurice Schuring taking the win in car number 3. And their fellow SP9 Pro entry for Dorian Boccalacci and Nico Menzel taking second place. They were only separated by about 3 seconds, just slightly more than 3 seconds at the line after 28 laps. And it was another Porsche that completed the podium with Aenchen Guven and Thomas Preining. The best non-Porsche was actually down in 5th place for the Rover Racing BMW quartet of Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Raffaele Marciello and Kelvin van der Linde, and Mercedes was 6th on that occasion. Then we moved on towards the end of April, the 26th of April, the ADAC Ruhrpott-Trophy, and that was another win for Falcon Motorsports, car number 3, after 27 laps. But Aston Martin with their GT3 Evo from Valkenhorst, you've already mentioned them, Christian Krognes and Mattia Drudi finishing second, and a different manufacturer again on the 3rd step of the podium, 98 BMW from Rover Racing again for the same quartet that had an okay result in the opening round. Farfus, Krohn, Marciello and Kelvin van der Linde. Which other manufacturer was in the shake-up? Ferrari with their realised Condo Racing with Rinaldi 296. David Perel, Felipe Fernandez-Larza and Thomas Neubauer finishing second in the second NLS race of the season. And then just a few weeks ago, the 10th of May, was the 56th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. And that again was a win for Porsche, but this time the Grello car of Ayenchen Guven and Thomas Priming. Mercedes finishing second, just over 11 seconds adrift with the Team Getsby car of Mauro Engel, Fabio Schiller and Luca Stolz. And another Porsche filled the rest of the podium, or filled the third step of the podium, Sven Muller and Maurice Schuring, who were NLS 1 winners. So even when Porsche are winning races, they're also, you know, cramming the top 5 positions with their cars as well. That might be because they have had some numerical advantage, I suppose, but you've got to get to the end of what we must remember is still a lengthy race, 4 hours, and the jeopardy involved around this place when you're catching slower cars, and the skill, the quick thinking required from, in some cases, relative newcomers to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They've had to go through the various levels to get their ring permit. Very similar, perhaps, to a certain Max Verstappen just a few weeks ago. What is his plan for the future, having run a Ferrari around here? And I'm sure there is some excitement to maybe pencil the 24-hour race in, calendar permitting, in future years. He is a massive motorsport fan, Max Verstappen. I remember, I think, a couple of years ago, this very weekend, having won the Monaco Grand Prix, he didn't want to hang around and do all the interviews post-race. He wanted to shoot off to get to the nearest TV screen to witness the Indy 500. So he is desperate to just either be involved with motor racing, either virtually or real. And if he can't be in either of those 2 races, he'll just watch other people doing it, it seems. It would be exciting to get a few more Formula 1 drivers involved with the 24 hours around here, would it not?
Brilliant. I just think it's amazing. He's a racer, isn't he? He's just an absolute racer. And the fact that he just wants to go and do other stuff, and, you know, the lap time he allegedly did around here is, if it's, as we understand, on full tanks, and it's a 7:48, then that's the lap record. If it was official, an official session. Yeah?
Yes, I understand.
So it doesn't really matter whether he has or hasn't done it. It's obviously close enough, and he talked about it apparently on some podcast. So I don't suppose Max is going to say something on air that isn't verifiable. Can be fact checked. So you know, yes, we know he's good, but just to tip up and do that, not everybody could.
No.
There's something a little bit special about that guy, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that, but you can be very, very good in one particular type of car. Are they then transferable skills to something like a GT car? You know, could you do it in IndyCar, for instance? Could you come to Le Mans and be fast in a prototype? I mean, all these questions we want to answer, but
I think the answer, or the information is increasingly yes, isn't it?
It seems to be.
It seems to be. Everything's pointing in that direction, that he's just a true racer and just gets it and gets on with it. But as we've harked back in the you know, what we call the old days, obviously you weren't around, Johnny, but, you know, in the 60s, 70s, when Grand Prix drivers would, you know, go to a Grand Prix, but on that day they would race other categories as well. So they'd probably do, possibly not a Formula 2 race, but they'd certainly do a saloon car race, as it was called then, so touring cars in, I don't know, Cortinas, Jaguars or something, probably a sports car race as well, and quite often do 3 or more races, one of which would be the Grand Prix on the day, and drivers did that. And I think that improved it at the time, because people had a greater understanding of different vehicles, rather than just a single Formula format. As you just said, you can excel in one area, but not necessarily step into something totally different.
The German national anthem is pumping out, I assure you, in the background. Maybe we can ramp that up and enjoy it whilst we witness the cars on the start-finish line. There you go then, that will get you in the mood, and the grandstand that overlooks the pit lane and the start-finish line, the run down into the Mercedes arena, is very well populated. We always knew there was going to be a decent crowd here, and it's actually meant that it's kind of made the grandstands even more busy than they would be ordinarily, because of, unfortunately, the amount of rainfall we've had so far throughout the course of the day. So the pole position time was set earlier on this morning, the 10 till mid midday qualifying session when the 911 Grello Porsche, that's the 911 numbered car, but it also coincidentally, perhaps, no, not coincidentally, entirely deliberately, is a 911 model as well, the GT3R and the 992 iteration of it. It's got Kevin Estre and Patrick Pilet as its drivers, so two Frenchmen, and an 8:09.0 was the time set after 12 laps that were completed, and I reckon that was that the time that it was actually put in? Yes, it would have been 11:59.58. So 2 seconds before officially the session was stopped. But I suppose when you cross the line with 2 seconds to go, you can still go around again to try and better that. But it wasn't bettered. They may well have even ducked into the pit lane via the back road, knowing that an 8:09.063 took them right to the top of the times and over a second clear of the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage of Christian Krognes, David Pittard and Mattia Drudi. So you've got Krognes of Norway, you've got Pittard of Great Britain and the Italian Mattia Drudi, second generation racer, although running, or either based in San Marino or running on a San Marino race license. So that's the front row, Porsche and Aston Martin. Second, the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, car number 1 for Chris Haase and Luca Ludwig. And then Mercedes make it 4 different manufacturers in those top positions. In fact, we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, so more on that in a moment. But the Mercedes AMG Get Speed car for Ralph Aron, Adam Christodoulou and Michael Grenier did an 8:10.4. So these times actually very, very similar. The 8:09.0 is the only sub 8-minute 10 time, but then you got an 8:10.1 from the Aston Martin, an 8:10.3 from the Audi, an 8:10.4 from the Mercedes, and an 8:10.6 from Ferrari. This is the Realize Condo Racing with Rinaldi car. Rinaldi sound very Italian, but they are a German team who are very good at preparing Ferraris of different vintage. 488 previously, now the 296 twin-turbocharged V6 powered Ferrari 296 GT3. And that's David Perel, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, Axel Jeffries and Thomas Neubauer. 6th position for Falken Motorsports Porsche. That's the 33 car for Julian Andlauer and Alessio Picariello. Second in the Mercedes is 7th. That's another Get Speed car for Maxime Martin, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stoltz. We're now into the 8:11s, by the way, for lap time. Jutta Racing's Audi for Alexei Veremenko, and also the driver simply known as Selv, Elia Earhart and Frank Stippler. That is the first Pro-Am car in the lineup. Another Pro-Am car next. That's the 48 Black Falcon Porsche for Ben Bunagel, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Gabriele Piana. And to complete the top 10 within GT3, the Red Bull team Lamborghini Huracan of Marco Mappelli, Danny Juncadea and Christian Engelhardt. So we have got Pro-Am cars within there. The fastest AM GT3 car is the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which qualified 22nd in the overall order, and that will be Michael Heinrich, Lorenzo Rocco, Di Torre Padula, our favourite. No, we haven't got favourites really. Arno Klassen and Eric Ullstrom. But what I really like about that, having not actually looked at qualifying in great detail, 5 different cars in the top 5.
Exactly. We mentioned about it being a Porsche domination so far. They share the first 3 rounds, Falcon and Manthey. Manthey have kept that domination coming in. They didn't do the first 2 rounds. It wasn't that they were beaten by Falcon. They didn't take part in the first 2 rounds. Fair point. But they did the first one. They've done 1 race this year and they've won it. This is their 2nd race. They've qualified now and they put it on pole. But you've got Porsche, Aston, Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Lamborghini in the top 10. So that's a right old mix. What is interesting is, John, you just mentioned about looking at qualifying. You've got to go down to, you're only 2.5 seconds across the top 8, and it's only 3.2 seconds over the top 10 in qualifying. So it's pretty close. But of course, time's a little bit slower there. I think the rain was starting to come down, and dampen at 8:09 is really good 10 seconds off the pace, roughly. Thereabouts, we're getting that way. So it's obviously not quite full wet. It is now. Certainly looking out the window at the box of the cars going round now, it's absolutely there's going to be standing water if you don't look out, so it's going to be very, very interesting. We'll come back to that when the race starts, obviously. But yeah, 8:09.063 for the, I don't know whether that was Estre or Patrick Pilet that was in the
Yeah,
set the time
I
on that
haven't
one.
found that out.
No, I've got a feeling it might have been Pilet, actually. I've just got a feeling. I'm going to get shot by Kevin Nestor at Le Mans, but I forgot that wrong, aren't I? Because he just won't let me interview him now.
Unlikely, unlikely. But, you know, we're spinning quite a lot of plates here.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It doesn't count. This is wet. It's different. Different
rules.
It's fine. Yeah, just different rules, different bob. Different commentary bob in the pit lane.
Different commentary bob. Yeah, we're getting plugged into. I mean, to be honest, these are qualifying sessions for our N24 caps as well, aren't they? You know, to get commentators trained up too. I will whiz through various bits of social media because I'm sure Manthai have posted precisely who did the time. But yeah, on the sheet that I have printed off, it's actually not listed in terms of who did the time. But many people will have been paying close attention to the session as it unfolded. My bet's going to be Estra, with the greatest respect to Patrick Pilet. I don't know how much recent mileage Patrick's had around this place. I'm going to guess that he didn't do this race, the 24-hour race, last year, but I now need to check that as well. So, because we were qualifying quite a number of hours ago now, the situation will have changed in various spots. Generally, the standing water tends to accumulate in the same places, but everybody needs a sighter lap to work out how the track has developed. There's a little bit more rubber gone down, I suppose, and as much as you can, judging how much grip or what sort of lack of grip there is out there, together with the descending temperatures as well. 2024. Yeah, I can't see an entry for Patrick Pilet in the Nürburgring 24 hours. He did run in the Spa 24 hours for Hub Auto Racing, the 43-year-old Frenchman, in a Porsche, perhaps unsurprisingly. And of course has had experience of the Nürburgring 24 hours over a great many seasons. So if it was 1 year out, which I'm tending to veer towards now, then it will all come flooding back after probably a single lap completed. But the changeable conditions are always something for the brain to just have to catch up on. So 3 separate groups. And the other thing we should point out is that unlike NLS3, where we were using the typical NLS configuration of the Grand Prix circuit, we are using the full Grand Prix track this time. So no Mercedes Arena. Instead, you use what used to be known as the Yokohama S. It may still be, actually, the little flick flag, the Haug hook, named after Norbert Haug. So that's a real pinch point at the start of particularly the 24-hour race, where we're going to have 109 cars or whatever it is. Then you motor on down, heading past the cut-through hairpin, and instead to the sweepers, the left and the right, and all the way down to the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the hill, and then the pull back up again through the fast left and right, the Michael Schumacher S, and then the slightly more sedate left-hander and right-hander, where there was a good overtaking opportunity before we head on to the Hatson back. Very high-speed approach to the Vidal chicane, which is the faster configuration rather than the hard stop that DTM has run in the past, and when truck racing happens here as well. This time it's definitely a brake, but you don't have to go through a 90-degree left and right. It's get as close as you can to the curb, and possibly tyre stacks, actually, if they are back in place. And then the brave stuff, because you turn left through Sabine Schmidt's curve, and there is no turning back from then, hitting the Hatson back. Let's hope you don't hit anything, actually, but you head on to the Hatson back, and that's when the fun begins. Is it fun?
Oh, of course.
That was your cue. Of
course it was. Sorry, yes, I was trying to look something up at the same time.
Okay.
So I was expecting to multitask this early.
I know.
Gosh, confound him. Yeah, of course it's fun. I've said it many a time. It's that funnel, it's that pinch point. There is no greater barometer, measure, siren, flag, warning, whatever metaphor you want to use, of leaving the GP circuit with all its lovely wide open areas and runoff and gravel and grass and whatever, and then you turn 180 left, named after Sabine Schmidt. No better name for that corner.
Indeed.
What have you got on the right-hand side? A barrier. There's a white line, yes, because you have to have a white line at the end of the track. But barrier is basically screwed to the white line. That's effective, it's there. And then you go on to Hatzenbach, which is that roller coaster, swip, swap, lefts, rights, to get quicker and slower and different levels of curbs, and come out the other side of it, and there you are. You're on the Nordschleife, and boy, do you know about it. And it just picks up pace, and it's almost like a video game gone silly. It's, you know, Sims would say nowadays. It's super fast, super narrow, so it creates that tunnel vision, that feeling of, oh my life. And that first lap, as we said, this first batch, the GT3 boys, SB9s, they get a run at that, and they get to make hay. They're like, come on boys, let's go and play, we're off. Yeah, because they get that together. And then a lap later, you can have something totally different, closing speeds, somebody slows down. Of course, then we get intervention vehicles on track when somebody's gone off and there's a barrier being repaired or something, so we get slow zones. We don't have safety cars here on NLS, we have slow zones. It will start with yellow flag, well, yellow flag becomes 2 yellow flags becomes 120 becomes 60k, and you must slow down, and we know the penalty is draconian for that, for safety, because marshals and people on track are tending to repairing things. Because the barriers are so close, if cars do go off, they tend to damage the barrier, so they've got to be repaired. So you have that slow zone for how long it takes, 5, 10, 20 minutes, an hour, doesn't matter what it does, the track's got to be safe, so they'll hold that zone. But you'll have a Unimog with a trailer on the back and strips of Armco on it, and a box of bolts and nuts and washers, and men working frantically and ladies to put the barriers right, so you can uncode 60 it and go back to green flag and go racing again. So that it's constantly variable. So it is metronomic, the circuit, in some ways, but no sooner. I always found with this place, your complacency was the devil. That was the one that would catch you out, because you'd think you'd get comfortable, you'd think you'd got into, I don't know, 2 o'clock at night and nothing's going to happen or whatever. Rubbish. 2 o'clock at night at racing is even worse than 2 o'clock in the afternoon racing. It's not like an ordinary day, it's racing at night. And then of course you get all the smells, the barbecues and things going, and the fires and the fireworks and other substances that you can smell through the car. Unbelievably, different parts of the forest, different parts of the night. It can be quite distracting. It's what fun. What else would you want to do apart from race it or talk about it?
I mean, I quite enjoy talking about it and being in the dry.
I've said many a time I'm going to have to strap you into the passenger seat and take you around.
I would love that.
I'd take you around in something.
I would love that. And this sounds quite facetious
the
almost,
end of a
but
beautiful friendship.
this sounds like I'm being sarcastic, and I'm really not. I would trust you as a race driver, and I would just entirely enjoy it, rather than panic and go, oh my goodness, what's he doing?
What's the nicest thing you've ever said to me?
I would just go, this is class, because it would be exciting,
yeah,
but at the same time, you know, we'll
know. Shake hands on that
okay.
now.
Yep. Oh, yeah. A radio handshake.
I was going to say, better feature for radio, exactly.
It works, it's fine. Kevin,
folks, we did listen, we did actually handshake, yeah.
Kevin Estre was my shout at qualifying. You rather suggest it might have been Patrick Pilet.
Yeah. Both drove qualifying, I know that.
Right. Well, Kevin Estre's quote is as follows: I had a clear lap, no traffic. The only car I encountered let me pass. That doesn't happen very often on the Nordschleife. The car was a good fit, and the track was also very fast this morning. A little rain wouldn't have been bad, but it sounds like he put that time in before the rain arrived. I'm just checking.
And the last bit was, it was just a shame that Patrick was quicker. Yeah?
Then Patrick got in and beat my time.
Exactly.
There's no mention of that. But
you were right. You were right. But yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, here it ends. We've got 2 days and 2 4-hour races.
It's been truncated.
I can't guarantee to be right at any other point in the weekend.
I'll get one in early. Get it in early. Yeah.
It's always better.
Create the foundations of a good commentary.
It's like a banker lap in qualifying. Yeah. I'll do that before we even get going. Other interesting quotes: David Perel in the 45 Ferrari, and sorry, my screen's just jumped now and taken that out of my vision. Right, so David Perel, the South African, said, a fantastic car, it's my first year here. You wouldn't have thought that of David Perel, but in the 45 Ferrari, it is his first year. And we've worked very hard. The GT3 cars here are extremely impressive, he said. I've never enjoyed racing so much. The lap was very good and we navigated the traffic very well.
Every ounce of
Dorian Boccolacci's Porsche, which is also going to be driven by Nico Menzel. My laps are okay, said Nico. I'm unfortunately, there were quite a few code 16 zones. Many of us seem to still be finding our groove. We're currently working on the setup a bit, but I'm optimistic about the races. Looking at the NLS races so far, I think a top 5 finish is realistic in their Porsche. So that's car 44, which qualified in 12th place. So that's the other Falcon car 44. Remember, normally in NLS races they run as car 3 and car 4. They've reverted to the more typical Falcon numbers, I would suggest, of 33 and 44 this weekend. And Dennis Marshall, Dorian Boccolacci joining the German Nico Mentor in that car. Have we got a quote from 34? 30, did I say 34? I meant 34. No, I said 44. Well, I tried to say 44.
So much more
33
than just
33, 44. And remember that in NLS1, when they were first and second, that they were car 3 and car 4, so they've gone from single digits to...
And we've got another slight name change this weekend. I'm just taking my info this. It's not the same on my qualifying though. The second place car is what I've referred to as the Falcon Horse tomorrow, Christian Progress and David Pittard. It's also on our entry list as Trinity Solutions. So make sure we get that right for them, so they've changed that.
Campsites ignite the party spirit.
It's got the two sister cars, the 35 as well, with Oliver Substrong and Christian Barrett. Also, the 30 car has got Henry Valkenhorst and Jules Breuer. That car has stopped. That's SB9 GT3
These are the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours.
I did see yellow flags on our screen.
The number 30 Valkenhorst stroke Trinity Solutions. I only say that because I'm not quite sure what it is being referred to properly, and I'm sure somebody will correct us, but it is on my entry list as Trinity Solutions, so perhaps a bit like Phoenix has evolved into Shearer Sport PHX.
Yes.
I'm going to go with what's printed here on Trinity Solutions on the entry list for the moment. But that car, number 30, is the salient point is that car has stopped on its outlap, which doesn't bode well, does it?
Well, not for its recovery and therefore everybody else either, because the problem is with 3 very highly populated groups, there's a lot of standing water. I'll just break away from that thought, because the run out of Breitscheid and heading then on towards the right-hander at Westfalenfahrt, or is it further around? Yeah, it's Westfalenfahrt and then the climb up through Exmüller and Bergwerk. There's... Actually, no, this is further around, I beg your pardon. So now heading on to the Duttinger Hoor.
This is Galvenkopf, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the run between Schwalbenschwanz and the right-hander at Galgenkopf. And the track drops away. Normally that little dip is not hugely visible in the dry, but my attention was drawn to it because of the amount of standing water that is there. So again, everyone's going to have to be very mindful of how little grip probably that is in that section, because it's not quite a river running across the road, but lots of water that has just accumulated there, creating a water splash, and very easy to get the car aquaplaning, I would have thought, even though everybody will be starting on wet weather tyres. Remember that just like the Nürburgring 24-hour race, there is a mixture of rubber available. Not necessarily available, because your car's allocated with a designated tyre manufacturer, but not every single car is on the same tyre. And I think in weather like this, that could be a crucial difference, way more than it is in the dry snowy. Well,
I mean, obviously, just before the race started, it was declared by the organisers as a wet race. I know it sounds a ridiculous statement to make, but we have to do that classification, because you can't use wet tyres unless it's been officially declared a wet race.
Yep.
For safety reasons, because they chunk and overheat and cause problems and could for competitors behind. So that's a purely procedural matter. You have to do that. So the race was declared, I think, not that far short of actually the car game before the warm-up lap, obviously. But the cars are out, and I was just commenting the amount of spray. They're coming up to Tiergarten now, Johnny, so our race is about to start. But I was commenting on the amount of spray already just on that formation lap, and that's before the cars are at any kind of race speed. So there's going to be phenomenal. So you need to be up at the front there. So I don't know who's starting in either of these two cars, Estra or whether it's Pittard alongside.
I can tell you just as soon as this document loads, because
hang on, that's not... So the car alongside, at the moment, the Grello is not an Aston.
No, the Aston's missing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So has that been given some sort of penalty?
That's number 34, Trinity Solutions stroke Valkenholz car. Where's that car?
I only suggest it might be a penalty because the Audi's allowed to start alongside it, and that had actually qualified in 3rd position, so maybe a post-session penalty, but the Aston just does not feature, as now there is an Aston Martin heading at rapid speed into pit lane, so that's not going to take the race start on the main track. The green. 5 red lights change to 5 green, and now it is very much a launch into not quite the unknown, but this is an exploratory lap for the starting drivers to work out precisely how much grip there is, having done the green flag lap, and now looping around the outside. A terrific start from the 33 Falcon Motorsports car, which is into 2nd position. Audi struggling out of the...
Third.
Yeah, Ferrari 3rd, but the Audi struggling to come out of that corner, so they'll all be on wet weather tyres, but this is maybe where the tyre manufacturer is coming into the equation as well. I've got Kevin Estre then in the 911, Chris Haase starting the number 1 Audi. Julian Andlauer's had a terrific getaway in that 2-tone blue Porsche from Falcon Motorsports, now 2nd.
Of course, using this slightly different layout into the Mercedes arena.
I did mention that. Oh, sorry.
As I said, using that, after picking up on that normally you go right and stay right, whereas here for the 24-hour layout, you can actually afford to dive bomb a little bit further down the outside and not have to tighten up so much, because there's a tight left, so you can go through. A little bit of contact there for the number 44 Porsche with one of the Get Speed Mercedes. I think just literally a little bit of body rubbing, nothing serious there, but it's Porsches to the fore again, and in fact it's the Manthey number 11. Did you say Estre at the wheel of that?
Yes.
Estre at the wheel of that, and Julian Andlauer in the Falcon car. It's right behind it. Those two are already starting to pull away. They've got to have 4 or 5 car lengths on that slow-starting Audi that was struggling. And the Aston that dived into the pits is the number 37 engine. That's the Pro Sport car, driven by Marek Bogman and Nico Bastian. And that didn't even take the start. As you said, that looks like it's in the pits straight away.
Yeah, Nico Bastian, it was plugged in for the... Oh, totally sideways for Kevin Estre. So he...
Are we surprised?
No. But then those further back very nearly headed to the grass. So there's no grip coming out of the chicane, and loads of them having plenty of fun. I say fun. I mean, can you keep it out of the wall coming through Sabine Smith's curve? That's the next challenge. There's the car snaps from left to right. This is the Mercedes.
This is really sad, but I'd love to see the data and see the steering traces on that, on some of those catches of that already on the first lap, because they will get heat into these wet tyres. We talk about them chunking, overheating, and it having to be declared a wet race. But obviously there is an element of temperature in them, but it takes quite a bit longer. But you don't want them to get too hot, so they'll take even longer to come in there. So they're forcing it there. Kevin Estre under pressure again already from Julian Andlauer through Hatzenbach. He dropped back a little bit on the Mercedes, on the Grand Prix loop. The Get Speed, one of the Get Speed Audis there, sorry, Get Speed Audi, Get Speed Mercedes trying to go around the outside of one of the curves at Hatzenbach. That's where we had that incident. Was it last year? We had 4, 5, 6, 7 cars all go off at the same point when somebody turned the water tap onto the circuit. And again, it's that Porsche that's right in front of this Get Speed Audi. So this is the number 14 Get Speed with Mod St. Schiller and Stoltz aboard on that car. Obviously full of spray now, face full of spray there. Struggling, that Porsche in front with grip, the rear end. Second batch is about to start, Johnny.
Yeah, so if that wasn't jaw-dropping enough, then Batch 2, Startgruppen 2, is about to get rocking and rolling. And within this, we have the Cup 2 Porsches. And as soon as the greens go, you can start to overtake. It's not a question of waiting for the start line. So already the bomb burst has occurred, and a really good getaway for one of the Mühlner Motorsport Porsches, which will head into that Haug Hook as the race leader, and a convincing race leader within Start Group 2. Tim Scheerbart taking up the mantle then to begin for Mühlner, but he's got Rivas right behind him for the 48 Loesch Motorsport crew. And then Robin Cherzanovsky in the 919 Porsche. Manuel Metzger has started in the second group as well. Now, he runs an SP8T Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW. And at the Haug Hook, something else has kicked off in the second group. Now, this is not within the race leaders, but there are yellow flags being held at turns 1 and 2, effectively, that zigzag. as it's the karting line being taken by Tim Shearbart. Don't get anywhere near the curve and that standing water. Instead, use lane 2 or maybe even lane 3 down at the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the hill. I reckon Kevin Estre still leads, but only by a car length or 2 over Julian Adenauer in his Falcon Motorsports Porsche, and a really good start for the Ferrari 296 from Realize Kondo Racing. Felipe Fernandez-Larza, number 45, running in 3rd position. The queue is behind Joel Sturm in that yellow and black Porsche. You know, you're referring to the yellow and black car, which is car number 54. That's the Dynamic GT Porsche, which then has right behind it Lucas Stoltz's Mercedes, the other Get Speed Merc of Adam Christodoulou, and David Pittard's queuing up behind those as well. So Joel Sturm is struggling. Now, whether that is to do with the tyre, the wet weather tyre, and who makes that, to be honest, I don't know which tyres the Dynamic car is on, so I need to check. But it might be just heat generation within that wet set that Joel is struggling with.
So the leaders coming up to the fastest part of the circuit now. It is still, I've got on, according to my GPS, there might have been a lead change. It might be the 33 Falcon car of Julian Adenauer ahead of Kevin Estre, but that may just be my graphic. No, it's swapped back again, so I think it's just a delay on the graphic. But they've just come through Bergwerk, and they're now on the super fast section of Kaschelchen up to Klostertal and up to the Caracciola Carousel. That is so quick up there at the better times, and super now. It's got the smallest, it's a tight road of track just between a little bit of greenery there. You don't want to be running a little bit wide there, or just catching a bit of curb and a momentary lapse of concentration. You don't want that up there. It's going to be close stuff, and this is, you're only on lap 1.
I know, and in fact, start Group 3 haven't even begun lap 1 yet. That's the slightly strange scenario that we have here at the Nürburgring. If you're not used to this, well, we will try and guide you through your first ever race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is in preparation for next month's Nürburgring 24 hours, the first of 2 Nürburgring qualifier races, one today, one tomorrow.
But also, according to the GPS track, there are yellow flags at turn 1, the very first corner there. I'm not quite sure why, because there's no particular incident, but there are yellow flags out, so nobody in this Group 3 should technically be able to overtake into there. Are they paying any attention to that? No. So I'm going to say that's a GPS error, and there are no physical yellow flags out there. I can't see looking out at those. But through the murk, it may not be easy with the spray, but I think the GPS tracker is wrong on that one.
Well,
we do have a code 60 already, though, which is at between Hatzenbach, well, at the end of Hatzenbach before Flugplatz. What for? I'm not sure, because I can't see a stationary car. That's just by Marshall Post 77. So it goes yellow and straight into a 60. And normally, as I said, I defined what the order of that is, that yellow 120, 60 normally to give you a chance to slow down, but it's literally gone straight into a 60, but I can't see why. And as I said, it just disappeared off the tracker.
So that was Kiddelbacher Hoor, Marshall Post 77, and as you say, it has now cleared. So green at Haughoek, green
it was Menzel in the other Falcon car, went off.
Ooh.
At Kiddelbacher and came back.
Came back on.
That wasn't a code 6, that was a code brown.
Well, the yellows are back out again at 77, Marshall Post 77, so it doesn't warrant a code 60, but there's still caution required, and now that clears again. Some news about the Aston Martin that pitted before the start of the race. Nico Bastian brought that number 37 car into pit lane, hearing that is a shifting or gearbox problem for Nico, and therefore didn't want to risk the opening lap and being stranded potentially, so much better to dive into the pits.
Reboot it.
Yeah.
Just reboot it, turn it off, plug the laptop in, kick it,
well,
shut the door, slam the bonnet, all be sorted.
The word is installing a new setup, so that's more to do with...
yeah, that's just technical jargon for reboot.
ECU type thing, is it? Yeah, exactly. Turn it off.
Alt Control Delete Reboot, yeah, basically.
And hope it clears.
Tech parlance.
A cough and a splutter. So which Porsche, I wonder, currently leads? Because Kevin Estre and Julian Adenauer were very close to one another as they headed through Hatzenbach on the opening lap. Still trying to call them through the splits. And remember, for these N24 qualifier races, you do actually get, on live timing, 9 different sectors, whereas NLS we're more used to 5. So we can isolate different bits of the track and work out precisely where everybody is. Good start from Tim Scheerbart in start group 1 to be leading the 948 Cup 2 Porsche, and it's Rivas in that car, having put in a good qualifying earlier this morning. Robin Cherzanovsky chasing them down, but I would imagine that the SP8T crew will be closing in as well. Now, a little earlier on, incredibly sideways for Menzel, who actually had to take to the grass, and then you've got the fight in further behind, which has become for 10th place the yellow and black dynamic Porsche, driven by Joel Sturm, fighting with Luca Stolz's Mercedes and Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes. But yeah, Nico Menzel in Porsche number 44, diving to a very rare bit of grass on the hats and back, actually, and I think just about got away with that.
Well, he was trying to do the Kevin Estre pass on the grass move, wasn't he? But in a Falcon car, but it clearly doesn't work in a Falcon car.
No.
No disrespect to their team or setup or organisation or anything, but you need, I think you need an Estre in a Grello to do pass on the grass. It's just one of those things. It's just it's a USB. I bet it's only copyrighted, you know.
Well,
trademarked.
You either need an Estre or you need a Frank Stippler in the Jutta Racing Audi, because where on earth has Frank come from? He started that car in 8th place on the grid. Well, probably make that 7th because of still the strange absence of the 34 Falkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin that we can't yet explain, but hopefully that will become clearer.
That's rejoined the 37 car?
No, 34. Okay. We didn't have 34 on the front row, did we? And then everyone else was bumped up a place, it seemed. So the Scherer Sport Audi started the race on the front row. But Frank Stippler's got ahead of that as well, which is his normal mount. And but he's off the road now, the black and gold Audi, and that's going to delay. Andlauer in behind, and here comes the Ferrari. No, that wasn't the Ferrari, that was another Porsche.
Porsche. Is that the Scherer Porsche?
But that looked like a Cup, and 16. It's the 16 Porsche, and that is the Scherer Sport PHX car.
Yeah.
So is that Lawrence Vantor in there? It's certainly being driven like it's a Vantor at the wheel.
Yes.
My word. So, I mean,
drive it like you stole it?
Pretty much. That goes through the Vantor family. Tear up the order that they left us at 5:30 this afternoon, because apart from Kevin Estre leading, everything else has changed. And Estre, again, they did that on the first lap. I think he knows entirely what the car's going to do, and he was expecting that kick from the tail. Now, Andlauer. And we've got the beauty of the pictures from behind Andlauer, and he's got Frank Stippler right on his tail, together with Laurence Vantor in another blue and white Porsche. And they're going by circuit vehicles, of course they are. Past the circuit vehicles, because someone's...
Is that an Aston?
No, that looked more like a Supra. But I only caught the front of it. The one based on a BMW Z4. I'd like another look at that before I fully commit. But that is at the start of hats and back. And now this fight for second and third and fourth rages on. Kevin Estre's licking his lips because he's saying, yeah, you just continue to mess about amongst yourselves and I'll try and build a lead. He got 3 seconds at the end of the first lap of this Nürburgring 24-hour qualifier race. You're tuned to RS3 today. We've got a very busy weekend on the Radio Show Limited network of channels because of a 12-hour race in Misano, Italy, and also enjoying some Spa Classic action as well. But the Nürburgring just continues to deliver. Frank Stippler went round the outside of Julian Andlauer towards the end of that first lap at Antonius Bucher, and the two-tone blue Porsche had no answer to Frank Stippler's double toe, I reckon. He was picking up from Vantor's Porsche, but also the Andlauer Falcon car, and he looped around the outside to take second position. He's now dropped to third because Andlauer got a better run. Well, it was Stippler's mistake, wasn't it, that put him into the gravel trap at the Michael Schumacher S. And again, Stippler's struggling at Arenberg this time. And Laurence Vantor saying, come on, old-timer, hurry things up a little bit. I need to stay in touch with a fellow Porsche. Because Vantor in this phase, for me, is a little bit faster than Stippler. Well, at times Stippler is supersonic, but he's making 1 or 2 errors, and who can blame him, to be honest, because the track is so dicey and it will be changing every single lap. The problem is there's about 8 minutes between you tackling each of the corners here on this incredible racetrack. Well, if this is a indication as to how exciting the first few minutes and hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours will be next month, I am totally in. as Tim Shearbart leads Cup 2. But the lead here for Kevin Estre is mightily impressive. Now that Julian Andlauer might have shaken Frank Stippler, he can focus once again on the road in front.
So the 34 Aston this is the front row sitting car that didn't start, is on track. I'm just trying to chase that Super that went off at Hatzenbach, which one it is. It isn't 520.
Do we think it was a Toyota of some description? Because, as I say, it was a very quick glimpse of it.
Might have been the, if it was, it might have been the Teichmann 484 entry. Yes, it is. It was a Teichmann 484 entry with potentially Karl-Heinz Teichmann at the wheel. That's gone. That was facing 90 degrees to the track at Hatzenbach at the beginning of it, wasn't it? I'm guessing I think that's where it's stationary. That's where intervention vehicle is. That car is now moving, although it suggests, I'm just going to suggest that's been towed to a place of safety, because I think it might well have collected the barrier a little bit.
Yeah. The 901 Cup 2 Porsche, which has been started by Fabio Grosser, very nearly didn't stop in time at the first corner, the first and second corner, which is the Haug Hook. Went very, very deep and almost into the gravel. And we're just getting some information regarding Audi number 1, which is Christopher Haas's Scherer Sport R8. That car's already made a stop. Would you believe they started on intermediate tyres and have sensibly now changed to full wet? So that was brave. That was incredibly brave, and it's not until you've done maybe a full racing lap and you realise, nah, this is the wrong decision. Took him just about 11 minutes to complete that lap, and that's the bit of time that it also takes you to come into pit road and clip the timing line there. Whereas Kevin Estre's opening lap was a 10:02.3, and that is the fastest of anybody. So first flying lap, who's the quickest? Would you believe it's Kevin Estre? And he's now, well, 3 seconds he was clear of Julian Andlauer. I think I'm actually getting real-time data through the splits as well, as in the gap from first to second is adjusting around the lap and not just at the start and finish line. So that's going to be very useful, and hopefully that's a thing to come for the N24 itself as well. So the gap's now down to 1.3 seconds. This lap started with a 3-second advantage, and that's been more than halved. Kevin Estre to Julian Andlauer, who is pushing like crazy. Lucas Stoltz driving the Mercedes with the mighty 6.3-litre V8 ahead of him, and again four-wheel drifting his way out of the right-hander at, well, that's the Style-Strecker turn-off, but of course we turn right and head towards the Caracciolo carousel, then through the concrete slabs, and the car is spat out on the other side. Spat is kind of an appropriate word with the amount of water on the racetrack currently. Pulling through the gears, but it is gingerly stuff. Trying to work out where the grip is, and the Porsche ahead of Lucas Stoltz almost lost it and headed for the wall there. That is the Nico Menzel car, which has already got a name for itself, actually, of running off the road this early on in a 4-hour race, Snowy.
Well, it's very lucky where he went off on at Hatzenbach. He went straight on, and there was actually one of the few parts of the circuit I haven't just described so eloquently, but clearly inaccurately, how Hatzenbach had no space. That's one of the few bits of that swippy swap left-right, I'm going to call it that. That's a technical term, by the way. Where you could go, it goes right, and there's a little bit of grass on the left-hand side. The barrier goes straight on, as it were, so there's actually a bit of a grass and runoff, and it was, I bet he would have thought at the moment that there would be some words in some language going through his mind of like, oh, of that sort of effect,
yeah,
of over the curb and onto the grass, and at least there was some capacity for, you know, nothing solid right in front and just rejoin. The danger with that, of course, is, and I have been there, is you think you've got away with it, you've outbraked yourself, whatever's happened, doesn't matter, you're there, you're on the grass, you've got to deal with it. But you think, oh great, no barriers, and then you put the slightest bit of, you either lift or put the slightest bit of steering angle in, and the car starts to rotate, and then it's a whole different story then. That's that point, you usually become a passenger. And you can just see
at that point, or maybe slightly before it.
You can just see the Euro signs going round. Remember the old Tom and Jerry cartoons where the eyes have the dollar signs rolling round and round? It's like that. You're sitting again like, oh, and then you wait for the connection. You think, yeah, that's 10, 20, 30, 40k. If there's a second impact, it's just right, put the house on the market.
Yeah, turn the fruit machine off.
Yeah,
try and stop those numbers going round.
Yeah, you've run out. House wins.
Indeed. Still, Tim Scheerbart leads Cup 2, but how busy is the fight for second position? Julian Andlauer has entirely been caught. I mean, this could be Monday morning on the M25, except it's being done at about 150, 160 miles an hour, maybe slightly more than that.
Already?
Grello, has it just been swallowed up?
Yes, I think so.
So Andlauer now leads. Very difficult to tell from this particular angle, but Frank Stippler's moved it. Yep, you're right. So Andlauer in the Falcon car leading from Frank Stippler's black and gold Audi, then the 16 car of Laurens Vanthoor. But Andlauer's off. But Andlauer in the wall. Andlauer is in the wall at the final corner. Tyres thankfully protect that concrete wall, so it might be that he can drive out of there. But Andlauer, having done all the hard work seemingly, then couldn't get the car stopped because Frank Stippler was right behind applying the pressure. And Laurens Vanthoor now leads the motor race ahead of Stippler and Kevin Estre. Well, he might be doing a certain amount of laughing into his helmet there, thinking, well, you thought you'd taken the lead from me, but at least my car's still on the road. The good news for Andlauer is he's not got that far to go before he can reach the pit lane and potentially some sanctuary.
Sorry, John, it was the second. It's on the front left corner. The back's hit as well, which on one of those, it's dislodged the rear wing quite dramatically on that Falcon Porsche, which means it's potentially done something drive shaft, drive line, gearbox, etc. So he may well want to get it back to the pits for evaluation. He hasn't got it out of the wall there at the moment. It's still sitting there, but he just couldn't pull it up at all. They might pull it up square. And that is very strange accident there, I'm going to say, because all the hard work was done on the fast bit of the circuit, Galgenkopf down the Dottingerhöhe, where you can get that side drafting, which still applies in the wet. You've got the job done. I was mesmerised to see Grello as far down as fourth, but I was actually right. But that's now just taken the lead again. He's just got back. No,
not the lead,
place.
Second.
He's got second place, hasn't he? It's still the Shearer car that's in first. Now, Andlauer has managed to reverse the Porsche out a little bit and rejoin the track, so he's got it going. That's going to come into the pits, but I suspect there might be, I think the rear damage is going to be the issue on that car, not the front left, if I'm honest, but that's an educated guess from a distance out of the window, not really looking at the car.
Now, I'd like to see that whole situation again, be able to describe it to you again, because I want to be confident that Frank Stippler didn't wallop him and put him in the fence. Whether it was just a lose, a very uncharacteristic mistake, but
if it is, it'd be most unlike Frank Stippler.
Those mistakes are rare from Andlauer, but then you've got to lump in the fact that how changeable the weather conditions are. It's very, very bumpy, of course, on the approach there as well. So there is damage front left. That's where it hammered the tyre wall, and certainly the splitter, the front left wing is going to have to be replaced. All of these modern day GT3 cars though are modular, so you can kind of take the broken bits off and reapply others, but as you say, there's potentially damage to the rear wing as well, so they're looking at both ends of this car, Snowy.
There may not be, because I'm just trying to look at that. They've got a cameraman on that down for us. I'm trying to describe it. That rear wing may not be dislodged. I thought it was. I need a better view. There's a front. They're getting a view on the front left at the moment. As you say, it's modular. It depends what it's done underneath. I mean, you can replace modular components to a solid base. If the base is damaged, it's game over. Well, not so much game over. It's a bigger entity, and that becomes a problem.
Yeah, and that's what the highly experienced Falcon mechanics are looking at now. So they've gone from leading the race and having a rather erratic second car with Nico Menzel at the wheel, but he's got his way up to 7th position. No, Stippler was nowhere near.
Got off on his own, lost the back end. It hasn't done the rear wing, my apologies. It was just the angle it went in over the curb. I saw the rear wing tilted. It's because it was going over the curb, so the whole car was tilted. So we withdraw that, my apologies. No, he's just lost the back end under braking, hasn't he? Simple as that.
It started to aquaplane, even on the wet weather tyres. It's got up on the top of the surface of the water, and the car starts to wag from the rear, and he's carrying too much speed to try and slow the thing down. So yes, a big hit into the wall, and that technical repair approach of just booting it, basically, to try.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, mechanics on the, sorry, technicians are called now, literally on the ground, sitting there and literally kicking the front of the car. They're supposed to push it back into place, because then they can get the bolt holes somewhere nearer lined up, or tape or something or whatever. I suspect the front left wing will probably be popped off. The light unit and etc. will all be integrated into that, and there goes the light out. Where the other side's on the other side, there, just unplug the multi-block, take that whole wing off. It'll all be done with the beam set up, etc. One of the biggest things you've got to be careful of on a Porsche there, because it's a road-based car, so you've got your inner wings and your crash structure. There comes the wing and front splitter off. That's all out of the way now. That's just literally, to use correct German terminology, kaputt. It looks like the tub is okay, from what very, very little we can see of the cameraman glancing in there, but doesn't seem too horrific. Suspension's okay. A new splitter is coming out. A wing will go on. The bonnet was intact. So it's what we were saying earlier. Even this early in a race, there's 3. What have we got? 3 hours 35, 3.5 hours to go. We're not 25 minutes into a 4-hour race. Get back out there. The same things could befall other people, and. You know, is this car going to finish in the top 10? Do you know what? I wouldn't put it past them. But it's Intel for wet weather. You know, forgive me, Julian Adenauer now knows what it's like at Tiergarten at the end in that much rain. And it was almost as if you brake bias, you adjust your brake bias, how much percentage of brake is the front and rear. You adjust it to the rear in the wet. That's a very simple thing. So I can hear Johnny Molan at Le Mans look at me just going, really? Well, that is the principle. It doesn't matter how many clicks or pressure or whatever you do, but you do. You basically take a bit of pressure off the front and put it onto the back. If you overdo it, obviously you lock the rears. And it's probably very different in a mid-engined rear-engine Porsche. So I'm not suggesting that's what's happened to Julian Landau, but it certainly locked its rears and it just rotated into the barriers. It oversteered, then he had to catch it, and then the front end was off. So Porsche 1 Porsche down at the moment. The other one looking sideways with Mercedes right behind it. The other Falcon car, that is.
Once you've made that crucial overtake down the Dottinger Ruhr, is there a risk that you take your eye off the ball, get the overtake done, and then almost misjudge the braking point in the next corner?
Potentially. I mean, that looks like a candidate for one of the reasons, doesn't it?
I just wonder whether his mind was elsewhere, thinking, right, am I going to get dive bombed by Stippler? But he was too far back anyway. And apologies to Frank Stippler and to those others involved, Lawrence Vantor, for suggesting there might have been contact. I just wanted to be able to describe that to you again, to be absolutely sure. And I mean, we're talking probably 2 car lengths clear. And Adenauer has made a really rare mistake, but it might have been that the heavens had opened a bit more compared to previous laps through there. That was his first chance to lead, I suppose. And you know, when you are the bellwether out front, it's always the sort of leader's prerogative. You make the mistake, and everyone else can brake that little bit earlier and make use of that. So we're into Sector 7 on lap 3, and Lawrence Vantor is the new race leader for Scherer Sport PHX. But that's a Porsche, remember. Scherer bringing an Audi and a Porsche to the Nürburgring 24-hour qualifier races. Frank Stippler still in second, despite cars around him changing places. And Kevin Estre is in third position in Grello. Then Danny Juncadella, who has just slowly and surely been improving that car position for the Lamborghini Huracan. Juncadella, who is also one of the driver leading the European Le Mans Series in a prototype. Remember, he races an LMP2 in that particular championship with Matisse Jobert, who is a star in Porsche one-make racing. I'm looking forward to seeing how Matisse gets on in the Porsche Super Cup race tomorrow afternoon, as it is, around the streets of Monaco. Not had a great qualifying. He was only about 7/10 of a second off, but that automatically puts you mid-pack because it's so close. And then the other teammate for Danny Juncadella is Jamie Chadwick, who'll be making her Le Mans debut next month, but is also no stranger to this place, having won her category a few years ago. So the repair work continuing on Porsche number 33. Actually, the front end of this car now looks brand new, and that's how efficient Falcon Motorsport are.
Yeah, apart from the yellow gaffer tape going on it, yes.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that on this side of the car. It doesn't quite match the paintwork, does it, or the wrap? But I do like that little added chamois leather that they were doing, just to, you know, make sure that the front was polished too.
We have standards, you know.
Too right. So I was going to say, to a certain extent, this can be swallowed up within the strategy, but it's been too long for that. It is going to lose positions, but maybe a top 10 is still possible. The team are happy. Or was that the next door team? No, I think that was the team in the nearby garage, actually. But yeah, those at Falcon were pretty happy with the turnaround there as well. The other thing is, that is really good practice from a team perspective for the race next month, is it not? Because there is no doubt that certain cars up and down the order, front runners, might come in with a similar problem, and the team are, I'm sure, very grateful for a dress rehearsal in sorting the front end of a lightly damaged car out.
That sounded like a driver's excuse, but guys, I was giving him a dress rehearsal, and they're like, yeah, beers are still on you. Yeah, really, Julian.
Nice theory. Thanks
nice
for that,
try.
Jules.
Nice try. Yes. Yeah.
So Julian Adenauer, does he stay at the wheel in 33? Because that's the other option. They might have changed drivers as well and said, well, you've had your chance and you crashed it. So let's give the other guy a go. Let's just check. They may not want to go too far away from the pre-planned strategy. So Falcon Motorsports, yeah, still has Julian Adenauer at the wheel with their other driver within that car, Alessio Picariello, the Belgian. We're not quite losing the light at this time of afternoon, as the time just ticks on to 6 p.m. But and the sunset, by the way, is, I think, I looked that up a moment ago, 9:25. And remember, we are racing until 9:30, so we will get to sunset and slightly beyond it, the way that the race is scheduled. But we're working lap 3, and a couple of seconds ago, at the carousel proper, Lukas Stolz maybe struggled to get out of that corner. Did he have some contact? Difficult to tell. Anyway, for Chris Haase, remember this is the car that has pitted. Porsche off in the wall, and that was a Cup 2 Porsche. And this is into Adenauer Forst for that particular Audi, car number 1, Christopher Haase, which, unfortunately for him, because of that indecision maybe, or just wrong tyre choice when they put him on the intermediates and the cars had to pit, that was... difficult to tell which Porsche was in the wall, actually. It's the gold and black the gold and black almost art car, which has had struggles. That was the one fighting with Fabio Grosser not too long ago. But Grosser I have further around the lap, so it looks like he got through and wasn't involved. But yeah, that was a fairly big hit for one of the Cup 2 Porsches. So yellow's out at the moment at Adenauer Forst, but there was also a yellow flag at Hoog Eichen and Kiddelbacher Hoor, whilst various incidents are being dealt with. Still the same top 3 in the Cup 2 division. That's 921 Tim Scheerbart. Second place for the 948 of Carlos Rivas, the driver from Luxembourg. And then 919 is Robin Cherzanovsky. It's
just for Adenauer Forst, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
the Black
it is.
Falcon, number 48.
48. Yep. Now, is that therefore an SP9 car?
Sorry, Johnny. Yes,
is it?
SP9 car, my apologies. Yes.
Okay. I've got it, right. So it's a Pro-Am car. And, yeah, car 48 might be out of the race by the state of the damage that's been done to that, because it's a long, long way home, remember, as well. Gabriele Piana, the driver, Italian racer, who has done well at this, well, the 24 hours in the past. So we've had just over half an hour, 3 hours, 27 minutes still to go in Nürburgring 24-hour qualifier race 1. It's been a busy day already, but trying conditions. Tomorrow, we've got standard qualifying for 90 minutes. That will not be live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. However, the top qualifying session, which is a little over an hour, will be. And that is exclusively for GT3 cars, the SP9 cars, whether they be Pro-Am. And I think that's it. I don't believe that AM cars will be running in that, mainly because we don't actually have a huge amount of them, and it's much more likely to be populated by the SP9 front runners. But the beauty of top qualifying is that it's very similar session to that we will witness next month on the Friday to set the front rows of the grid for the big race. Only tomorrow's top qualifying will be for race 2 this weekend, which is actually a 1 o'clock start, and we will be on air 25 minutes before that for all the build-up and all the stories that may well have broken after this afternoon and now evening race. So racing through till 9:30 this evening. The track is now clear at Arenberg, where someone's had a minor spin by the looks of things, but has got going again. At the sharp end, Laurens Vanthoor leading by a huge distance now, 10.5 seconds over Frank Stippler. I'm not quite sure how he's managed to build up that time. Whether Stippler's got on the wrong side of a caution, which maybe wasn't in place for the Belgian ahead of him, and the Scherer Sport Porsche got through that. It was actually all done on the previous lap. So Vanthoor's third lap took him 10 minutes and 5 seconds, whereas Frank Stippler 10 minutes and 12 seconds. So 7-second difference. Stippler had to have been caught in a caution somewhere, maybe a code 60. And that has unfortunately held up the German racer. Kevin Estre likewise even slower, 10 minutes and 31. And that has opened up the positions within those top 3 places. Somebody else that we should heap praise towards is Adam Christodoulou, because that number 17 Mercedes, driven by the Brit, is up to 4th place now. And Nico Menzel has settled down somewhat. We caught sight of him running over the grass at Hatzenbach. He also had 1 or 2.
That's probably why.
Well, true. I mean, yeah, on the first lap, if you do that, then...
Given the other car led and went into the barriers and rejoined, it's probably like, calm down, boys, just calm down. And you've had dry races and you've won 2. It's wet, chill.
Yeah. It gives you some perspective, doesn't it? And maybe it's working psychologically for Nico Menzel, because he's running comfortably now in 5th place, but 50 seconds down on the race leader, who is Laurens Vanthoor. Others to make a bit of progress, the dynamic GT Porsche of Jol Sturm and Felipe Fernandez-Larza actually hit that 45 Ferrari, having started really well and run 4th, has now dropped back to 9th. So Fernandez-Larza maybe is struggling, as Menzel and Stolz are back together again. So
yeah, waiting for the yellow flags to end before they get there. Stolz all over the back of Menzel's Porsche, and is that deep bass grunt of the V8 in the Audi, in the Mercedes-Benz of the German brand. Absolutely distinctive. Almost sounds like it doesn't rev much. It's quite a low gear change, low rev point on those cars compared to some of the others. But just Lucas Stolz there itching to get past Menzel there, but just not have the opportunity before the flags change from yellow to green. And we can see we're getting a little bit of onboard footage from Lucas Stolz in that Mercedes AMG GT3 Get Speed number 14 car, and the Porsche is getting a little bit of better traction away. Both rear-wheel drive cars, but totally different in format, with rear engine in the Porsche. Oh, drifting. Luke Menzel just drifting the Porsche, as we saw with Kevin Estre earlier, coming out of the corner. This is like showboat. It's like a drift show we have down on the GP circuit, which is in use this weekend. Normally we often see bits of smoke coming over there from the drift arena area. And Stolz, you can literally see as Menzel went sideways and came out and caught it, Stolz lifted off, as in, which way is he going? Yeah, he's going to lose it. Where's the gap? Where am I going for? Oh, he's caught it. Then back on the power again. As I now go through that super quick bit, one of my favourite parts of the circuit, up to the carousel. And again, a little bit held back there, probably going to get 70% throttle there. One of the BMWs there keeping to his line, but absolutely right, staying on the right-hand side. As we said before, so many times in this series, Johnny, that it's other cars that is that a Porsche? No, it's not. It's
a Cayman.
Yeah,
so it is a Porsche, but not the one you thought it was.
For a minute there. It's all very well saying. We eulogise and wax lyrical about these top drivers who get all the attention in these SP9 GT3 cars, carving their way through traffic. They don't get through if the other guys don't help.
Yeah.
And it's as much down to those other cars that behave properly, stayed right, stayed left. On that particular case, I think it was a 330 BMW, but he was indicating right. You've got to hope. I mean, it's quite rare to see indicators working on a BMW, but they do on the track at the Nürburgring, not on the road so much. But you've got to hope that that is not just knocked to the stalk. You've got a gloved hand. You're moving the steering wheel quite a lot. It's quite easy to catch the switch and not realise. you're not in a race car. You're probably not going to hear the blink and ticker noise going on in the background. Lots of other stuff going on. So you've got to hope that that driver has put that on, and that is his intention. It's always the highway code, isn't it? Indicate your intention. Johnny's absorbed by football at the moment.
Sorry.
No, not at all. Not at all, mate. It's,
you may well know that there are certain allegiances, not mine, within the Radio Show Limited network.
Couldn't possibly comment. Are we allowed to say or not? I've just seen
probably not.
I've seen a huge headline, so I won't say. But yes, I was saying, going back to that indicator, that BMW 330i through Kastelschanz is indicating to the right. Luke Stoltz coming up behind. You've got to hope he hasn't knocked it, left it on from another time or whatever. It's a genuine, real, credible indicator. I'm staying there.
Yeah.
Because you are relying on that. And you've got a split second, and even in the wet conditions, the closing speed is going to be probably north of 50k. And that doesn't sound like a lot for a racing car, but you hit something at 50 kilometres, it tends to have a few repercussions, to say the least. And I always say this, the beauty of this, the ring permit is they call it, the DMSB license, that these drivers have to complete so many hours in other cars before you can drive these top level GT cars, because you've got to understand what you're doing. You've got to be aware there's other bit of traffic.
Yeah, you need some idea of what the person that you're about to overtake or lap is going through, and the constraints of their car versus, I mean, these are thoroughbred race cars. You say that they are based on the road going car. They are to an extent in terms of where the engine is positioned, and I'm struggling beyond that, frankly, because the
badges,
the badge as well, yeah. But otherwise, from the ground up, they're intended entirely for racing. Whereas there are some other cars in this race that are road cars that have been turned into racing cars, and it's very useful for you to have driven those cars, the slower cars, in inverted commas. They're not slow at all, but relatively speaking, to know what they're going through and where they need to be placing their car before you get into the quick stuff, and then know the bigger picture.
I think of the many commentary rabbit holes that we can disappear down. That is one of them. We tend to talk about the front-running cars, or we see the Estras, the Stiplers, the Menzels, the whatever, the Stoltzes of the world, and there are many, many more that do these extraordinary things because they grab the attention, they're the headline. But you've got equally heroic efforts going on further down the order. Just because I don't even like the phrase slower car. It's a different category, a different discipline. It's all within their category, and trust me, they are driving those cars to the limit as well. It's just that it's a different discipline. And got that Grello into the pits.
It is. Yes, and is that because the car was maybe in a bit of traffic? Did they feel that Kevin Estre was maybe being held up by Stippler? Because he was in third. He's just pitted from, well, I say held up. To be honest, he was so far back from Frank Stippler because of various incidents that have either played for you or massively against you. And to rather back up my theory that Laurens Vanthoor was caught in a... Well, he wasn't caught. It was those behind him that then found a code 60 that Vanthoor had gone straight through, because now the race leader, his lap times have dropped to 10:26, 10:27.
I'm not going to say from whom, but I've got a line on X here that's just come through saying, if Johnny wants to watch football, I can take over. He can even keep the pay.
Okay.
And there's an offer for you, Johnny.
I like it, yeah. I'll step back and... person, are we not allowed to mention said person?
No, I think not on this occasion.
Okay, not on this occasion. I am paying close attention just to the football rather than the race. No, I'm joking. It was purely because the said game had just finished, and interesting result. Interesting result is all I'll say. So Vanthoor, Stippler stay out on the racetrack. Adam Christodoulou is now up to third position in the number 17 car, and he's having to go to the high side of one of the Hyundai Elantras. But Christodoulou's speed is pretty good. The problem for him is that, again, he's best part of a minute down from the race leader, Van Tor. I wonder what the Grello team's thoughts are on pitting that car as early as they have, though, because it's completed 4 laps, only 4 laps. And generally, even with the rolling lap, you'd want to try and get to 5 if you could. The word, by the way, on the news about the #1 car is that that's now a gearbox problem. So Ron Moser of Scherer Sport has said it's not just the tyres, it's now a gearbox issue which they are trying to solve. And the #1 car, has that come back into the race? No, it's dropped a whole load of places and is now laps down. Christopher Haase last to be at the wheel of that. Meanwhile, Frank Stippler trails the race leader by 20 seconds. Luca Stolz might be in 5th, but he is really just concentrating on crucial time for the Mercedes. It's not actually the lead Mercedes at this time, because that's now Adam Christodoulou. But Stolz has been matching stride for stride Nico Menzel's Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and they're still only a couple of seconds apart. Stolz, though, also with company behind, because the 55 car of Marco Holzer starting to head the right way up the timing screen. That's the Hankook competition Porsche that I don't remember mentioning before, but that's the Pro-Am entry that started 15th. A car 55 is now into 6th place in the hands of Marco Holzer.
We're still none the wiser really on what happened to the front row Aston, are we, of Christian Krones or David Pittard? It's why that didn't appear at the start.
No, true.
I'm going to go old school, and this will also identify who might be in the car. I'm going to message Pittard.
Okay.
Oi, Pitbull, what happened?
Is this like phone a friend?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
I think the friendship is one way though. It's
oh, is it?
That's why he doesn't answer. To be fair, he actually phoned me yesterday morning to talk about. Can I talk to you about N24 qualifiers?
He rang you.
Yes.
I'd like to get his perspective on that, and whether you're being truthful.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I mean, I'm sure.
I'm devastated.
No, don't be devastated. I'm just a journalist by trade, and need to get both
flat Earth Society.
Both sides of the story. Now, very, very busy for the Nico Menzel 44 car, because he's having to thread his way through quite a lot of traffic, including, I reckon that was the 420 Audi. No, maybe not 420, but it did appear to be a red Audi, which is further down. Might have been the 480 car, which is from the VT2 front-wheel drive segment of the entry, to an Audi S3, and second in its category to one of the Hyundais. And again into a code 60 at Verseifen. So Luca Stolz, Nico Menzel up ahead, but at very close quarters behind, again, Marco Holzer for Hankook competition. And was that another Audi off the road?
That was a dead Audi at the side of the track there, with bits of bodywork further down the track.
Equipe Vitesse might have been the 50 car of Rocco Di Torrepadula, maybe.
Which car number is that?
Car number 50, which was 48th at through the last split, but hasn't yet completed its 4th lap. And I thought it was further up the order than that.
Verseifen.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that one. It's
it 50. Is a 50 car?
Yep.
Like I say, this is very useful for us to be learning car livery as well for season 2025. Because you'd like to think that there won't be a huge amount of difference between the cars at this race and next month's main centrepiece. So 2 qualifier races, one this evening, one tomorrow from 1 p.m. through till 5. But the front few rows of that particular grid will also be decided by the top qualifying session, which is just for tomorrow's race, rather than having anything said about it for the N24. So it's not the case where if you perform well in top qualifying tomorrow, therefore you get a grid position or a ticket, as it's called, for top qualifying in N24. All of the data will then be taken away by the ADAC, and it will be worked out through the various splits who merits a ticket. And then eventually that document will be published, but it's not for public consumption quite yet. 5:01 at Arenberg.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you that Adrenaline Motorsport 330i BMW. That's just beached in the gravel apparently at Arenberg, or beached.
So that is.
There's no gravel, is there?
No, there is gravel at Arenberg. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's the.
If you slip off the road and don't make the corner, there's quite a big gravel trap there. So beached in the gravel.
Pack your bucket and spray because you're going to the beach.
Yeah, it's not exactly sand, but we know where that phrase is coming from. So that is one of the VT2 Heckentrieb cars. Heckentrieb meaning rear-wheel drive, and that might be the four-wheel drive section as well, because VT2 is separated into generally two categories. So the front-wheel drive cars have their own division, and then the rear and four-wheel drive cars are in a different segment of the entry. I didn't count up the number of classes we've got here today, but it's probably going to be at least 20 of them. And the Cup 3 cars are always very well populated. Cup 2, those cars got up as high as 13th position in the overall standings right now, with Tim Scheerbart at the wheel still of his Müllner Motorsport Porsche, the blue and white, with Fabio Grosser running in second position in Cup 2 for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, car number 901. It is nightmarish at Brunchen. Zero grip there for Lukas Stolz, and he's doing so well to stick with Nico Menzel, who is regularly at 45 degrees to the desired angle. But this is just how these drivers operate it. They are purely doing it through their senses and not necessarily their eyes either. The movement through the backside, and also hearing, I would imagine, is so crucial as well, to be able to hear any small amounts of wheel slip as the cars snake their way through these tricky sections. But I mean, even at high speed, you're getting that whip sometimes and very little warning of it, Snowy.
Yeah, it's ironically, hearing is one of the most important senses of driving a race car, because it's sensitive. You're aware of that. Those little variations, those little sounds, that difference, and you can even a rev counter's great. In the old days, now it's shift lights, and you've got a limiter, and you'll see it. So it went from sort of audible to visual. You had shift lights that would often start on the outside and come in and go into a bit in the middle. So you'd start with, say, a yellow, a blue, and then if it went different colour in the middle, that was it. That was maximum. But no matter what the indicator is, you get to know when you've driven the car a bit where it is, where it's in the range, what it should be doing, and you can get that sense and that feel, and you'll hear it, and you'll just, you don't need to look at the shift lights. If it's on a bright sunny day, they may not be that visible. You don't want them too bright, because at night they're a distraction. So you've got to find that right lux on those lights, if you like. And you just get a feel of it. You know when to change. And certainly if you go back to older school cars, and even 20, 30 years ago, let alone historics, they don't have any of those sorts of things. I do remember many, many years ago when Martin Brundle, now Martin Brundle OBE, I might add, when he raced I think it was an Aston at one of the project cars at it was at Goodwood with Goodwood Revolver meeting with Gary Pearson, and one of the project cars, and the team fitted shift lights to it on the dash, and it was complained about in scrutineering because it wasn't original to the car and whatever, and it wasn't some massive great big some vulgar thing on the dashboard, and they said, what on earth have you done that for? And it just went, he's an F1 driver, he will work on shift lights. Rev counters and sound won't matter, because he doesn't know this car yet, which is no disrespect, but he'll work on a shift light, and it'll just be when that one comes on, change. And they obviously set it that it comes on at a certain point and it's whatever, but that's what you do now. It's just, but it's so incredibly audible. So as you say, a little bit of wheel spin or something changes, and then mechanical sound. Certainly over a 24-hour race or a long distance race, you get to hear things, and you get the voices in your head. You hear something that's different, and is it a problem? Is it not? And whatever, and you'll end up reporting it. Some drivers report nothing. Some, like me, talk too much on the radio and get told to shut up. It's just like just drive the car. It's like, but it's doing this, it's doing that. Like, shut up, just drive the car. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not helpful, is it? I mean, I'm probably guessing who you're imitating there, because I know the people that you've worked with through the years. But yeah, just shut up. It's not. I mean, you get the message, but it doesn't.
Sometimes occasionally it was more Anglo-Saxon than that. It was interesting.
No, I bet.
The closer to the front of the field you were, the less information they wanted.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
It's just like, focus on doing that bit. They'd be like, yeah, but I've got loads. I'm doing that. And he's like, no. Concentrate, because that's the point. Of course, I can get their point of view from the pit wall is, you get casual and relaxed or complacent and bin it or run wide and lose a place. Just simple as that. Then, you know, that's the problem. So just focus on the job. Falcon Porsche in the pits having new front discs already. Then that does surprise me, unless they've chosen to. Or is this the car that had the damage in the first place?
No, 44 is not the car.
44, so this is the other car. So this is the Nico Menzel car, wasn't it? I didn't see whether there was a driver change. I think there was a driver change. If that's the case, then Nico Menzel will have come out and they will have popped in either Dennis Marshall or Dorian Bacalacci into that. I'm not sure who did. I'm not sure Menzel came out. But when our Lumirank will illuminate when it goes out of the pits, and we'll get the update on that. But then this is in 9th position currently. The leading Falcon car at the moment, which is hard to say. It's down in 9th because it's in its pit stop, because the other car had its issue whilst leading the race quite early on. And that's on its recovery drive, as it were, for Nico Menzel. But new rotors in the wet as well, discs. I'm very surprised it's had those so early, unless they're... I'll have to think about that one. I'm just a little bit surprised that new discs going onto the front of a Falcon car in the wet so early. Just what, basically an hour into the race? Yeah, 3 hours and 4. So we're just under the hour in. Work going on the back of that car as well. So is the caliper going to come off? I'm suspecting it is. Tyre man ready there with a new wheel. I think we're just coming to the end of that work, so I didn't see what quite went on at the back of that car. This is the same car, the number 44 Falcon Porsche, which is now back into the race. So as it leaves the pits a minute, I'll be able to tell you which driver is in that, whether Nico Menzel stayed in this. This is car number 44.
Great to see the VW Beetle RSR, by the way, which is in the SP4T category, and at the moment has Carsten Knechtges at the wheel of it, but also Bernd Albrecht, Axel Duffner and Oliver Bliss are due to be driving it. I'm not sure we had a VW Beetle in the 24 for a few years. That's second in SP40.
The Beetle, as a matter of fact, no, sorry, Johnny, the White Angel for Fly and Help. This is full title, number 13 Beetle. By the way, most organisers don't issue number 13 for superstitious reasons on entry lists. It's an option. That's the VW Beetle RSR, which is the most phenomenal piece of kit ever. It's a real conflation of a Porsche and a Beetle together, isn't it? It's quite an extraordinary piece of kit. That car, I believe, started the race from the pit lane, and if you do, you receive a 1-minute penalty for that. Okay.
Being SP4T, I would imagine that was due to start in the third group.
3T.
3T, beg pardon. I've got it 4T on the qualifying information, so it may have been moved across.
On the entry list.
You do get an adjustment now and again, but that puts it up against, I reckon it's the Subaru that leads that class. Yes, the Subaru WRX. Now it's all kicking off again still at the run down towards the lowest part of the racetrack, so that's not a new caution for Lukas Stoltz and others. But just to finish the point, the 88 Subaru WRX of the Technica International preparatory squad run car number 88, and I have that now as the current SP4T leader. The T stands for turbo, SP3, 4, 5 sometimes. Certainly you've got SP8T as well. Basically the higher the number, the higher the engine size, up to SP8T. That is the highest category with turbocharged engines. You could be an SP9 or 10 with the turbocharged engine, but normally cars are put into SP8T because they are not They are not the letter of the law an SP9 car, even though they might look like them outwardly. And in fact, Lucas Stolz has just put another lap on one of the Subarus. Now, how many Subarus have we actually got in this race? It is only the one, so that's easy, therefore, to identify. That, therefore, was Kubo being overtaken by Stolz. Rintaro Kubo, the Japanese driver, and he's sharing with Tim Schrick in that Technica International car. I reckon that was the car that actually led Startgruppe Dry off at 5:30 this evening. As onto its 6th lap, it feels like we should be further into the race, but I've got to keep reminding myself that it's so wet out there that ordinarily we would be probably at the end of a first stint by now, whereas I mean, you're burning a lot less fuel because you're having to be so light on the right foot, and Stolz nearly loses it on the run into Steilstrecke there. Again, he takes the karting line and then gets to the apex, but the car flicks back again as well. So amazing car control in these conditions. But yes, the fuel burn is much lighter than normal because you're feathering the throttle and having to apply it with such delicacy. And also, as a result of that, you can't get anywhere near a dry time, which would be 8 minutes, or what did we have earlier today? 8 minutes and 9 seconds. Tricky to get below 8 minutes on this circuit configuration. But when we're doing lap times that are 10.5 minutes, that's the reason why we're only 5.5 laps into this 4-hour race, which Laurens Vanthoor continues to lead. The 44 car, its brakes didn't work so well. You may have mentioned that already. Oh, you did. Beg your pardon. Still catching up with 1 or 2 messages from elsewhere, but that was a brake issue that they're trying to get to the bottom of. Oh yeah, we talked about the brake change, didn't we? I was wondering whether they were actually just rehearsing a brake change, but that is a genuine issue. Yeah.
I thought that was an odd thing to do on that car. The other one, okay.
Do it on the...
Go back to going, collecting data, etc. Okay, right. Where are we now? Right, we had damage. The car was leading for a few seconds out of the race. Okay, let's use the time valuably to do something. Yes, the other car, no. So, and again, why is it using brakes in the wet?
Yeah, that's strange.
Under less load. Yeah, they're still phenomenal, and it's doing extraordinary stopping the same car, but not quite the same as hot, dry conditions.
Can water work its way into the system somehow?
Of course it can. I mean, of course it can. You've only got it could be something quite as simple as that. I mean, brake fluid is hygroscopic, so it will absorb moisture, but probably not enough to affect it in the race. But if you've got a failed seal in a caliper or something, we did notice some the mechanic there on the left rear of that 44 Falcon car in the pits tightening something up before the wheel went on, so it looked like they were refitting the caliper. We just caught the end of the bit of the VT on that, but it might be a change of caliper. If you've got a failed seal, it's going to let fluid past, and it's going to let water in. So maybe something as simple as that, and they know what they're doing, but they wanted it for the sake of it.
Not in that car, and I entirely align myself with those thoughts. But the 33, why not? You can just afford to do a bit of extra maintenance work in rehearsal for next month's big race. There's still a large bit of debris at the Haug Hook, and that's been sitting there for quite some time, and if anything is now closer to the racing line. I'm surprised that they've not thrown a Code 6E in an attempt to retrieve that.
Well, because there was a yellow flag there quite early on, wasn't there? Sort of second lap of the race for no reason, but it might have been because of that incident being caused by that. I think we just saw, was that Frank Stipler just having a huge moment trying to pull up that Audi. Certainly didn't think it was that Audi. Is he still in it? Yeah, Stipler is still in it. Obviously the race leader, the number 8 Utah Racing LMS GT3 Evo, having a big moment trying to pull that car up square. So nothing's getting better. The conditions are not getting any easier for these guys. And we're talking guys that as you say, the Stiplers of the world and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's it's catching everybody out, regardless of experience level, regardless of ability, but also just having the nous and almost the sixth sense around here. I mean, you get the feeling that some of the real pros here could, their body through muscle memory would find their way around here in the dry, but yeah, in the wet weather, you know, I'm not saying you can have different types of rain, but it does feel like the rain can fall in different ways. I mean, that's down to just wind, isn't it? You know, and just the general environment.
You most definitely can. There is a category of what they call wet rain.
Okay.
It sounds utterly ridiculous because obviously you have drizzle, so you have propensity. How much of it is coming down? You have drizzle, damp, greasy circuits. That's the worst type. In some ways, this is better for a while because you want. I personally, I know Johnny Mullen disagrees with this, but every time we disagree with this, he falls off a chair. So we won't go there again. It doesn't work out well for him. Sorry, Johnny. Love you, really. See you in a couple of weeks at Le Mans. A dry track and a wet track, there's a greasy track in between. So a drying track is something you've got to watch. It changes. Certainly over somewhere a length of a circuit like this, but because of the increased length, the other aspect you have of this is the geography of the place, altitude, etc., mist, trees. So some areas of the track, the trees will hold the water in the air, the density of the water in that area more. So you might suddenly gain a bit of confidence and get a quick bit, and then great, and suddenly become upon another section that's more enclosed with trees, and it hasn't dried out as much. And then, of course, in the lower bits, if it rains this heavily continuously, certainly in a 4-hour race, you suddenly get standing water. And that's your next issue. So it's like foxhole, bottom of the foxhole, yeah, which is pretty well protected with trees anyway. It isn't going to come out of a dip because water tends to get to the bottom of there. Funnily enough, it runs down. And it finds its own level, literally. And you're there at the bottom of the foxhole, in the middle of a compression, and you hit a river of water. It's great for the nerves, good for the reactions. It's a good test.
I'm less convinced. I mean,
don't lift.
I'd like to hear it in the horse's mouth of these drivers today that that this is something that they are readily enjoying. I'm sure some guys will be.
Pittard, wasn't I?
You were going to message Pittard just to find out precisely why that car, his car, appears not to be in the race.
Your doubt that he phoned me, that was it.
Oh yes. Still not entirely convinced. By the way, whilst we wax lyrical, we have had more pit stoppers, including Laurens Vanthoor, who had made a quick trip to, I say quick, I mean, it was reasonably fast, as in he just completed 6 laps of that stint. As now Lucas Stoltz, if it still is him, have we had a change in that? To know there's a change in the 14 car.
He's just gone round that piece of debris on the outside, as you said. You said it was moving. Sorry, this is turn 1, John. I'm picking on what you just said about.
But that's Maxime Martin. Sorry, so new driver. Yeah. No, it's the same car, but it's now new driver, and that's Maxime Martin's first run into the first corner. So I wonder whether that was just a misjudgment from the Belgian, as he hit the brakes that he thought was the right point, and then ran far too deep in the corner, into the corner, and had to go to the high side of the debris. But that will all be logged now in Maxime's brain, and he can adjust at the very next corner, which is at the bottom of the hill. So this Mercedes on the Michelin tyres, and the Michelin wet weather tyres very definitely, as now he pulls through the gears. There will have been a little bit of conversation, no doubt, from the outgoing Lucas Stoltz, but you really need a good 20-minute chat, a debrief, to say this is how to attack the lap, and the quick nature of the pit stops just does not allow for that. But again, if you're new to NLS style racing, this actually not part of, well, I can say not part of the championship. It is part of the championship this year, but it's not actually labelled as an NLS race. It is titled as an ADAC 24h Nürburgring Qualifier race, which also forms part of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, confusingly. But it's a championship round. But really the priority of this is to get lots of practice in order for you to head into the 24 hours of the Nürburgring next month as prepared as possible. But you really need conditions that are similar to this for it to be of any use whatsoever. But anyway, 4 hours today, 4 hours tomorrow, all being brought to you live via the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're on RS3 today. We move across to RS1 tomorrow for both top qualifying, which will be at 10:35 local time for just over an hour. And then the race itself begins at 1 o'clock, but we've got the best part of half an hour's build-up before we are racing at 1 p.m. through till 5 tomorrow evening. Now, yeah, so what I was saying was, if you are new to this type of racing, then the pit stops are governed by a minimum pit stop time, and it's all dependent on how long your stint was. I.e., if you came in after 5 laps, you can get a shorter pit stop compared to maybe a 7 or an 8 lap stint. And that is all down to just equalising the fuel flow from very sort of supermarket style fuel guns. They're kind of worryingly basic. The way that these cars are fueled, but it works and has worked for a number of years. But fuel flow is always a concern, i.e. one pump might pump the fuel into a car a little more rapidly than the next door one. So to equalise that, actually it's all on the stop clock. And the point that you enter pit road to when you exit it, that is closely observed by the race control team. But as I say, it's a sliding scale, which means that there is a bit of strategy involved as well. If you go for a long stint, then your pit stop has to be a little longer as well. Which sort of makes sense, because you should need more fuel anyway. Now, 718 Cayman. This is currently being driven by one of the Griezmanns, and it's one of the alternatively fueled cars, again run by Manthey. So a team that are well known to fans of the Nürburgring. And the two Griezmanns, together with Adorf, Manthey Team E-Fuel is the entry for this car. So, as I say, some sort of the clever fuel that is renewable, and series like the World Endurance Championship have had that for a little while. For instance, the fuel in ACO Rules racing, a lot of that comes from actually the winemaking industry in France, and the cast-offs from that, basically the grape pulp, can be turned into ethanol that can be burned in fuel chambers within race cars.
That was the Dacia Logan on the right. It
looked a bit Dacia shaped, didn't it?
Was this just before Bergberg?
Yes. So the...
To be fair, it's had different shapes on that show around this circuit.
True. There's only one Dacia entered. That's the 300 car, which is an SP3T car, unlike the Beetle that started the weekend as one and has now been moved to SP40. But yes, Dacia Logan, but didn't show any signs of being slow in its first 5 sectors, but has ground to a halt.
Well, it did look like it was just parked parallel on the grass, like it had stopped, as opposed to crashed.
Mm.
One is a lot less expensive.
Yes, and the Dacia has had well, I was going to say a bit of form in previous times, but in fairness, it was fairly walloped in the night, wasn't it, a few years ago? So that was not its own fault, and that will be, I'm going to say, easily the slowest car in any of the entry, but it still has perfectly within its rights to be out there, and the drivers have paid their entry fee and therefore deserve to get a good race result. But the problem is, you may well encounter in an SP9 car something as slow as the Dacia through a blind bend or maybe a crest, and you have to be very, very alert for such a situation. Frank Stippler now leads, by the way, for Jutta Racing. I would expect that car in at the end of this lap, though. 7 laps completed. Normally, SP9 cars will be able to do 8 laps, even with the extended version of the racetrack, but not for the opening stint, because they've all had to do a 20-minute green flag lap, remember. So that, even though it's at slow speed, does burn fuel as well. So Stippler should be in, and I'd also expect Joel Sturm, who's had a great opening stint. I mean, that's his position of second is partly helped out by other cars pitting earlier, but Joel Sturm in the dynamic Porsche running in second. He is, though, over 90 seconds down in comparison to Frank Stippler's black and gold Audi. So that's a significant advantage for Stippler.
Heavier this rain, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not improving, is it?
No. Appreciate there's an element of beginning to lose a little bit of the light as we are now at 7:15, aren't we?
We are.
Incredibly so.
I know.
So not surprising, but it's not just the light; it's the level of spray. Just looking out there at the end of the GP circuit, going up to Sabine Schmidt's eye, the transition from GP circuit to the Nordschleife, and it's there's a definite hue. Yeah, so the Dacia Logan. I'm just going past that again with one of the onboards intervention vehicles there. I'm not quite sure why they can't go there. That would kind of suggest that something mechanical has happened, therefore it can't be moved easily. I'm going to say, a transmission failure, drive shaft, something. Therefore, it's no matter how much you put it in neutral, if a thing's locked, it's locked. It's not necessarily the driver's fault.
Yeah.
So, yeah, rain heavy. I didn't have a look at the forecast, to be honest, John. I'm going to have a look at my weather map.
The race leader is in, as I rather suspected, because Frank Stippler wouldn't have had enough fuel to go around again for the 25 kilometres or so. So Stippler pits, and the gap first to second was, as I say, 90-odd seconds, but that doesn't necessarily factor in precisely where Laurens Vanthoor is going to be in the shake-up, because remember, Vanthoor pitting after, was that 5 laps that he came in? It feels relatively early. Let's just check on the stint lengths for some of these cars. So Vanthoor, he also came in, let's just have a look. No, okay, so he started the race and he did 6 laps. He then spent just over 3 minutes in the pit lane and has now come back out again. So I'd expect him to now be able to go on to 14 laps before needing to pit again. And because he only pitted after 6 laps, his pit stop could be quicker than that of Frank Stippler, who remains in pit road. But even quicker than that, Kevin Estre, who pitted after 4 laps. So his pit stop can be quicker, and therefore the 911 car may have gained a little bit more ground. The problem is he's going to have to pit earlier than those that we're just talking about. Stippler and Sturm both in after 7 laps. One in an Audi and the other one in a Porsche. But I agree with you, Snowy, that it's not drying anywhere at the moment. I mean, there's such a massive footprint that this track takes up. Normally you would expect that some corners will dry, whereas others will be still very, very wet. But the whole of the Eifel region is just doused in this murky, wet weather right now.
Well, I think from our colleagues over at Spa, which sounds like a whole different country and a land away, etc., etc., it is only 60 kilometres that away. He points out of the window. Absolutely great bit of radio there, wasn't it?
It's good.
Point out the window. Yeah, Spa's that way.
Well, you can't be wrong, can you? On radio.
Exactly. Nobody can fact check that one. And it's tipping it down there for the Spa Summit Classic, which is not ideal, is it? I mean, mind you, Nürburgring in the wet, Spa on the wet. Yeah, driven them both in the wet. Spa on the wet. I've got to say, Eau Rouge in the wet, in a Group C car.
Yeah.
Or a GT1 car for that matter. I've had experience of both, lucky enough, and survived. I'm here to tell the tale, which is the most remarkable point of my lack of talent. It's quite amazing I'm here to tell the tale. It was incredibly slow, though. I was effective with the safety car.
Oh, really?
Unintentionally. Yes.
No. I mean, it doesn't display lack of talent. It maybe displays a lack of sort of worldly wiseness. Is this a good idea?
Naivety. Yes.
Naivety.
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah.
I met a couple of years ago on a day at Goodwood Motorway Circuit. They do the Duke of Richmond Days, called DR Days, his day where he has his special guest along and whatever. And I was lucky enough to meet Felix Baumgartner, the man that jumped out of a perfectly serviceable rocket in space.
Yeah.
And before we got in the car to drive, he was going to drive me round, and I was going to coach him allegedly. And I did say, before we do this, before we go on track, and I put my life in your hands, I said, I have to ask, you jumped out of a perfectly serviceable rocket in space. Why? Whatever possessed you? And he literally, I'm no word of lie, looked at me and just went, it seemed like a good idea at the time, Peter.
Yeah.
So blasting around Goodwood's going to be really just nothing, is it, in reality?
It's like a stroll in the park in comparison.
He did say at one point that it was. I think it's well documented that he had an issue where he couldn't control what was going on, and he was going into, I think what they call it in jet fighting, like a flat spin.
Yeah.
and that's not ideal. And he did feel, he said he did wonder whether it was survivable at this point. And you're just thinking, I've repeated my first question. Whatever possessed you?
But to have that internal dialogue going on, thinking, right, yeah, this is not the best. I mean, most other people would go into pure panic mode and would not have rational thought anymore. But to be able to think things through clearly when you are in that amount of difficulty and danger is unbelievable. And you know, racing drivers do have that to an extent as well, I'm going to say.
I have to say on that little note there, I'm validating this conversation with Mr. Pittard early yesterday morning. I was actually going down the M3 motorway at the time before we got out to here, and there was a VW Golf or something fairly tricked up, as you often get in various countries. You know, it's a younger generation of gentlemen has a car with big wings and decals and lots of negative camber and all this kind of stuff. And I was just following this car along. It was about 10 car lengths away, and talking to David Pittard about the N24 qualifiers, when all of a sudden the front left wheel departed this Golf.
Ooh.
He was in the middle lane. He managed to recover it and go onto there isn't a hard shoulder, it's a smart motorway at that point. But this was happening as I was talking to Pitbull. And I said, hang on a minute, mate. I said, there's a Golf in front of me. I said, his wheel's just come off it. It's now bouncing down the middle lane of the motorway.
Yeah.
What did David say? He went, I've got to say, now, he said, you're remarkably calm for all this that's going on. I said, well, what can I do? It's his wheel. It's not mine. He goes, I've been having kittens, mate. And I went, hang on. 2 years ago, you win the 24-hour in a Ferrari. I said, what can I do? I said, his wheel's come off. I said, as long as I slow down enough, I'm not going to hit him, am I?
Well, you'd like to think not, but the problem with the bouncing wheel, if he was bouncing...
Well, that was the problem, because it went down the grass verge and then, unfortunately, obviously hit something and gained height.
Yes.
And then came back onto the carriageway, and you're thinking, ooh, you know, they weigh quite a bit, and you don't want to get hit by one of those in any circumstances. This Frank Stippler interview, which is going to be in native German,
it will be in German, but I'm just impressed by his wry smile, I suppose. Really like the race suit as well. That's quite old school. Only just caught a glimpse of that, but it feels
he's
like...
good with one.
Is it?
It's one where when the 206... He's achieved his nadir. He's won at Goodwood in a monumental style on that 206 Ferrari at the members' meeting. If you haven't seen the video of that drive, go and watch it. Go and watch it.
What, right now?
Well, maybe not now, because you're too involved with the football at the moment.
We have got quite a few screens in the Global Broadcast Centre, so maybe I can get that race up as well. No, that'll be far too distracting, because there's a lot going on in this thing. And at the moment, it's a Scherer Sport Porsche. Yes, you heard correctly. Porsche, not the Audi, that leads the way, although Frank Stippler's Jutta Racing Audi, which he has now departed, is in the hands of Elia Earhart. Now, bear in mind that car number 8 is a Pro-Am entry, so will require some drive time from both Selv, that's the driver simply known as Selv, S-E-L-V, and Alexei Veremenko. But Frank Stippler has done his job, and Elia Earhart, although not generally capable of a Frank Stippler-type pace, is still very, very talented, and I've seen him rise through the ranks within the 24h series run by the Dutch promoter Creventic, who have had a big race meeting on, or still have a big race meeting on this weekend in Misano. So that is also being covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. But once they are done later this evening, we will tomorrow move across from RS3 to RS1 to bring you top qualifying as part of this ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier weekend. And then once top qualifying is completed, we'll take about an hour's break before beginning the build-up for race 2, the second qualifier, which is a daytime race tomorrow. And will it be drier, is the question. You're going to check the forecast at a certain point. You may have already done that.
Well, in 6 hours of motorsport on the Nürburgring is barely enough.
It's not. 6 hours? A bit more than that, won't it?
Well, at least, and today as well. I mean, come on.
Yes.
And you're sitting there watching football.
I was. But it's all right. I've got 2 eyes.
I am teasing you.
I'm not alone either. I think I'm probably 3rd in the list of RSL team members who were,
yes, very much so,
to the level of being glued to that match.
Yeah,
anyway,
so there's a dedicated team in Spa and in Misano watching that, I'm sure.
Yes, certainly 2 particular members. Anyway, yep. Krista Jørns now drives the Hyundai Motorsport. This is another Elantra, isn't it? Elantra N TCR car. And Jørns, who shares with Manuel Lauch and Mark Basseng, who have been part and parcel of the Hyundai development of this car for a number of seasons now. But I remember the days when Christer Jørgens used to drive Bentleys in SP9, the Deutsche Post Bentley Continentals, which were very, very cool cars, the sort of second version of those. And now Jørgens back up to speed. That's the other difficult thing. When you're on such a wet track and all of a sudden you get to the end of the Code 60 and that's the time to up the pace, you've no idea how much grip is beneath you and also how much tyre temp you've lost whilst going trundling through at 60 kilometres per hour. I mean, it must feel like walking speed, even though it's a still fair rate of knots, Code 60. But then you've got to get back on the loud pedal, although he's eased off again now. Are we into some other sort of caution? He's certainly not on full throttle. Although, oh no, having said that, I think the sound that you can hear in the background is actually not coming from Christer Jørgens' Hyundai.
Exactly what you I've just been listening to that, because that sounds like an AMG Audi V8. It's
AMG Mercedes, not an Audi. But
correct. Yes, yeah. I'm just checking you. I'm checking you weren't focused on the football still. Yeah.
But yeah, the sound we're getting is from a Merc, almost certainly, and this little Hyundai is not powered by V8.
It wasn't, because I've just literally, for that reason, I've just had to go and look on the internet as to what engine is in an Elantra N TCR, and it's a 2-litre. And I was thinking, that sounds remarkable. That sounds incredibly meaty for Elantra N TCR.
Yeah, TCR is a 2-litre limit, isn't it? But
yes.
Can you have turbos in those cars though as well?
350 brake though still.
Oh yeah. No, I mean they're impressive.
Yeah,
bits of machinery.
Turbocharged.
Okay. But it wouldn't sound like a V8. And the thing that convinced me, the thing that convinced me of that was the fact that the car looked or sounded like it was easing off on the Dottinger Hohe, but he certainly wasn't. Now, Robert Wickens, who is going to take charge of this Hyundai, not the Christer Jørgens car, but another that has just come into pit lane. So this is the 831, I reckon. So the sister car. And, I mean, what a story Rob Wickens has had through the years. His ability to still find, value in motor racing, to come back from the injuries that he's had. And he also had a huge accident here at the Nürburgring towards the end of the lap. It was into Tiergarten when I think his car actually cleared the fence. So Canadian racer, also driving with 3 other North Americans this weekend. But the car having to be adapted for his hand controls. A word on Rob Wickens? Phenomenal.
Respect.
Big respect.
Just respect on every level to overcome the situation that he finds himself in, to go and do this, to have the perseverance, the grit to go and do this. Most mortals would shy at driving one of these cars around this circuit in these conditions slowly, let alone in a race situation with all these other cars around them. And he just, it's the human spirit. He just gets on with it. And it's, I hate to use the word inspirational because it's just overused, but it absolutely is along those lines of, it just, never, ever feel sorry for yourself when you can see somebody doing this.
Yeah. Well, we think the same of Alex Zanardi and much more recently Billy Munger as well, who still has, did he take that victory around Po?
Yes.
Was that post the accident? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So, and Billy Munger now instrumental in publicising being able to still take part in sport despite, I don't want to use the word disability, but being differently able to have a situation thrown upon you, but you can still come back and, the adjustments are made within the car and you can still get the value, the enjoyment and pure speed that these guys are not without. So Robert Wickens will take that car that came in as the race leader within the TCR category at 831 and 830. The 2 Hyundais were running first and second and will likely be running first and second at the end of this stint as well.
I'm so glad you've said that, Johnny, because I totally concur with this this sentiment and attachment to the word disability, that it's a negative or it's whatever. Actually, just take the dis away. It's an ability to go and do it. It's absolutely. I'm in awe of people, anybody, whatever sector. You mentioned other names there, and outside of our sport, that are going to overcome the situation they find themselves in for whatever reason, and go and do things like this. It just, it's a talisman. It's incredible.
Yeah. You know, speed and therefore jeopardy and accidents are almost part and parcel, unfortunately, of this sport. But it happens in other sport as well, but particularly in motor racing, whether that be on 4 wheels or 2. And in those horror stories, some drivers are so keen to almost put that in perspective and say, this is just another challenge that I have to face, and I want to keep on racing. And Robert Wickens is definitely to be filed under that banner. So he's racing in 831 with, I had those other names at my disposal and I've lost that bit of paper. Bryson Morris is part of the lineup in 831. And I'll get to the other American drivers in a moment. But the overall race leader is Laurens Vanthoor in car number 16. Now, he was leading by a decent chunk, but it was about 50 seconds, I thought. That has come down now to Elliot Earhart. So again, the sort of yin and yang of this race, in that sometimes a code 60 or a yellow flag might go in your favour and really mean that a rival is heavily delayed, but generally these things even themselves out, particularly on a day like this where we've got quite a bit going on around the racetrack for the marshals and the track staff to deal with. So we're talking about a 38-second lead right now for Laurens Vanthoor over the Audi of Jutta Racing. And third position is Maxime Martin, relatively freshly into that Mercedes number 14 from Team Get Speed. And another car that has just come into pit road is, well, notice the 33 car of Adenauer has come back in again. That's now its third stop. It feels like that car's been there for a little while. This is the 912 Porsche, though. Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car from Cup 2. So one of the K. Kramer Racing cars. And we haven't told you about Cup 2 for a little while, but that is now being led still, actually, by Tim Scheerbart. He got a cracking getaway in the blue and white for Müllner Motorsport, and nobody's headed him since then. That's helped by the fact that his car has not actually pitted yet, because the fuel mileage in a Cup 2 Porsche is quite a bit better than an SP9 car. Remember, the straight line speed of a Porsche Cup car is arguably better than one of these aero-dependent cars. These SP9s are wonderful through the corners, but in a straight line shootout, probably the Cup 2 car edges it.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. If you can get a drag on it on somewhere, certainly like the Dottinger Hoa here, because they've got less aero, and the point of aero, as you say, is fabulous in the corners because it pushes the car down. But it's pushing. It's not variable aero. It's not changing throughout a lap. It's a setting. And that's what we often hear about. We talk about, drivers seeking a setup. It's not just suspension; it's aero as well. Sometimes just saying, right, we do this, we do that, and whatever. You want to compromise, for your circuit. So somewhere as technical and twisty as the Nürburgring, you want quite a bit of aero, logically, so you can go faster through the corners. But it will slow it on the bits of straights. And the Dottinger Hoa is the perfect example here at the end of the lap, where we see drafting anyway, even in the same class cars. But you can see you get a GT. Get a Cup 2 Porsche that's up there, and it can probably draft past an SB9 GT3 car, which just seems illogical because you think, hang on, they've obviously got a little bit less power, but it's not being pushed down to the ground as much. It's just punching that hole in the air better. So if it's got a toe off the GT3 car in the first place, it'll pull it along. I am determined to look at this weather forecast.
7%. Oh no, that's 7 degrees Celsius. Sorry, why did I read that as 7%? 7 degrees Celsius. So yes, that's the ambient temperature.
The circle was the degree, and the C was the centigrade. But
hey, once it gets after about 7 o'clock at night, oh look, it's 7:02. Oh yeah, my eyes glaze over.
Man.
I've gone football crazy. Normally, the phrase is snooker loopy, but no, football in this equation. Right, the other drivers.
Meanwhile, back at the Nürburgring.
The drivers I wanted to mention in the Robert Wickens car: Michael Lewis of Laguna Beach, USA, Bryson Morris, and Mason Filippi joining the Canadian, although he's based in the US now, is Wickens. And that, as I say, after everything untangles itself.
Canadian, isn't it?
Yes, yes, but his hometown on the entry list is.
My apologies.
Indeed,
yes.
yeah, but he's running with the Canadian flag next to his name in the window of that TCR car, but based in Westfield at the moment. He actually looks like he's running on the Italian license, interestingly, if the ITA within that number sequence is to be believed. It may not be. Anyway, 831 is that car that we were talking about, and that's once everyone else pits ahead, including Krista Jørgen's 830 Hyundai, will no doubt cycle 831 back to the sharp end. Tim Scheerbart's finally pitted in the Cup 2 leading Porsche, so that will promote Robin Cherzanovsky to the lead within the next fastest class behind SP9. Cherzanovsky, though, owes us a pit stop and surely will come in at the end of lap 9. So that really is good going in the 919 Porsche. Vantor leads to the tune of a minute now over Elia Earhart, and Maxime Martin, I'm going to say, is catching Earhart steadily. And yeah, the sector times would back that up in his Mercedes. So Martin's car, although he had a tricky start to his stint, running a little too deep into the hook, he has arrested that situation. The Equipe Vitesse Audi number 50 in that sort of primer grey has arrived back in the garage. That's after it's off. Was that at Versifen? It was within that sort of area, wasn't it?
Very shiny and clean and ready to...
It is, isn't it? But I think this is...
There's also a door missing.
Yeah, that's not helping. On the Goodyear tyre. And it's been pushed then from the paddock area into the garage. So the team have just got the car back again after it was returned, I assume, on a flatbed.
I'm just going to, in other news, just take a little bit of the football pressure off you, okay? On, I still want to call it Twitter, but X, yes. Arnage Rob, thank you, Rob, has just messaged in to Blackpool Johnny and Snowy Race. Insightful and amusing commentary from the Nürburgring. As always, chaps, thank you. Made all the sweeter, not only by watching Laurens Vantor, Kevin Estre, Frank Stipper et al. Master the conditions, but also by the final last-minute result from Wembley. I'll leave that out there. I'm not going to do a spoiler. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Somewhere back in the Wembley? I don't know.
Someone happening, yeah, earlier. Interesting. So Arnage Rob might have a similar allegiance to one or two others that are close to the Radio Show Limited crew team.
Presumably to the winning team, whoever that may be.
Yes. Okay. Well, bear that in mind. I used to think said team only had 2 fans. No, I'm kidding.
That was naughty. That was naughty. They would sit on the naughty step.
There were about 45,000 of them, I think, at Wembley, and maybe even slightly more than that today. So they've all come out of the woodwork, and quite rightly so. I hope we're not giving too much away here.
Thin ice, Palmer, thin ice.
Very. But that's what I enjoy. Similar to these drivers being on a road surface that feels like thin ice, probably.
Well, we're starting to on some of we have obviously circuit cameras a little bit to aid some of our information, if you like, to our listeners on the RSL network. But just to convey some of the images that we can see, what we're actually seeing now are those rivers of water I mentioned at various parts of the circuit, where you come through a corner that maybe 2 or 3 laps ago, and just bear in mind that 2 or 3 laps ago on the Nürburgring can be 30 minutes. You know, that's the point, and it's something that you always have to adjust to. That lap times are normally 1.5 to 2 minutes, let's say, roughly. Places like Le Mans, 3 and a bit minutes, but you still don't get 8, 9, 10-minute laps. So let's work at 10 minutes in the wet, roughly. What are we doing at the moment? What are the lap times at the moment, Johnny? We are doing, best. There you go. So Laurens Vantor, best lap is 10 minutes. 0.098. So there we go. 10 minutes. So 3 laps is 30 minutes around here. That water changes dramatically, or changes the conditions for you. I know it sounds really silly. 30 minutes later, 3 laps later, you arrive at a corner and it's like, oh, it's increased quite a bit. And we saw it catch out the Falcon of Nico Menzel, Falcon Porsche of. Got the job done on I'm not taking anything away from him at all. Got the job done to get into the lead of the race on, okay, straight line, but trust me, coming out of Kalbenkopf onto the Dottinger Höhe, there's a kink there that, to ordinary people, it is on television, on radio, the best way we can describe it, it doesn't look like a great deal. It is quite a kink when you're flat chat with 3 other cars all wanting the same piece of track, i.e. P1, including Kevin Estra, Stippler. You know, they're not going to give it up to you in a hurry. It's not an invite, is it? You fought your way through and get ahead, and I just wonder if you just carried on a little bit, just carried a little bit too much speed into Tiergarten as you tried to pull it up. It was like, oh, and the back's gone. You know, the water's building, and all of a sudden you're in the barriers. Great shame for that car to get into the lead so early. So this bit of debris, as you say, we keep mentioning this bit of debris at the turn 1. People, oh no, one of the cars, the last 2 cars around it went around it either side. The number, is that number 11?
The Subaru is 88, I think. I'm going to suggest actually it's not debris. I think it's just a thin slip of water, which is just sitting there in a groove. Not. Well,
as in, I don't doubt you, Johnny. I'm just saying, surely not our eyes deceive us there for that. We're trying to describe that for you.
Well, from the other angle, as in the camera that sits at Haug Hook out, rather than looking at the cars turning in from driver's left, the Subaru just ran right over it. Well, that's what I was thinking, and the debris not moved. So yeah, 88, which is the leader in SP40, I think. So that's the same division that the Beetle runs in. There is only one Subaru in the race, conveniently, so it's easy for me to find. Yeah, SP40, and car 88 being driven by Rintaro Kubo. But I'm surprised that what looks like a significant chunk of splitter, probably from a car, has not actually been taken off the racetrack. And if I see anybody else run over it and it doesn't move, then I will become even more convinced it's actually water.
If anybody runs over it and it splashes, then it's not debris, is it? we discovered it in state, haven't we?
It's a weird optical illusion, perhaps. There's confirmation, by the way, via graphics that SP40 contains just the 2 cars, the Subaru that leads and the number 13 VW Beetle RSR. You were describing what an incredible bit of kit a Beetle RSR is. 88 is actually going to head back into the pit lane.
So he's just done a lap of the GP, hasn't he? Because that's the very car we can talk about over the debris puddle, whatever it may be. We decided its physical state yet.
No. Well, it has the ability to disappear when a car drives over it and then reappear afterwards. So.
Now, Johnny, just looking, the view down the pit straight of the famous BMW M-Power bridge across over to the media centre and onto the other side of to where our commentary box are, and others are for that matter. It reminds me, it takes me straight back to this time, almost this time last year, when we had all the fog and mist for the 24-hour race, which became the shortest race on record. Was it 9 hours, something it actually ran of the 24 hours, where we sat in the Dorient Hotel just at the base just down from our commentary box, and had various coffees to stay awake and constant updates from race control saying track inspection in an hour's time or track inspection in an hour and a half's time, and okay, you can't really stand down because hour and a half time we're going to be back on, and no, another hour, and thus it went on. In the end, they ran it for a few laps, but behind a safety car, did they not? And the issue there was last year, unbelievably, was the part of the circuit that I would have thought was okay and safe to run, i.e. the pit lane complex because of the height and its modernity of it, etc., and out of all the trees there. The older part of the circuit, i.e. the vast majority, i.e. the Nordschleife, not the GP, let's call it, split it easily for that way, that part was okay. The actual Nordschleife was okay to race on. So there were fans and people messaging us at the studio via whatever social media platforms and just saying, why, we've got the bacon and eggs on, what's going on, why have we not got a race start? Because to them it was perfectly clear. But at our end it was still foggy on the main straight, and the big issue with that was, operationally, the medical helicopters at the end of the pit complex, if that can't take off and there's an incident, you can't run the race, obviously.
Yep.
You can't evacuate anybody. So that was the main issue. Somebody did smartly say on our team last year, why don't they just move the helicopter? Like, how are you going to move it without taking it off? No, that's a good point, yeah. You've got to put on a low loader and move it round to the other bit. But looking out of the window now, it reminds me of that completely. Don't forget, we're going to go into lose the light completely shortly. Is this going to be able to continue?
It's a question that I'm sure is being asked
in the organisers.
In race control, yeah. And so maybe discussions are being had. I mean, we're not yet at half distance. Visibility appears okay at this stage, but of course, race cars going round and round in heavy rain creates spray in itself, and then that spray can just hang in the valley here.
It also disperses water from the track.
True.
So in some ways, having cars on track is helpful.
Yeah.
It has a disbursement value.
Well, it improves grip if the rain has stopped. I'm not convinced it has in all places, but yes. However, what it's doing is potentially pumping rain or more rainwater into the atmosphere, and that can just create this low cloud, which then is very, very stubborn to clear. To answer your semi-question, it was 7 hours and 23 minutes of official racing we had last year. Wow. Which became the new shortest record distance. We actually stopped the race, or the race was stopped, and we were there to witness it for 14 hours. So it began as a kind of, right, we're going to stop and we'll give you an update in, let's say, 30 minutes time, and then an hour's time. And then, thankfully for all of us, they said the next update was in about 7 hours time, which meant, right, excellent, we can head back to our accommodation and get some meaningful sleep. And maybe a swift half to send us off. And then we came back. And
local brew only.
And then you were right in that the race effectively restarted, but it didn't because it was still behind the safety car. And we had 5 formation laps, which took the best part of, what, an hour and a half or something?
Yeah, exactly. I think they were about 50. I think they were 15-minute laps. Is about
probably.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, well, I mean, a formation lap, even in the dry, takes 20 minutes, isn't it?
Well, there you go. That must be more then. Yes.
So 20, yeah, an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes or so. And then they just had to concede defeat and say, this is not going to improve in time for a restart. Although, interestingly, when you look at the result from last year, because the stoppage counted towards the race time, the winners for Share a Sport, Audi, Ricardo Feller, Dennis Marshall, Chris Mees and Frank Stippler, their race time was actually 23 hours and 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes to be exact, even though, yeah, we were only racing for just over 7 hours officially. So let's hope that the situation is an awful lot better than that next month over the weekend.
Now then.
I am very guilty sometimes, apparently, of speaking too soon.
Yes.
But 21st and 22nd, if you had not got that penciled into your diary yet, yes, go on.
No, go on, finish.
Well,
your bit, sorry. That sounded very bossy, didn't it? Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
There will be free practice sessions on Thursday the 19th. Qualifying, including top qualifying, the new format of top qualifying on Friday the 20th. And then, yes, Saturday and Sunday, the 21st and 22nd, are the race days for this year's ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Peter Snowden.
It's like a science question here, isn't it? So, establishing its state, is it debris or is it puddle? Back to our question, turn 1. Debris at turn 1 is the splitter from 832 Elantra, knocked off by another car during Group 3 start. People are running over it repeatedly. Thank you, Ian McCarthy.
Now, it's not Ian who's the master of the screenshot, is it? That's Lanzarote Camel. That is Ian McCarthy. They're one and the same, aren't they?
I'm going to reply to him.
I'm now getting confused between.
He's obviously listening anyway. But Ian, actually, I'm not going to bother replying. Well, no, I am going to bother replying to you on air. Ian, we need one of your infamous, invaluable, often framed screenshots.
Sorry, Ian. For some reason, I automatically thought then that you weren't one and the same, and of course you are. A brain fade even more. But
he's had a long day, Ian.
Bear in mind, I just read the temperature out as a percentage, as a humidity number.
You carry on, mate. You carry on.
Over to you. I need to head.
Oh dear, said no one ever. You sure you can fly this thing?
Bring him home, Snowy. Exactly. You've only got 2 hours and 12 minutes to do. Yeah. Plus tomorrow, because I wouldn't come back. You'd do too good a job. Now, Maxime Martin, speaking of doing a good job, took him maybe a corner to adjust to the latest conditions, but he is now, well, at times almost having to look at the road just over the hood of this long-nosed Mercedes. But I was always taught in that little bit of advice that I've had from those that know about driving far more than I do, to look as far ahead as possible, but it does appear from the onboard for Maxime Martin that he's just concentrating on that next bit of asphalt because he needs to know how damp it is. So he's sort of almost got his chin nice and high, and he's just looking to the bottom of the bonnet of this car, tippy-toeing his way through Schwabenschwanz, and he has to because the car then worms and slides its way beneath him, neatly controlled. He's now at Galgenkopf, and even in these conditions, it's important to get a good slingshot out of this corner for a decent lap time because of this long straight immediately afterwards.
Yeah, but he's got a nice big torquey V8 there, so it's fine. Those AMGs, they're known for that.
Yeah.
Because I said low revving, big torquey V8.
This is the bit they're good at, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah, apart from this bit here, where this is the bit where it gets interesting because you build up speed. And joking apart, driver's mind on you for you here. You build up speed. You're absolutely right. It's that constant tightrope of, you say, you need to keep the car safe and out of the barriers. Yes, but you've also got to maintain a certain pressure, and that's part of your job as a driver at this level. So you come in through Galgenkopf there onto the. I was going to say the pit straight, the Dottinger-Höhe straight before the pit straight, and you want to get out there, get up to speed, but you don't want the car twitching. You can't. You've got it straight. You can't then just floor it, depending on how much throttle you've got on it, because you have less than you would normally in the dry. Then it picks up speed. Then you get through that, and you think, oh, great, tick, job done. And then it picks up speed, and you add another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 Ks. And then you get to a point where you go, at what point will it potentially aquaplane? Because now you've gained terminal speed. You're no longer cornering. You've gained speed. How much aero has it got? And then at that point, you've got to go through that kink under the bridge, which also drops. And you never really see that until you physically go and stand there. It drops considerably, and drops down and rises back up again to Tiergarten. So the car's going through all sorts of things, going through quite a bit of compression on the suspension. Certainly starts going up the hill, but that little bit there, do I lift off? Do I not? And of course, when you lift off in the wet, it tends to want to rotate the car, which is suboptimal normally, as Julian Adenauer found out. And that was just a twitch. So I have to say, Ian McCarthy has very, very kindly replied.
Already?
This is to you, Johnny. Okay? You mentioned about screenshots and Lanzarote Camel, yeah?
I did.
I am not Alan Prosser, nor is he me.
Oh, you just told me. There you go. So I was right, Ian.
I know.
But the problem was the gentleman to my right agreed. He went, yes, that's right. King of the screenshot. So Ian McCarthy, headline news, is not Alan Prosser.
So Ian,
I didn't know that.
I'll do this officially on air, so it's incontestable, okay? Johnny was right, I was wrong. I shouldn't have agreed with Johnny's bit. I'm totally wrong. I'm humbled. However, I think a backup screenshot person would be good. I think like a T-car.
Yeah, where is Alan Prosser?
Exactly, and in his absence, so still don't get out of it, Ian.
Okay, maybe not. In my eyes, estimations, you are off the hook, Ian, for not being Lanzarote Camel. But hey, if you've got the ability to zoom in somehow and send us evidence that that's not debris at turn 1, we'd like to hear from you again. We're working lap 11, and Laurens Vanthoor leading the way by a good couple of minutes now over Maxime Martin in the number 14 Mercedes AMG. Jutta Racing's Audi, Elia Earhart in car number 8, running in second in the black and gold colours. And then it is Kevin Estre, who's been at the wheel of that car since the start of the race, very similar to Laurens Vanthoor. Now one of the GT Tyres BMWs heading through Hats and back. Again, if you are switching drivers, then it's going to take a bit of time for the ingoing driver just to fully assess how bad the conditions are, because the last time they might have been at the wheel of the car was many hours earlier in the day when qualifying ran between 10 and 12. And remember, that session wasn't entirely wet. Some of it was in the dry, which meant that a really good time was gleaned for pole position. It was Kevin Estre, we eventually worked out, that did the time with an 8:09.0. Now, either Nico Menzel or has he handed over to Boccolacci, but having to flash the lights there because there was maybe a Huber Racing Porsche immediately ahead in car 44, not on the same lap though. So 44, is that still in the hands of Nico Menzel? No, it has been switched to Dorian Boccolacci now. And these two actually really impressed earlier on in the season. The gold-rated 26-year-old Frenchman, Boccolacci. They didn't win NLS1. I think did they not finish second in that opening race of the season, but it was a cracking result for Falcon for both cars when they got that 1-2 finish. I just need to check.
Just race 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Boccolacci and Menzel finished second behind Sven Muller and Maurice
they were
Schüring.
first and third in the second race. Then it was Grello round 3.
Oh, they did win. Sorry, beg pardon. Right, so Boccolacci and Picariello on that occasion won NLS2, which was the ADAC Ruhr-Pott-Trophy. So Boccolacci's had a second place finish, then a win with a different driver, and then he wasn't actually part of the lineup for Falcon in NLS3, even though Falcon finished third and fourth.
He didn't win.
Maybe it is. He would argue so.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
Just, I've got to finish off Splittergate for you.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Ian McCarthy has raised the bar to a whole new level. Ian, we stand and salute you, my friend. No screenshot. He's gone better than that. He sent a video of the incident, of the splitter beam coming off the car.
With the start of the race. Nice.
He did say blink and you'll miss it.
Okay.
But I'm just showing it to Johnny now so he can see.
The Subaru was leading at the time, and
there it goes.
Then it falls off.
Yes.
I couldn't work out from which car, but okay.
Hyundai.
Yeah, right. And therefore, either the 831 or the 830 car have been continuing in the race minus that, but hey, a bit lighter, so probably a little quicker. Although a splitter is there for a reason, and does help the car to stick to the road surface. Less so in wet conditions, because you're not doing quite as quick speeds. As Maxime Martin now is having to bide his time, because he's caught one of the all-white BMWs and won't overtake it because we are under yellow flags, and now into a code 60 because there's a very large HGV. In fact, that's no, that wasn't a Unimog, I don't think, but it was a truck with trailer because it had Armco bits on it.
If you hit it, it's going to win. It's a bit like a tree. It's not going to move.
No. And the one thing that I really do not like to see is the level of those lorries, you know, virtually at an eye line of a driver, and you just
don't go there.
Perish the thought of a collision being made there. But that is why you have to gain your ring license, because it is so important to be safe around those repairs to the track, which clearly have to happen in order to make it safe to race upon again. But yes, speeds, well, safety and therefore the correct speed are so important. And if you either misread the flags or deliberately disobey them, then the penalty can be huge, as in sometimes a lifetime ban from the Nürburgring 24 hours, and from any racing here during NLS races as well, because that's how serious it is. They just take your license away from you. Thankfully, though, Maxime Martin and the driver of the BMW are paying very close attention and get through that scene, as Dorian Boccolacci now has an open road in front of him. This is back across the start-finish line.
The splitter is about to run over.
In car 44. The car is squirming from left to right. Miss the splitter, Dorian. Yeah, that's not water, is it? Nothing like it. But it did appear from the other angle to be like it. And what I'm intrigued is it seems to be glued to the road.
Folks, was the sound of backtracking.
I mean, it must be glued to the road surface, because that Subaru ran clean over it, and it did not move a muscle.
I totally concur with your initial comment, which initiated this whole conversation, which is a thread that's gone on far too long.
I don't know.
It's been great
audience interaction. That's what our broadcast is all about, even though I've totally misidentified some of our audience.
The original point you made is, I'm totally stunned that somebody hasn't gone out and brought that in and moved it off the track, which of course has led you down the rabbit hole of thinking it was, you know, was it a solid plastic splitter off the front of a Hyundai, or was it indeed just water? It's easy mistake. It's you know.
It was only from the other angle that I questioned my thought. From camera one, driver's left of turn one, it's quite obviously three-dimensional. But then from the reverse, the mirror image angle, I thought, nah, that's just a patch of water. Anyway, I can get things wrong from time to time.
It is very rare. Very rare.
I mean, at least probably, at most, I would say a mistake every 15 minutes of a race, which is pretty good going.
Yeah, okay.
I'm happy with that.
That's a good average.
So, car 44 is now in the hands of Dorian Boccolacci, and is actually down in 7th position. He might be forgiven for thinking it would have been higher up than that. So the next car on Dorian's list is to try and catch Elia Earhart in his number 8 Jutta Racing Audi. Let's give a mention to the driver of the 55 car, who is the Hankook competition Porsche, and that is currently Stephen Show, driving with Marco Holzer and Roelof Bruins, together with Yong Kwum Kim, the driver from South Korea. So that's a Pro-Am car as well. And Hankook, a South Korean tyre manufacturer. So that all fits quite nicely. I don't actually remember seeing that car, well, certainly a sustained look at that car, and therefore what sort of paint scheme it's got for this weekend. Kesselchen limited to 60 kilometers per hour, which is precisely where the Manthey Team E-Fuel Griesemann entry is. 718, where's that in the order? Running in AT2 and actually leading the AT2 class. But a whole batch of cars pitting at the same time, including Robin Cherzanovsky's Porsche. Is that really the first stop for Robin Cherzanovsky? I think it is. Amazingly, that Cup 2 Porsche number 919 has managed to reach the end of lap 10 on 1 tank of fuel, together with a full rolling lap as well. So again, an idea of how little fuel is being burnt by some of these Porsche Cup cars. Remember that 921 pitted not too long ago as well, which is the Müllner Motorsport car, and that is now David Yarn taking over from Tim Scheerbart. So this is RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We have just ticked around to 7:30, which means we're at half distance now of the first Nürburgring qualifier race of the weekend. So psychologically, that will feel like, you know, there's a significant hurdle that has been jumped now for a lot of the front runners. And actually, some terrific driving, particularly from Laurens Vanthoor, because he's been in from the start. I mean, he's going to be totally wired by the end of this, you would have thought. The amount of concentration that has had to be there, sustained at a certain level.
I was going to say, it's not the physicality that they're fit enough to do this. You know, if anything, the wet makes it a little bit easier because less resistance and stuff. But it's the mental concentration of dealing with that. Once you've done the first couple of laps and you're in the spray with everybody else, and it's what's in that ball of spray and what speed is it doing.
Yeah,
that's the point.
And I think the racing in the opening few laps was just bonkers at such close quarters and at high speed as well, because it doesn't matter how wet it is, you can still go at breakneck speed down the Dottinger Hoor, and it did feel like there was no let up there. But that early battling, particularly when Frank Stifler went around the outside of Julian Andlauer as Antonius Bucher, was phenomenal. But then, of course, Julian Andlauer made his error into Tiergarten and just let loose the rear end, went skating off there and aquaplaning his way to the scenery, and that did significant damage to the front of the 33 car and left Laurens Vanthoor to head into the lead of the race. Gobble it up, I was going to say. Well, it was sort of headed his way, but he needed to snatch and take advantage of it, and now has this lead of over 2 minutes in the trying conditions, because we've got still a couple of areas of code 60 on the racetrack at Kesselchen and in the Foxhole as well. Exmuller approach now affected by yellows. Actually, the other areas I've mentioned, is Foxhole still affected by code 60? I can't see any signs of that being clear yet, no. So we have still got
something there.
We've got at least one code 60 on the racetrack, and a new slow zone now.
Kesselchen.
Kesselchen, okay.
That's for car 665.
And that is a GT Time Motorsport BMW from, again, a big class of 240i's. So that's at least 9 of those cars. Any advance on 9? No, I reckon it is the 9 BMW 240i's that are as far down as 90th position in the overall. The race leader in that category has got itself up to 43rd now for the Adrenaline Motorsport crew. Adrenaline Motorsport are like a arrive and drive project who supply so many different cars for various races wanting to begin a Nürburgring career and making it as accessible as possible. And the 650 car then is the team of Sven Markart, of Kevin Vambach, and current driver Adrian, now this is going to be a tricky pronunciation, Rizhny. That's probably not anything like that, but RZICZNY is, he is German by nationality, but that looks a bit Polish possibly. Anyway, Rizhny, he's doing the stint currently in the 650 car, as conditions are not really improving for some of the SP9 runners heading through the right and the left of that run through Hoch Eichen. The King at Kittelbacher Hohe to come for 310. And driving 310, which is the BMW M2 Racing FK Performance car, SP3T machine, is Brautigam, running second in SP3T. But sharing with De Wilde, which could well be Ugo De Wilde. I didn't realise if that is Ugo, that he was in this race, but that might be Charlie Weerts as well, making up that lineup. I need to find 310 on my list to confirm it. Here we go. It is Ugo De Wilde, and it is Charles Weerts as well. So Michael Brautigam in the SP3T car. You look like you had some thoughts there as you leaned towards me, Snowy.
I was just trying to glean the information off your screen, which is probably better than mine because you're just so superior.
I'm not sure about that. I can just find stuff quite easily. But that's down to button presses more than actual individual talent. There is still a code 60 at the foxhole because that steep decline into the forest has still the code 60 affecting speeds. Useful to have the class leaders on our graphics right now. So the 16 car of Vantor and Niederhauser. Now we've not seen any time from Niederhauser so far, but that car's still leading SP9. In Cup 2, it is wow, there's the third driver in the 921. Oh yes, Arne Hofmeister is there on our entry list, joining David Hahn and Tim Scheerbart. So Scheerbart started, Jan now at the wheel, the Leipzig-based racer, and then it's Arne Hofmeister, presumably to finish that car. Remember that Cup 2 is also split into Pro and Am lineup, so there's no Pro-Am in Cup 2, but there is a subcategory within that division. Was that the Dacia that has been flatbedded away from its position? Remember, we saw that off the road probably 20 or 25 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, just parked there, wasn't it? It's the 310 FK Performance Motorsport M2 has just gone past it.
Yeah, I don't think it was a Dacia actually, because it had got further into the lap than Foxhole and Adenauer Forst. So similar colours, but not a Dacia. I only caught a very brief glimpse of it. So that car might have been the cause of the initial difficulty at Foxhole, and it's encouraging at least that that car has now been lifted onto the flatbed and is being taken away. Green flag starting to appear now at Metzgersfeld and also at Kallenhard. Exmuller, Bergwerk, that's all in the sort of similar area. Well, Metzgersfeld's quite a bit before it.
Yeah, we say Exmuller, Bergwerk, Kesselchen, it's all marshal posts. 124, 126, 127, it's all consecutive there, so it's starting to clear nicely. And just as we do that, we now have a new slow zone at marshal post 112, which is Vierschleifen, and it's coming back from 108, Kallenhard exit, which is now, and also the Vierschleifen, just the moment I talk about it, it's cleared.
Good. So we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, clockwise.
Clockwise is always good. Double wave yellows though now for Maxime Martin. So again, having to ease back, and the other difficulty is, of course, there's a BMW in the fence there pretty hard. That might well be one of the GT cars that we talked about, you talked about, Snowy. So that looked to be fairly heavily wedged in the right-hand barrier in this normally high-speed section running up towards the Caracciolo carousel. But the other thing is that, you know, the speed that you get down to, or the rate of knots that you get down to 60 kilometers per hour, is entirely governed by the amount of cars that are ahead of you. As in, if you reach a batch of 6 or 7 cars, they're all going to slow up a bit like on the motorway / freeway, and you've got to be so mindful of, okay, I'm in yellows, I'm in double yellows, and now the cars in front are slowing far more quickly than it might have been had there only been one car in front of me. So that natural ripple effect, which slows the speeds, you have to be entirely on top of.
That code 60, or it starts at a 120 at Kesselchen, goes into code 60 before Glossertoll. I think we mentioned this already, John. This is the 665 GT Tyre Motorsport 240i, the one you looked up a minute ago.
Yeah.
That's still there. That's still being cleared.
8th place in that category. So yes, that did seem to be a hit into the barrier rather than just stopping. So Maxime Martin wanting as much green flag running as he can possibly get to try and make some of this ground back up again. And he's in 2nd position, but the problem is that Laurens Vanthoor's streets ahead at this stage. I mean, generally in the dry, I would imagine that the two Belgians are fairly evenly matched in terms of speed, even though one drives a Porsche, Maxime Martin drives his Mercedes. But that's an unrepresentative distance between the two at 1 minute and 53 seconds through the last split. And even now, Laurens Vanthoor able to lap 20 or so seconds quicker than Maxime Martin, but that might be again down to just code 60s and yellow flag areas changing between one car going through and then the next. And there's even more likelihood of the situation to change from one car to the other because there's this 2-minute buffer between 1st and 2nd places. Brunchen, Flansgarten for Maxime Martin. Already had a stint and a bit maybe from Lukas Stolz, and Fabi Schiller is still to come in car number 14.
So is it Lukas Stolz aboard it now?
No, Maxime Martin drives at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still having a twitch there. I'm just trying to see where that was on the circuit. That's just getting exactly right. So
that was coming out of.
That was coming out of the dip from
Flansgarten and then Ice Curve.
Yeah, so you got that compression, that dip there, and you could just see then I mentioned about those compressions earlier, more notably on about where it's going to now, coming out of Galvenkopf down the Dottingerhöhe, as you go through the kink on the left-hand side into the dip and the compression in the wet coming up to Tiergarten. That was at Strafenschwanz, as it was then. And you could see there, we were commenting before about, so the Porsches were having, Estra and et al. Were having power slides coming out of corners, certainly coming up on the last bit to the GP circuit up to the Sabine-Schmitz curve. And that one there was the complete opposite. It was Maxime Martin having the front end of the Mercedes go away in the compression, where it's gone almost like it's gone onto full compression of spring, and it's just said, no, I don't want to do any more. It's not. It's just it wouldn't do that because it'd be set up differently for the wet. But you lost the front end because there's a river of water there.
Yeah.
At some considerable speed as well.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean,
as I said, I'd love to see some of the data of the steered angles and what's going on there, possibly even the onboard as well. How much you've got to catch that, how much lock you've got to put in to catch something like that. And you've got Jedi reactions to catch things like that. We think, look, it's that serene swan on the river, isn't it? It all just glides by gracefully. All the work's going on underwater, and we see this here, or we talk about it, or see the cars go by when we're at the trackside, and you go, yeah, it's easy. I was a twitch. trust me, inside there's a twitch on the steering wheel and physically as well.
So as Maxime Martin goes over the line, he will take the race lead because Laurens Vanthoor's pitted. So car 16 from the lead of the race will stop at the end of 12 laps. And that feels again like it might be a little too early, because was Laurens not one of the later stoppers at the end of his first stint? Let's just cycle back through. 6 laps completed for Laurens. Oh, hang on a moment. Let's just double check on that. Yeah, 6 laps for Vanthoor. Then he stopped for the normal amount of time for a 6-lap stint and has now done... How many laps have we completed? 12? 12. Right, so he's only done another 6. Whereas I would have expected more like 8. But the other thing is, of course, they're obviously expecting far fewer laps to be completed compared to a dry 4-hour race, where I think in the NLS world we've had one 28-lap race, we then had a 27-lap race, and then we had a 29-lap race. Yeah. So we've had one of each version, 27, 28, 29. We're not going to get to anything like that this time around. So are the teams thinking, well, let's stop as close as we can to the hour, and that will just cut everything to a relatively even few chunks? Also, it's about getting Laurens Vanthoor out of that car, I would have thought, because he's been at the wheel now for over 2 hours. And car number 16, which, remember, started all the way down in 11th position, has to at some point be handed over to Patrick Niederhauser. And I'm expecting, therefore, that the 16 car, yes, has Patrick Niederhauser now at the wheel of it. So it's re-emerged in 3rd place. But remember that Maxime Martin's Mercedes has to stop again, and it's got to survive this lap as well, which Maxime Martin almost didn't do through hats and back. The amount of corrective steering is off the scale here, and he's going nowhere near the apex through the first bit of that right and left-hander.
It is also there's also an intervention vehicle on the track as well, so he's got to go past that at 60k, and there's that massive truck that it makes me jitter. Still going past it, even at 60k, it's the sheer physicality and the height of it, as you say. You just feel so vulnerable. He can't overtake anything else at the moment because he's there's another intervention vehicle there. Is that one of the Porsches, one of the GT Cup cars. Now he's opening the legs on the car, letting it have its throttle bodies wide open, and away he goes. But through hats and back, it was absolutely using the torque of that V8. Low revs, short gear changes. Obviously, everything's on paddles on these days. And you also don't want to go going down the gearbox. You don't want to go down too many gears one too soon, because these sequential boxes or paddle shift boxes are so good these days, so efficient, so reliable. You can just go 1, 2, 3 if you don't want to go too low a gear, because it then will want to lock the rears. Which we saw what happened to Julian Adenauer earlier. I'm not saying that's what he did, but we know how easy it is to do in these conditions. And it's now I was thinking there's a bit of footage from the onboard of Maxime Martin on this AMG GT3 Get Speed Mercedes down through the foxhole now, and we're saying how shiny it is. Of course, that looks super smooth because that's been resurfaced over the winter. It's changed the course completely. There's now I think there was a bit of curb at the end of this that you could use, and Pit Order told me that you now can't. So we'll have to look at Maxime Martin's. Yeah, look, it's really heavy, high curb that side now. You don't want to be using that. Going up, that's going to dislodge the car. And again, there. So we've got the red and white, minimum of 45-degree chamfered painted curbs that will totally unsettle the cars. And that's one of the things that the drivers have to learn. The bits of that Hatzenbacher went back to there, where you start on the Nordschleife, having come off the GP circuit. You've got those lefts and rights and swips and swaps, as I call it, a little roller coaster. But certain bits will have painted curb, certain bits will have painted curb with a little bit of concrete to the right of it, so there's a smooth chamfered bit. So the point is, as a driver, whatever category car you're in, sometimes you can use some of those, sometimes you can't, and you absolutely do not want to. You don't want to use the high ones because it upsets the car, but you must use the low ones, because if you don't, somebody else will, and they gain an advantage. So you've got to remember where you can then. You don't want to get that sequence one out. And you can't use them, the wet ones, you can't use them in the wet because tyres on paint in the wet has absolutely no coefficient of friction, and it's just, nothing happens. That way it does, it just pulls you into the barriers quite quickly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, especially with one of the higher curbs. You've never done it yourself.
I can neither admit or deny that.
But the higher curbs, the higher curbs are obviously just going to unsettle the car, even if it's a flat curb, but it's painted. And the white line before you get to the curb can be like ice in conditions like this as well.
But also the difference of wet and dry is stupidly, something that in the dry you don't hesitate because you've got the grip. You turn in, the car moves across. Let's say it's a right-hand one, and you bounce over the curb. That's fine. It unsettles. It does the offside of the car, and it lands. That's fine. But it's the landing in the wet. If you do use a bit of curb and the way it lands, it's a different surface.
Yeah.
So it may not land squarely, it may pull up, it may go one way. It's all sort of it's just jeopardy. Remind me again why they want to do this.
I mean, we all know, don't we? We all know. But yeah, on days like this where it's pretty chilly and you're soaked to the skin, if you're part of a team, maybe on the pit wall or in the garage, you might be wondering why you've particularly taken this career path. But those out in the cars will still be having a whale of a time. 268 is one of the many Toyota Supras in this race, which is one of the rear-wheel drive VT2 entered cars. Remember, VT2 split into two different categories, front and rear-wheel drive, and that Japanese car, quite heavily based on a BMW Z4, but it's a popular mount.
It is a Z4, sorry, no.
Yeah, I know. But it's got different lights.
It's got a different shape to it, yes. Yes. But
well, I mean, in its Toyota Supra form, it's a popular car, it would have seemed, because there's at least, I mean,
none the worse for it.
At least 4. We've got the Toyota GR, as in Gazoo Racing Super GT4 car, although that's not entered into SP10, which is the one for the more recognised GT4 category. That's actually running as an SP8T car. We've got an SP10, which is the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing GR Supra, and then a couple of Supras in the rear-wheel drive VT2 category, including 268. Another chance to witness precisely how that bit of splitter ended up in the middle of the road. So the Subaru turns right, gets through there, no problem. But further back, two Hyundais clash with one another. And yes, yeah, so it's from the eggshell blue Hyundai, but I think that was assaulted from its left by a similar car, and that bit of splitter has been there ever since. And there it sits. And I suppose...
Yeah, 832, told you this.
The attitude now from the race director and all those in race control is, well, everybody knows it's there, so don't drive over it. And if you do drive over it, it's not going to do a huge amount of damage. But the problem is, of course, you know, depending on...
been run over again, exactly as we
depending on what's it made of, plastic.
Yes.
It's only going to be plastic. It's not going to be carbon fibre, is it? So
unlikely.
So even if you did pick up a little bit of it on tyres, it's unlikely to work its way in and cause a puncture. We've not seen any. I don't think we've seen any related punctures because of that. So just leave it there. And that's precisely the approach that is being taken. A reminder that the 14 Mercedes is the new race leader, and that is because of some shortish stints being performed by the number 16 Scherer Sport Porsche from PHX. A sublime bit of driving from Laurens Vanthoor for the opening half and a bit. I mean, he ended up doing about 2¼ hours behind the wheel of the number 16 car. Patrick Niederhauser has now taken over, and he's got the easy run to the finish in 3rd position, but he's also got some very good pace to try and match from Vanthoor of the Laurens variety. And Patrick Niederhauser is the Austrian racer. No, he's Swiss, beg your pardon. The Swiss racer, 33 years old, who's been doing this season some GT World Challenge racing, both endurance and sprint. And he also competed at the start of the year in the 24 Hours of Dubai. 718 under pressure now. The Griesemann and Adorf 718 Cayman that runs in no, it runs in AT2. But that's the reason why the race number is 718, because these are all 718 Cayman club sports, and a whole field of them in the Cup 3 part of the entry. Work ongoing to the number 33 car. Oh, is it the Dacia?
That's the Dacia.
Okay. Yes. It was the 300 car.
It's very different shape to a Falcon Porsche. That
it is rather. Yeah. I wasn't.
It's a similar colour and Falcon. So
well, that was I wasn't focusing on the front wing. I was entirely focusing on trying to get the number, and then the 3 emerged, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the 33. No, it's not. It's the 300 Dacia Logan, and Oliver Krieser being interviewed in German, so we won't tune into this. Purely because, well, I will struggle to work out what Oliver is saying, but to our German colleagues, that will be being pumped loud and proud onto the German live stream of this race, because the two run in tandem, or in parallel, perhaps more accurately. 5.3 seconds the advantage now between Maxime Martin and Kevin Estre. Now, speaking of long stints, have we seen Patrick Pilet in the Grello car yet? I'm not sure we have. So Estre started that, and he is now right with the race leader. Let's just check back on Estre's current stint. He's been in that car for the last 6 laps. He did 3 laps prior to that, and then 4 laps before that. So they sort of split the opening stint in 2. And yes, the other driver, Patrick Pilet, and I was right, by the way, that Patrick wasn't part of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring last year, but he did compete in the 2023 version. But Martin to Estre, as they cross the line, separated by 5 seconds, just waiting for Estre's run through the first sector, which is 45 seconds or so into the Grand Prix lap of this much longer affair, which at the moment is taking, well, the lap times are still fluctuating, depending on what sort of yellow and purple flags are being encountered. But that was a much better lap from Kevin Estre in Grello, 11 minutes and 9 seconds. Compare that to Maxime Martin's effort in his Mercedes, 11 minutes and 21 seconds. So there was about 12 seconds gained there by the chasing Frenchman. We've got a bit more of a race on now, Snowy.
We have, with just coming up to an hour and a half to go. We've still not had massive amounts of green flag running. We've got a lot of incident vehicles on the track. There's cars being brought back in through the carousel there. They're not taking the racing line, leaving that to the race cars. Although I'd imagine a Unimog with a car on the back, or sort of a low flatbed with a race car on the back of it, probably doesn't want to go through the carousel at an angle anyway.
And there's the change. Estre's ahead. Yeah. Estre's ahead of Maxime Martin. I told you it was going to be close. Well, through the last split, Estre trailed Martin by 1.4 seconds. And at the start of this lap, Estre had some... and now off the road, properly off the road, Maxime Martin. Couple of tyres on the grass.
That front end of that Mercedes again just understeered off, didn't it? The same place there. Menzel went off, exactly the same early on the race. Sorry, Johnny.
No, not at all. I think it was a bit later along Hatzenbach, actually. It wasn't. It was the approach to Hoheichen where Martin almost connected with the wall. And any chance now of Martin hanging onto the coattails of Kevin Estre have kind of gone with that little mistake. But to be honest, he had fair warning, because Kevin Estre had a whole hatful of opposite lock in turn himself.
But it was those different dynamics of the car again, wasn't it? The Porsche, Kevin Estre, it was the getting on the power, the back end coming out and having to catch it into a bit of oversteer and not a little bit of a drift there. But that's just typical Estre style, isn't it? It's his trademark, it's his USB, pass on the grass. Whereas Maxime Martin in the front engine Mercedes just couldn't turn the thing in. The front end ploughing on, so he's got understeer with it, and it's just two perfect demonstrations of those states of it in a race car, oversteer and understeer. So we're coming up to the foxhole now, which is the last area of the track that is not under a green. So once this is cleared, assuming nothing else happens, we will end up, in theory, with a green flag with it's almost exactly, it's 1 hour 32 minutes to go. Now there's an instant vehicle on the left there as this Mercedes Get Speed sits behind a Hyundai. I'm not sure, was that barrier repair off track as well going on, the instant vehicle, or was it just collecting a car?
No, I think they're
doing barrier repairs still at Vauxhall, aren't they? You tend to bounce off a few things there now.
So it's the 830 Hyundai Elantra that is being overtaken.
Is that the V8 one? That sounds like an AMG, but isn't.
No, actually, I don't think it is, purely because Ascona is in this lineup, whereas the other three are sharing this car and the 831, I want to say. Krista Yearns at the wheel of this car. You know, I think what's happened is, since we were last featuring the 830, added to our list of drivers on the graphic has been Ascona. So Mikael Ascona now joining Krista Yearns and Mark Basseng and Manuel Lauk for all the fun of this amazing racetrack, but in really difficult conditions. And still it goes on. We are a couple of minutes away from reaching the hour of 8 o'clock. Bear in mind, official sunset around here is 9:25, and we're racing till 9:30, and probably beyond that, because of you squeeze an extra lap. That's automatically an extra 11 minutes, isn't it? So Brightside, the scene for Krista Yearns. He might be wanting to get out of this car fairly soon to give his 3 other teammates a fair crack at the whip. But Kevin Estre back to the race lead. That sort of takes away, really, all the efforts of Laurens Vanthoor. I want to know precisely why Vanthoor appears, or at least now the Patrick Niederhauser car, the number 16 Porsche, seems to have lost a bit of ground. Bear in mind, of course, the Niederhauser Scherer Sport Porsche has pitted twice. We're still waiting for the Grello car to come in for its latest pit stop, and Maxime Martin in the Mercedes. So he ran a couple of tyres off onto the grass during this lap, and now Maxime Martin is still losing time compared to Estre. So in Sector 3 he lost 5 seconds, in Sector 5 he lost a further 4 seconds. The gap's up to nearly 10 seconds now. Estre back to the Mercedes and Maxime Martin.
Just to reinforce that which you were saying a little bit earlier, Johnny, about some of these, some of the top level cars are very much race cars. They have DNA of their own car and similarities of things like, you know, the engine and the platform, and it looks like a Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, Aston, whatever it may be. But some of the cars further down the field, as Maxime Martin's having a huge front end moment there in the Get Speed Mercedes. Johnny was saying that some of the cars, Johnny was saying earlier that some of the cars are very, very much more road based, and one of those is the car number 300, the Dacia Logan. The reason I brought this up is because they've put a message out on social media, and I quote you on this, okay? Dacia team asking fans, and I quote, "We need a wishbone from a Renault Megane for our Dacia to repair the car and start tomorrow. If someone has one, please help us."
Class.
I am deadly serious. So some spectator I know is going to have this. Somebody is going to go, absolutely, please. He's going to put the value of their Megane up. And no, David Pittard is just being interviewed in the pit lane. He hasn't replied to me yet. So Pittard, get on your phone. Never mind chatting to interviewers. Talk to us.
We might be able to listen to this though. Oh no, David's German's way too good, and therefore he's speaking.
He lives out there, doesn't he, with his lovely German girlfriend Natalie. I
did wonder whether it might be done in German, and indeed it is. So we will leave that there. But thank you to Kerry and others in the truck for homing in on this interview. We'll hopefully therefore get some translated messages from the Pittard interview and find out precisely why this car seemingly didn't even take the start. And that's a real shame.
It did start the race at some point. It was on track for a while, so it did. It did race, but not very far. That was the problem.
Yeah. It's car 34. Right, so 10 laps completed. Christian Krogner's last to be at the wheel, but it wasn't there at the start, was it? So did it join in after 5:30?
That's my point. It didn't. Well, as we said, as you pointed out quite rightly, I suddenly spotted as we came through Tiergarten, it wasn't there alongside the Porsche, the pole-sitting Porsche. There was an Audi. I thought, hang on, that's not an Aston Vantage shape. And as we said, as you quite rightly said, hang on, that must be something legit, because if a car doesn't start or whatever, you can't just take the place. You can't move up the order on the grid. If you've qualified third, although in that case it would be fourth, actually, wouldn't it? You can't take second. You can't move. You can't just move across. You can't move forward one.
The Audi should have been on the right-hand side of the grid.
Exactly. Sorry. So
and it was on the left.
So exactly. So that's got to be allowed, because if not, obviously the race officials spot that straight away, and you're penalised because you're gaining an advantage. You qualified third, not second. So I don't know what's happening. David Pittard conducting quite a long interview in the pit lane there in his fluent German. He seems relatively happy, but I will. I've messaged him, and he's going to be. He hasn't even read it yet. I haven't even got blue ticks yet. Look, come on, he hasn't read it.
He's got quite a lot going on, in fairness, including being interviewed.
We've got a lot more going on than he has. He's standing around in the pits chatting to interviewers. Come on, we've got a live broadcast here. He's got the easy job.
If that phone call yesterday did happen, I anticipate that there isn't going to be one again in a hurry, because you're going to fall out. The way that you're speaking to him without a right to reply for poor old Davey.
Look, voice call 12 minutes, all right? David Pittard.
Yeah, but I mean, you could fake that. What? You could put in any note. You could get somebody else to call you and then label it David Pittard. I mean, like you have done. But I'm just saying that's not evidence. But the thing is, I've seen you chatting in the paddock, the two of you, before, so I do know you're I do know you're genuine mates.
You're doing your own conspiracy. I'm doing your own conspiracy here. It's brilliant.
Yeah, like all the good conspiracies, people that make them up see through them straight away.
I love it. I love it.
The rain's hammering down now. I think this is as bad as it's got so far today, or because it's getting darker and the headlights are so good, it's actually picking out the rainfall. It might have been this bad from 5:30 this afternoon. Kevin Estra's doing a sterling job, if it is getting worse, to still keep that car on the racetrack. There's not a lot of that strip of black stuff when you get around to the real meaningful part of the Nordschleife. I mean, the Grand Prix track arguably is the most like a racetrack, a modern day racetrack these days. Whereas when you get to some of the other corners, they're off camber, there's a crown to the road in places, there's so much standing water. Maxime Martin has now pitted from second position, so that'll take a bit of timing screen heat off Kevin Estra as well, because even if you can't see the car that's doing the chasing, the team are always informing you how many seconds back it is. And now that it's not on the racetrack, being serviced in pit road, that will take a bit of pressure off the Frenchman. But when on earth is Kevin Estra going to get out of this car and give Patrick Pilet a go, I wonder? We've only got an hour and 24 minutes still to go.
Well, thank you to our producers who've just translated a little bit of that which David Pittard has said. And it says Valkenhorst, and I did say at the beginning of this broadcast that they're normally Valkenhorst cars, and for some reason on my entry list, all three cars are listed under Trinity Solutions, which I will ask my imaginary friend David what that's all about. But said imaginary friend has also commented in that interview that Valkenhorst retired the car. It's too much risk outside. We have many races in the next weeks, and it's too dangerous outside. Maybe we'll test a tyre compound later today, etc. Just too risky. It's too slippery to stick a €500,000 car through, which I'm surprised at, if I'm honest.
Valkenhorst have had a history of going with the Japanese tyre maker, Yokohama. I don't know what those Astons actually run on these days. But again, if you are with a tyre supplier who have limited cars in a race, you would have thought from both sides it's worth just retrieving a bit of wet weather data. But there will be a point where the race, it doesn't mean as much as the Nürburgring 24 hours next month. You know, if we get to these conditions within that race, there's no question you keep heading round and round until you get to the finish, or the car unfortunately slides off. And
they still use their Yokohama Zadvan.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but you can understand
005s for dry, 006s for wet.
You can understand the approach that this is not an an important enough a race to run, you know, full risk. And in fact, they're not going to take any risk at all. They'd prefer to keep things straight. Maybe the forecast, you haven't checked yet. Check the forecast for tomorrow, have you?
No, I keep getting distracted by imaginary phone calls and things. So
well, that's
right. I must stay on.
Well, I'm just wondering, if the theory is that it's not going to be anywhere near as bad tomorrow, then you'd much prefer to have a straight car by the end of the day and do some proper running tomorrow in theoretically safer conditions or less risky conditions. Mercedes back into the race, runs right over the splitter again, and it does not move an inch.
The puddle. Yeah.
It's a puddle from this angle. And that is now Fabian Schiller in the yellow and blue Mercedes of Team Get Speed. So third driver into car number 14. We had an opening stint from Luca Stolz, Maxime Martin in for well over an hour, and now Fabian Schiller to the finish, I would have thought. And an hour and 21 minutes to go. Is it going to rain tomorrow?
Less or more? Which way are you going?
I'm going to go
it's
less.
70% precipitation today.
Okay, I'm going to go less than 70%.
It's 15% more. 85% chance of rain.
Wow, really?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say 15% full stop.
Especially morning. Well, in fact, it's pretty well all day, to be honest. It's 85. It's so overnight. It's not a great. It's going to ease off overnight, which is great. But it's it's going to increase for top qualifying. Brilliant. 80% all the way through. That stays all the way through to 5 o'clock, and we're off air by then because it's finished. And it reduces very slightly at 5 o'clock to 70%, and by 8 o'clock it's down to 0.
Sorry, I was trying to sneeze there and it didn't quite work. So tell me what is expected between 10:30 and 11:30 tomorrow morning?
70, starting at 70%, increasing to 75%, easing off to 65% by 2 o'clock.
Right, so that'll be an hour into the race at 2 o'clock. Okay.
So, staying at 65 for the duration of the race, effectively.
Yes.
The balance of that race.
And normal qualifying runs between 8:15 and 9:45.
Yep.
And that's when it's going to be very, very bad.
Correct.
85% expected rainfall. I mean, that doesn't actually tell you the levels of rainfall. That just tells you the prediction of how likely or unlikely it is to rain at all. So, I mean, it's fair to say...
starting at 1.2 millimetres to 1.8 millimetres of rainfall.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to rain. There's going to rain, and perhaps more rain than tomorrow.
Makes me
today, I should say. Makes you a
neek. Are you familiar with this phrase?
No.
It's a conflation of a nerd and a geek. If you combine them and it goes to the next level, apparently you're a neek. Thank you to Zara, my 14-year-old daughter, for explaining that to me the other day, calling me a neek.
But that's not necessarily associated to weather, though, right? It's just any topic.
In general. Don't forget to her, I'm just old and
a neek.
A neeky.
All right.
There you go.
I'll file that away.
It's a badge of honour.
I'll file that away and bring it back maybe during Le Mans week or something.
Exactly.
You massive neek.
Now down for Crowdstrike Pit Report to our neek. There you go. That's where Nick Damon jumps in.
There were some
Nick and Neek. There you go.
There were some nights that said knee, but not necessarily neek. So maybe that needs adjustment as well. Anyway, the 330.
Yes.
Yeah. 330i BMW number 514. It's pretty nondescript livery, I suppose. The white with the Miser sponsorship, but plain white Porsches have often had good results in 24h series racing. Remember we talked about the Herbert car when it was year after year just in a bog standard white, and this BMW could be on course for a decent result as well in its VT2 position of second for the rear wheel drive cars, trying to hunt down another Toyota Supra, the Toyo tyres with ring racing example, number 520. But that's a fair bit further up the road 520 has at the wheel one of the tacks, family tack, but overall still Kevin Estre who is out front in the 911 Grello Porsche from Manthey EMA, and leading by about a minute now over Swiss racer Patrick Niederhauser in his Porsche. And somehow, just the way they've been doing it for the rest of the season, the 911 GT3s have established themselves into those podium positions again. Different runners of the cars, different teams behind each of them. Manthey, Sport and Dynamic, but Porsche again have a really good package, because although they don't occupy 4th, they've also got 5th, 6th and 7th. So of the top 7 cars, 6 of them are all the 911 GT3 cars. Actually, one of them's a Cup car, I should say. So David Yarn in his Mullner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche running in 7th.
What's this Porsche pulling off? This is Hatzenbach, is it?
It is.
The car just stopped. We're definitely not going to get any clear.
That might be the Hankook car. So is that number 55, the one I said that we hadn't really seen featured a great deal? Certainly the right colours for Hankook, half white, half black.
No, that's over at Wipperman.
Which is at Wipperman?
The Hankook car I just mentioned.
Okay. So, well, it's not Falcon car, obviously, because that is not the right paint scheme. The 55 car Wipperman, are you sure? Wipperman is much further round.
Yeah, that car that you just mentioned, the Hankook car, is much further round, according to my GPS.
Right. Well, I've got it in the 3rd sector, just having completed the 3rd sector, but having lost about 14 seconds.
Well, sector 3 would be Horijken and Quittelbacher, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why it sort of fits.
Yeah, Wipperman would be sector 7.
Yes.
Okay.
But it really depends on how...
Which car did you say it was?
Car 55. And car 55 is a Ruhloff Bruins.
My apologies, I ticked car 54. Arenberg now, 55.
Yeah, that would fit.
Schwedenkreuz, yeah, so my apologies. Positive disinformation.
It's all right.
I like to keep myself on my toes.
I'll let you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it lost...
Which, unless I make mistakes, I don't have time to correct myself, therefore I have to correct myself and I get more airtime.
Well, that's the theory behind it. I wondered why you've taken this approach for years.
Yeah. Hey, it's worked for me.
It's true.
Yeah. Great career. Started at the bottom and liked it.
Well, you have to make mistakes and know where the limit is. And then when we're actually on air and people can hear us, because this has all been a rehearsal to this point, then you're always within the white lines and a perfect sound of the broadcast is the hope. 911 pitting from the race lead. Kevin Estre is in. Rest assured that is the case as we focus instead on Fabian Schiller, who is running in 4th position in the number 14 Mercedes. But this is a chance for Patrick Niederhauser, who's just crossed the line. Now, he didn't pit, did he? Oh, no, he hasn't quite crossed the line. He will be crossing the line in the next 40 or so seconds. And that will put Patrick Niederhauser to the front of the field again. Remember, though, all of those laps that Lawrence Vantor led, well, his Swiss teammate will get a chance to be out front for a short segment. The other person to keep an eye on is the 54 Porsche from Dynamic. That car now with Hartog at the wheel. Where did the 54 car start this race? It wasn't within the top 12 places. Just waiting for that car now to work its way across the line. It's Loic Hartog, the Dutchman, driving that car, and it will move up ahead of perhaps Kevin Estre, depending on how long that pit stop is. So Niederhauser, as I suggested, takes the race lead now, but Loic Hartog is going to pit as well, so clearly that car needed some fuel too.
Quick update and a bit of intel from Ian McCarthy. Thank you once again, Ian. The Valkenhorst Astons are not running Yokohama, their traditional tyre. They're running Pirelli Zeros, because that's what they run on the GT World Challenge, where it's the official tyre. So which makes perfect sense. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you so much, Ian, for updating us on that. I'd have stuck with my Yokohama Advan, but of course, they're running in GT World Challenge where we've got to run that tyre. It's logical to keep parity and get more information on that tyre of the circuit. So I just wonder if there's...
But what are they going to run in the 24 hours? Pirellis as well, surely?
Well, I would assume so, yes.
Okay. So, whereas Valkenhorst in the past with their BMWs used to run Yokies, and probably with Aston Martin, when they changed brand, they would stick with that tyre manufacturer, but it's Pirellis now because they're also dovetailing this with a World Challenge campaign, and it makes sense from an engineering perspective to try and stick with the same rubber because it reduces the variables, doesn't it, from track to track. So, again, begs the question, you know, relatively new to that tyre. I'm going to guess this season is the first that they've run with that. Would they not gain quite a lot of information by running today? And also, if they think today's dicey, are Valkenhorst also then questioning tomorrow's action? Or do they think it's going to be a different type of rain on Sunday, even though we're going to get plenty of it at 85% likelihood? Back into the race goes Grello, and this is a driver change finally. So we were talking about Lawrence Vantor being at the wheel of his car, the number 16 Porsche, for 2¼ hours. That's nearly been 3 hours for Kevin Estre. 2 hours and 45, maybe 48 minutes or so, as Patrick Pilet wastes no time in trying to build back up that tyre temperature on a new set of tyres, I'm sure, but got the back end nicely sliding, leaving Haug Hook on this his outlap in 911. Lights flashing from Grello as it heads down the hill, and we are back to a race lead of over 2 minutes for Patrick Niederhauser in the Scherer Sport Porsche number 16. There's almost like a flame coming out the back of that. Surely that's not right. Oh no, it's the tail light and the spray.
Spray from the diffuser
again
into the wet weather light, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Weird optical illusion.
But yeah.
I thought, hang on a minute, is that engine on fire? But no, it is the LED tail light. It actually really does look like a flame because it's the light peering through the spray, but certainly as it headed down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the hill and then pulled out of that corner, I thought, wowzers, that flat six is a light. Something else that looks weird in this situation, but we've gone through quite a lot of scenarios where bits of plastic have turned into water mid-race. I remember when the Corvettes, the mid-engine Corvettes first ran at Daytona, and there was almost this sort of blue Bunsen burner type flame appearing from the twin exhausts, I think there were on those early Corvettes. And that was when we went from the front engine, the classic yellow Corvette that ran at Le Mans and so many years in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and then this new car came out, and staring at it down the back straight at Daytona, particularly in the night, this unsettling image of a blue, almost flame that extended by a couple of meters, and that took some getting used to. But no concern for the 911 Manthey Porsche, thankfully. The question is, who's going to be in the best situation as we head into the closing 70 minutes now? Because we've hit that magic sweet spot of the pit stop reference being focused on the checkered flag from this point on, rather than the stint you've just done. Remember, I spoke earlier on in the broadcast about if you do a short stint, you can end it with a short pit stop. Remember, all pit stops are timed, but if you come in after 4 or 5 laps, that's a shorter pit stop than it would be at the end of a 7 or 8 lap stint. Well, now we're into the final 70 minutes of the clock time. It's all about how long there is to go until the end of the 4 hours. And if you come in with 5 minutes to spare, that could be a pit stop basically as quick as you can manage to do. So the teams are weighing up now when best to make a stop. And ideally, you want to make it as close to the checkered flag as you possibly can, assuming you are out of fuel at that point. And I have a feeling that This is a bit of a false 2-minute advantage. Nobody has had as good a race.
I agree.
As that. I don't, you know, 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Yes, we've had the scenario where certain cars have gone through code 60 or gone through before a code 60 has been put in, and then the chasing car has been delayed through no fault of its own. And that time through, another 7-second gain for Patrick Niederhauser. But these races just have a habit of bringing a lot of the field really tightly in when we're within the last 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and of course you get that aggregator on you said the minimum fuel stop you have across a race as well. So that changes as you get towards the end of the race, and you have different strategies. So those you've had longer stops, shorter stops, you get a different amount of time at the end. It makes all the difference.
So back we go, and that's coming out of a code 60, incidentally, for Fabian Schiller, and he is now heading towards Arenberg, where he's having to get on the anchors because there is a slower Cayman which is having to pick its way through the tricky part of the racetrack, and the Cayman not able to pick up speed as readily as the thunderous Mercedes that you can hear in the background. So Schiller chasing down one of the TCR Hyundais, and still this area is affected by, oh no, there are blue flags being waved, but the recover, or rather the repair vehicle, has long since departed from the approach to Adenauer Forst. So the barrier's now been repaired. The tricky thing, though, for Schiller now is to find out where it's safe to pass this Hyundai, which is way up on the curb. It's the 830 car, which is nicely placed in its category, but the Mercedes can pick it off.
I think it was almost trying, the Hyundai that is almost trying to keep out of Schiller's way there for you. But I have to say, I've talked a couple of times about the low grunt and bass of this Mercedes, and honestly, I don't think he could have gone in a lower gear. They would have stalled it. It sounded like it was barely ticking over. It sounded like an old diesel just ticking over, you know, a few hundred revs. So different to some of the other ones. Of course, same engine that goes into the Aston Martin, basically, the 4-litre version.
Yes. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of similarities between cars that you would automatically think are different, but they do share, in some cases, components. In the bigger cases, they share engines sometimes, or certainly the engine methodology. That is still the case with Lamborghini Huracans and Audi R8s running a very similar 5.2-litre V10. Now I'm thinking, how is that Lamborghini doing? It's been out of the race for quite some time, actually. It only completed 9 laps when Christian Engelhardt was at the wheel. So a difficult spell for the Danny Juncadella, Marco Mappelli and Christian Engelhardt car, unless they've taken the same approach as Valkenhorst and thinking there's just too much risk attached to this, so we're going to park the 27 car, maybe bring it out tomorrow. Work continuing on at Brightside, which is where there's a second entry route onto the racetrack for tourist laps. That's where the race circuit itself goes over one of the public roads and past the Tankstelle there, which is always good for a midnight snack if we're heading away from one of the late sessions. Call by at that petrol station before going to our digs. And the 88 Subaru WRX will be lapped by the 830 Hyundai. So that's interesting as well. A pace-to-pace comparison between a TCR car and, well, the rally car derived Subaru, which you would have thought would have been relishing these conditions, but it doesn't have the sort of speed that a TCR can produce through its front axle. That was the SP4T 88, which is being driven by Tim Schrick now in its for the second driver that has taken over from Rintaro Kubo. So Japanese and German driving combination there. Style Strecker covered by yellow flags. And the reason for that is because there are a couple of circuit vehicles working their way through. So these are moving yellow flags. according to wherever the intervention vehicles are. And Stylestrecker shortly will go green, which indeed it does now as that flatbed heads up the hill. I mean, there are some tough places to find slow-moving vehicles, but I would have thought the carousel is particularly bad, although I suppose the flatbed HGV lorries will go to the high section, the asphalt section of the carousel, and leave the concrete paved area to the racing cars.
As we saw earlier, you don't want to go into the carousel there tipping one of those over with their flatbed.
No.
It's got some height anyway, and a car on the back of it, so that could all go horribly wrong very quickly. So yeah, definitely keep out of the way through there.
But I get the feeling that a lot of these HGV drivers are wannabe racers. So, you know, it's tempting, isn't it?
How quickly can I get this flatbed back? Yeah, suddenly get a bit of understeer.
Yeah, I'll just fling it through the carousel on this lap.
In the wall.
No one will know.
No, exactly. It's I don't believe any officials do anything like that to any circuit in the world.
Of course not. What am I thinking? No, I wasn't trying to throw any HGV flatbed drivers under their own truck. Or under the bus, as the phrase should go. Patrick Niederhauser continues to lead on lap 17. And he's, well, picture this, he's in the third sector, whereas the second place car is in the 8th sector of the previous lap. So that's what a 2 minute and a bit gap is shown as on our sector times. It's the tail end of the previous lap for Patrick Pilet, but as we've said, I think that is just leading us down a bit of a wrong path at the moment, and it will become much, much closer by 9:30 tonight.
So the Hyundai 830, start that again. The Hyundai number 830, Elantra, just getting past one of the Porsche there on the restart. It doesn't look like it's got anyone. I'm not sure it's eased off at all, this rain at the moment, though it seems to a little bit for now. I'm going to look at the weather forecast. I think it's almost that little bit, because I was a bit concerned, as I said earlier, it had reminiscent of last year's N24 hour when we had a lot of precipitation on the GP circuit, the higher part of the pit straight, as it were. Some parts of it are the actual Nordschleife we're seeing out here at the moment. It's less. The track's wet clearly, but then the wipers are going largely because it's a bit straight. But there's not heavy rain hitting the screens of the cars as we can see. But that is exactly what we had at the N24 last year, which became the shortest one on history. It's 7 hours 24 of actual race running. Where the worst parts were with the Nordschleife. But it was the GP circuit, the new part that was okay. So it was the difficult part, which is quite extraordinary.
Well, yeah, ordinarily you would expect the valley of the Eiffel to house the low cloud, and that would be where all the fog would be concentrated. And generally the Grand Prix track, which is one of the higher bits of the whole venue, remains clear. But yeah, it was the Grand Prix track that was the difficulty. So much so that marshal posts could not see the next marshal post either before or after. And it just stayed like that for hours on end, all the way through the night and into day 2. And it meant that even though the race time, the official race time for the eventual winners, Scherer Sport, was 23 hours and change, actually the amount of the race that was held under any sort of green flag was just above 7 hours, as you've mentioned. So record-breaking in its own right, but for all the wrong reasons. We never like to have a record-breaking shortest distance. Always try and push for the most amount of laps completed.
Entirely so. Just looking at our screen there, Johnny, we said at the beginning about what did I say at the beginning when we had qualifying, of the amount of manufacturers that we've had. It's been a NLS this season. This is around. It is part of the N24 qualifiers. As of last year, 2024, this set of races became points collecting towards the championship. We said Porsche dominating so far. Falcon had a 1-2 on the round 2. Sorry, round 1, opening round of the season. The Ruhr-Pokal won on this round 2. They were 1st and 3rd, I think. That was the correct result.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Manthey with the famous Grello. They came and joined in round 3, the last one just a couple of weeks ago, and won that as well. So another very successful, very organised team with a Porsche came along. Right, we're winning. They happen to be on pole position as well today, and were leading for quite a while. They're currently running in 2nd place, so not too shabby a showing. Shira Sport PHX. PHX is the old part was Phoenix. Phoenix Racing was new to that. Quite literally morphed Phoenix, if you like. So what I did there into Shira Sport PHX. Synonymous of running Audis. They also have taken on a Porsche this year. Total different direction for them, and they've done that for a reason. And the reason being at the moment is Patrick Niederhaus is leading the race in their number 16 car. So that's not bad. We had at qualifying top 10 Porsche, Aston, Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari. Those are top 5. Different manufacturers are top 5. It took till 6 on the grid, which is the other Falcon Porsche. Then you're the Get Speed Mercedes, Yuta Audi, which is where Frank Stippler started in that car, Black Falcon Porsche, and a Red Bull Lamborghini, of which we've seen very little of that, unfortunately, in this race. A right old patchwork there of cars on the qualifying session. What have we got on the screen now? P1, Porsche. P2, Porsche. 3, Mercedes. 4, 5, 6, Porsche again.
Yeah. And
cream rises to the top.
Well, it seems to.
Now just jinxing for all the Porsches.
The other Porsche that was...
And including one that's gone in the barrier, don't forget, when it led the race.
Yes, Julian Adenauer. And the 33 car should have had a much better result than it's going to end up with. The other car that was kind of in that solid block of Porsches only 20 or so minutes ago was actually the Cup 2 race leader, but nevertheless the Mullner Motorsport car of now Arne Hofmeister is having a very good race in 9-2-1. The one thing I'll add to your discussion about Shira Sport is that the Shira Sport PHX crew do have experience of Porsches, but in lower classes. So they ran Cup 2 Porsches, I seem to remember. And have done in recent years. So, you know, they do have some specialist engineers for the rear-engined cars.
They're not virgins, are they?
Not with the Porsche, but it's an interesting take, because that's actually what Falcon used to do probably 3 or 4 years ago, when they didn't have 2 Porsches. They used to have a Porsche and a BMW and ran the Falcon tyre on both. And that was an opportunity from a branding exercise to say, doesn't our Falcon tyre work well on 2 totally different cars, a front-engine BMW, a rear-engine Porsche, and we're still getting very good results from each. Really good touring car type race happening now, by the way, between the red Audi S3, and that is another Hyundai up ahead of it, which has just managed to work its way by. They might actually be in different classes, but they were door mirror to door mirror a few months ago.
Isn't the 480 in the...
That's in the...
VT2 front-wheel drive gap, it is. Yeah, 27 seconds apart, though.
I think this is the 467 and the 480 cars.
My apologies, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies, yes.
So, Dupre... yeah, overtaken by Bora, and that is confirmed as they go through the next split. I do like this format of timing, which adjusts accordingly through each of the sectors, rather than having to wait till the end of the lap before one name appears above the other. And that is, again, a slight difference in how a Nürburgring qualifier race is timed compared to a more standard NLS race, although this is, remember, NLS 4. Just in another guise. And our second ADAC 24h Nürburgring qualifier race tomorrow, which is a 1 PM start local, will be NLS 5. So we've had 1, 2 and 3 in March, April and May, and then a double header to prepare for the N24 next week. And now returning to Hedvig's Ruhr. So that's just before Ruhr Act, another code 60, but also Brunchen, which is an entirely different location, also with a code 60. So we're talking Marshall Post 155 and Marshall Post 164, both affected by, I'm going to say, separate incidents that have just happened. now around the outside of the Supra, not a Cupra.
Yes.
I got one letter out there. The Supra.
This is Fabian Schiller we're watching, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was 268 Supra. Is that right? Yeah, 268 from the rear-wheel drive VT2, and yeah, Fabian Schiller at the wheel of the Get Speed Mercedes number 14.
But that's exactly the jeopardy we were describing earlier of the variation in pace on cars there. You've got the Supra minding its own business, and Fabian Schiller's got exactly the same now. So just let's go back to this in order. So coming up behind the Supra, Klostotol, it's quite a significant left-hand corner. In the wet, you want to be concentrating. There is absolutely minimal runoff here, either side. There is literally a ribbon of grass going through Kesselchen, Klostotol, up to the carousel there. And when I say ribbon, it's possibly less than the width of the size of an AMG GT3 going through there. So it is much, you haven't got any room for it. There's not a safety net, put it that way. And as you approach the left-hand bit, there's the Supra on the racing line. Every entitlement to be there, and quite right. The one thing you desperately want as a driver in a faster car when approaching a slower car is that stay where they are.
Yes.
And it's the golden rule of it is always the fastest car responsibility to get around the slower car. It's exactly the same on the road. If you hit from behind, the car behind wasn't reading the situation sufficiently. It's different on the track in terms of performance and pace, but the principles are the same. You know, what absolutely muddies the waters and can become a whole problem is, of course, when the car in front tries to do the right thing helpfully and get out of the way. In actual fact, please don't. Do your own thing, stay where you are, and you know, they will get round you. But just there, so basically Fabian Schiller having to go offline and go around the outside of that Supra. Then as he gets to the carousel, he arrives significantly quicker than the BMW in front of him and effectively parks it on the boot lid of that BMW going through there. And then you've got a feather gently on the throttle of the car's tramlining through there anyway, and jumping on its transmission anyway, going through the carousel. And you don't want to get on the power too soon in case it snaps the back out, and you've got to wait until it all comes out, goes level in the wet, and get past that car. So you know, loads going on all the time, processing, computing all the time what you do with these cars in front, and they've got every right to be there as well. You want to get hit by a bigger car, it doesn't usually end well for anybody.
No, everyone has the right to be there, and if you're driving the quicker of the cars, then it's entirely your responsibility to find a way through, but safely. I was just going to say, responsibility is a great word, absolutely right. That's how it's often dictated in the driver's briefing. You got the quicker car, you have the more manoeuvrability, and you've got to find your way by. So Fabian Schiller, having negotiated all that, he also went through the Brunchen section, which is affected by the code 60, and that was a moving code 60 around a flatbed, because there was a BMW on the back of that wagon and being protected by further circuit vehicles, and that yellow flag has now moved its way up to Flansgarten for the same reason. Slightly less air being taken by many of the cars at Flansgarten just because of the reduced speed that you're approaching it, but that's always the classic shot.
A couple of things I've been watching is with the onboard of that Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed car. It's areas it's struggling comparatively, let's say, to one of the 911s or Porsches, is low speed stuff, hats and back, although the front end just hasn't got the front end. I'm not suggesting it's a tyre issue or whatever, it's got like weight over the front end, but it's struggling there. What was interesting was, I said earlier, didn't I, about coming down the Dottinger Hoa, flat through there, and just kept, you know, that kink is more significant than perhaps you realise. It was interesting there, being on board with Fabian Schiller, the engine note changed dramatically and lessened as he approached the kink. He obviously backed off through it and just a bit squeaky, let's just turn it in gently, precisely, so it's not under loads of power, let the aero do its stuff, and get through, and out it comes the other side, and another lap completed for our number 14 Get Speed Mercedes, which is currently running in third position with Fabian Schiller at the wheel. It's Patrick Pillay just ahead in the number 911 Grello Manthey run Porsche, and of course Patrick Niederhauser in the number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Porsche 911 that's leading. So 2 Porsches, Mercedes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 Porsches, Audi, Jutta and Mullner, and I've forgotten to mention this, by the way. Just have a quick look at that. According to my screen, am I right in saying this? That we've got Müller Motorsport number 921 Porsche Cup 2 car in 8th overall.
Yes.
9th overall is the 830 TCR Hyundai and
Mark Bassing
and Eichenberg in the Cup 3 SRS Team Red Sport Porsche 708 Cayman, running out the top 10.
Yep.
So 8th, 9th and 10th are not SP9 cars.
Indeed. And then 11th place is the SP8T race leader for Mijatovic in his BMW M4. The other thing to look out for is the pace that Patrick Niederhauser is currently able to do on this lap. Sector 3, an absolute best for the race so far. Sector 4, an absolute best. Sector 5, an absolute best. It's getting drier out there, I'm going to say, certainly in those areas of the racetrack. And for probably about a minute just then, we had a fully green track, but now Dottingerhoor is affected by yellows. And I think that is still the moving convoy of that BMW that sits on the back of a wagon. So I don't think there's been an incident at Dottingerhoor 1, as it's called, Marshall Post 188. It's purely because what remains of the route of that flatbed plus intervention vehicles has now reached the very, very long straight, and hopefully, fairly shortly, we will go green again. But I would imagine Patrick Niederhauser is not going to be the first to start to post really good times. And this is a fine time as well for him to be doing those sort of sector times, because he's managed to fashion a 3-minute lead over Patrick Pilet in the 911. But Pilet's speed is similar. He was only a couple of seconds away from Niederhauser's pace. So with a green racetrack, will automatically come fast sector time, Snowy.
Yeah, so you just mentioned SB8T class there with 187 car leading it. Mijatovic got the wheel of that. That was a change around over pit stop, because the previous leader of that class was the car 150. So currently got Steve Brown from England with Jimmy Broadbent in that car, and Misha Shrouded and Manuel Metzger in that car. That was leading that. If you're not familiar with Misha Shrouded's work, go have a look at him on any of the streaming platforms. There's one that's quite popular. And see his laps around the Nürburgring. He knows it inside out, and there was a great one recently of he and former Stig Ben Collins, and Ben let him drive his car around. And for somebody who did the role of the Stig for a number of years, he was completely unsettled by Misha's just calmness of like, yeah, of course we do this and we do that and we go over here and etc. etc. And yeah. Worth watching.
Okay. I thought you were edging towards some of those other drivers being more sim racers like Jimmy Broadbent.
I was going that way, but it's all it's interesting.
But actually, you're talking about the real deal as well.
Yes,
driving proper cars too.
Yeah, M4 GT4 as well. So it's a decent, decent car. Not suggesting others aren't, but yeah, it's just an interesting little team. And they were running, they were leading their class, to say, at one point. But seemed to drop down the order. I think that might settle up there as well, settle down. So our Cup 3 leader is also, that's SRS Team Saul Grenfell. This is a car that's 11th overall at the moment. Harley Horton at the wheel of that. Young British driver. I think he's actually very young.
12?
No, I think he's a little bit older than that, but he may, I keep getting his press releases, but he's very, very young. We'll have to look him up now, aren't we?
Well, I am doing.
I thought you are.
I thought you continue to fill, and then it will be seamless, because nobody will have a clue what I'm doing, apart from the fact that the page is rather slow to load. Oh well, we'll get there. That is a new fastest lap of the race from Patrick Niederhauser. Yeah. Well, I told you about the absolute bests, and I was thinking it's surely only going to go one way with that.
Is that the first sub 10 minutes as well? 9:37. And that's something, just bear in mind, the second place car, which is the Manthey Porsche with Patrick Pilet at the wheel, that's gone its best was a 10:02. The best, let's just do the best there. 10:02, 10:09, 10:18, 10:09. You get the picture, yeah. 10:11, yeah. Patrick Niederhauser in the Sport Porsche is on 9:37. Let's call it 20 seconds quicker. And a bit.
Harley Horton was born last week.
Yeah.
In 2005, he was born.
So he's 20. I thought he might not be a teenager anymore. But there you go. He's 20.
Yeah.
Yes.
January 2005, I have his birthday. From the northwest of England, but he's already done British GT and GT World Challenge in some of the sprint races, and has competed here in NLS races.
Oh, yeah, all the season.
Yeah, but as far back as 2023. Yeah. So, in fact, 2022 when he was 17. So yeah, a teenager, but having, you know, already has so much experience at this place. Which will pay dividends, you have to think.
Isn't it?
It's sickening to be born in 2005. I didn't know that was possible. Another absolute best Sector 1 time, and not too shabby through Sector 2 either. So this is in part due to Patrick Niederhauser's sheer pace, but also the track is getting drier, folks. So a 9:37.9, the fastest lap of the race so far, and I don't think, as you say, anyone's got close to that. Yeah, we've been in the low 10 minutes, but we haven't got anywhere close to a 9 minute, and 9:37 has sliced, yeah, the best part of 25 seconds off the best.
There's a 10:01, isn't there, from well, the number 8 Utah Racing Audi that's currently got Alexei Veremenko at the wheel.
I mean, the other thing now to think about is, I'm guessing that 16 Porsche is still on wet weather tyres, unless they put it on inters during the last stop. How long has Niederhauser been out there? Because that's fine for him to be doing that sort of speed as the track continues to dry, but any quicker than that, and you're going to start to rip apart those wet weather tyres. Niederhauser's been at the wheel for, well, I've got it over an hour now. And how long is the stint? 6 laps. So yeah, that's about right. The car will need one more stop, and that's why it's interesting, because it's going to even up that gap of, it's been sitting at 3 minutes for a while. Patrick Pilet is surely going to be able to do a 9 minute something as well with these improving conditions. And we're expecting Pilet to be able to go closer to the end of the race before he needs fuel, because he's only done 2 laps on this stint. So it will bunch things up a lot more. Niederhauser's going to have to pit with 40 or so. Well, maybe at the end of this lap. Let's just have a look. 6 laps, I said completed, didn't I? Depending on how they want him to cut that, he'll either pit at the end of this lap or at the end of the next lap. But that will be further away from the checkered flag than when Patrick Pilet has to come in and make his pit stop, and it will be more like a splash and dash for the 911, bringing Grello back into the equation. It is a 9 minute lap for Patrick Pilet, but 9:52. So again, Pilet encountering a fair chunk of a delay there. I mean, that's 15 seconds lost on 1 lap compared to Patrick Niederhauser. But again, he's having to react to some caution here and there. For instance, there were yellow flags at Hohenrhein at the end of the previous lap, and at Tiergarten. Well, what's more, that was down to that recovery truck with BMW needing to head off the circuit safely.
Yeah, significantly less spray being produced by these cars with all the aero, which is always an indicator of how well the track's starting to dry. So you've made an incredibly valid point, Johnny, with 38 minutes to go still. So a good, yeah, let's call it 4 laps, approximately here, 3 and a bit, at least 3 to 4 laps at least, which normally doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 20 odd minutes of running around here. We can see the pit straight looking out of a window there. It's certainly not dry, and I was going to say a matter of 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have thought it was ready to come off wet yet. But I'm beginning to wonder whether, if these tyres start to chunk, I think the GP circuit's looking quite wet still. By comparison, some of the other parts of the Nordschleife are not, and it's how much time do you lose? And it's not just about friction, it's about time management. So if 2/3 of your lap the tyre's getting too hot, you're going to lose time anyway, and you've got to manage that tyre and drive offline, and that's compromising everything. So it suddenly becomes a double, triple negative, if you like. All of a sudden it all becomes accumulative, and you've lost, as you say, you've suddenly lost 20-30 seconds in a lap, which is huge, even around here. So I'll be interested to see, is there going to be a flurry of activity that the cars are going to need to do another pit stop? Are we going to see cars switching from wets to intermediates on that final pit stop to cope with these conditions?
There's going to be a crossover point where the wets are just slowing you down and you have to switch to the slick tyre, but you know, are you close to the pit lane at that opportune point? Because if you suddenly realise I'm on the wrong tyre and you're going through Hatzenbach or Arenberg, that's a long wait until you can finally get into the garage. And can you weave it into the strategy, as in, are you in need of fuel at the same time as the Pirelli shod Dynamic GT entered Porsche for Nico Bastian heads through the chicane, or heads through the hairpin, I should say, at the bottom of the hill. So, oh no, that's, see, I have Bastian alongside car number 54, but that's actually Bastian Boos, isn't it? So surname Boos should be displayed on my screen rather than the Nico Bastian, as I've just called him. Let's just double check on that. Yeah, Bastian Boos in that car. And Nico Bastian, as I've mentioned, is in the race, but in another car. So need to get that right. But I'm a big fan of the Danish driver, who has been in the past a Super Cup champion. Now getting more and more used to GT3 Porsches rather than the Cup variety. Sharing with Loic Hartog and Joel Sturm in car number 54. Meanwhile, drier again at Kittelbacher Hohe. Just the approach speed from Fabian Schiller, so different. And actually, whereas it looked like we were heading to proper night time about 20 minutes ago, the sky has cleared all of a sudden. And it doesn't exactly look like a brand new day, but it looks like, you know, we are about 30 minutes away from sunset rather than being plummeted into full darkness. So brighter skies in the distance for Fabian Schiller as he approaches Arenberg, and the plummet down into the foxhole. Meanwhile, the fourth place car of Bastian Boos is now heading through Hatzenbach. And that means that the time differential between Schiller and Boos is about 50 seconds at the start of lap 19. Again, though, still that glorious different sounds of the various engine notes and the way that they operate as well. So we've got, what, flat six, we've got V6 in the Ferrari, we've got V8s, we've got V10s in the Audi and the Lamborghini that did do a few laps at the start of the race, but not more than 9, sadly. The other thing I meant to mention about 25 minutes ago, and then of course we get on to other things, the 34 Aston Martin started to do a few more laps. Christian Krognes, yes, he is still running. So that was the car that was due to start from second, remember. David Pittard, who has been the subject of many a conversation during our broadcast, and his teammate Mattia Drudi. So they elected not to take part in what was a high-risk race earlier on, but now things are starting to settle down and it's becoming slightly more predictable, purely from a grip level. At least the 34 Aston Martin is able to do a few laps towards the end of the race, Snowy, which will always please you, an Aston Martin enthusiast through and through.
Well, I think the problem is, I think I jinxed it with the you know, Pittard, my imaginary friend that I didn't speak to yesterday, being on the front row of the grid, and to the point he hasn't even messaged me yet. So you're quite right. I'm just making it up. I just, you know, got to try, haven't I? It makes me sound better. Got to love an Aston.
Always. And in those cars, that's a V8, isn't it? Turbocharged, but the Mercedes variety.
It's a Mercedes, and it was the 4-litre, so the same that's in the in rest of the Mercedes road cars. A Mercedes, I can't even say it's a Mercedes-derived engine. It is the Mercedes 4-litre V8 turbocharged, but with Aston's work and breathing and ancillaries and bits and bobs and whatever. And interesting enough, it carries across to the GT4 race car as well. But Mercedes create their own gearbox for the GT4 race car, but it's not part of the deal with Aston. Aston have to use their own gearbox in that. So you'd have thought that the two would come together and would work in harmony. I can almost understand a back axle or something being different, but it's not. In the GT4 Aston, it's Aston's gearbox on Mercedes engine.
Yes. Okay.
Whereas Mercedes run their own thing.
It's strange how these things sort of pan out through kind of key decisions that were made.
Yeah, it's contracts and things and whatever. Obviously, it all comes down from, as you said from the beginning of that some of these cars may not bear much resemblance to a road car, but they have to. There's a DNA and there's contracts and commercial considerations in place as to what sells and doesn't sell, etc., etc. And there's only so much crossover they can have, so it's fine.
We will have V12s back at Le Mans, of course, this year, though.
Yeah.
Powering the hypercars from Aston Martin, and the only non-hybrid event, non-hybrid cars, I should say, of that entry. Remember, you can enter hypercar with a hybrid or without a hybrid, and it really depends on the design of said car. As, again, the flame protruding from the back of a Porsche, but that's just the nature of a tail light, the LED, and that wasn't even an SP9 car, that was a Cayman, I think, from Cup 3, which was motoring its way through Hudson back. Patrick Niederhauser's Scherer Sport PHX Porsche on lap 20, now into sector 3 of this current lap. We're a minute away from 9 o'clock. And therefore 26 minutes away from official sunset. Still the times are coming down, so a couple more into the 9-minute bracket. Well, one more into the 9-minute bracket, which is the Nico Menzel Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Speaking of which, that is the engine note you can hear in the background. So we've got Patrick Pilet, last time around 9:52. He is just about to complete another lap, by the way. So we'll see how quick the Frenchman is in this current phase of the race. On this lap, an absolute best for Patrick Niederhauser in the reasonably lengthy Sector 3. It's not anywhere near as long as Sector 7, by the way, or Sector 5. But if you're doing a sub 3-minute time through Sector 7, then that is very handy indeed. Niederhauser up against Pilet, but remember, Niederhauser is due for a stop and might even be heading in at the end of this lap. We're on lap 7 for Patrick, is that right? Lap 7 for Niederhauser, so he could extend it by a further lap potentially. No, sorry. So 7 laps completed for Patrick Niederhauser. This is his 8th. So I'm going to say that the Swiss will pit at the end of this lap, whereas Patrick Pilet will be able to continue on maybe to within the last 10 minutes of the race. Because down the hill towards Arenberg goes Nico Menzel. And remember, back a number of hours, that car was regularly in 5th place. Well, it's found its way back to the 5th position now, behind Bastian Buus in car 54. Fabian Schiller in the number 14 Mercedes running 3rd. Manthey EMA's Grello Porsche 2nd. And Patrick Niederhauser in the number 16 car running as the race leader. Cup 2, led by Arne Hofmeister's Mühlner Motorsport Porsche. That 921 Cup 2 Porsche took the lead at 5:30. It was in pole position anyway, so it romped into a reasonably decent lead of 5 seconds or so. And to be honest, has never really looked back. I don't think that car's ever been topped, actually, from the lead of the race in Cup 2. So never been headed, more accurately. And as it's been handed back and forth to various drivers, they've just kept it on the straight and narrow, despite 1 or 2 things changing around it. Still the impressive sight of 3 of those top 10 runners being non-SP9 cars. So you've got Cup 2 represented in 7th position. The class leader in TCR is in 9th overall with Mark Basseng's Hyundai. And then the SP8T race leader, which is the FK Performance Motorsport BMW, that is car number 187. And that is as high as 10th overall for Tobias Wahl, who shares with Ranko Mijatovic and Nick Wustenhagen. So again, top 10 cars, Snowy. 3 of them are not really the category that we might have expected.
No, I'm just looking at these, the circuit, that now officially, according to the ticker, it actually stopped raining on the pit straight now, and wipers are on the cars still a little bit, but I think that's because of that which is standing up standing on the track and coming up. That's all that is. It has actually virtually stopped raining most of the circuit, certainly parts further round. We've seen the lap times down. Therefore, that leads me into what are we going to see on tyre choice now? Are people going to have to come onto these intermediates? I'm just going to look at driver stints. What have we got? So, for instance, the number 14 Mercedes Gatsby that we talked about quite a bit. We had quite a bit of onboard with that earlier. We were able to describe quite a lot how that car was handling in these changing conditions. And I think we've got a full green circuit. Remember, the foxhole is clear now, is it not? We've got yes. So we have got a full green circuit just to go to the last 25 minutes or 26, just coming at 25:56 to do. So yeah. So back to the number 14 Mercedes AMG Gatsby car. That had Stolz at the wheel and Fabian Stiller now, and that's done 15 laps. Is that right?
Not quite. Schiller's done 19.
Okay. So those times. So that car. So Niederhauser in the Scherer Sport Porsche, the leading car, number 16. It dropped that extraordinary lap in of a 9:37. Its last lap was a 9:45, so 8 seconds slower. As darkness really does descend now upon us, the last 30 minutes of this NLS4 round to go, being the part of the N24 qualifiers weekend. And as we said at the beginning of the show, qualifiers, not qualifying. There's a subtle difference, various elements of qualifying ability here, not necessarily for the 24 hours, just the readiness of that event. Niederhaus just done a sector 5, the best bit, best one through there, which is quite a long run actually. Sector 5 is actually the longest sector on the, almost sector 7 is the longest on the circuit, 5.3 kilometers, basically from Schwedenkreuz all the way round to Exmüller. 2:06, 8:06 in there, in that section.
So again, this is just evidence.
My apologies, that's Pillay. That's a tenth quicker than Niederhauser on the same section. Sorry, it's just gone slightly quicker. Sorry, just came up at the same time as I said it. Only a tenth quicker though.
So 2:55.3 for Niederhauser, but I reckon he's going to be in now. Yes, he is. So that's an 8-lap stint. Can't go any further on the fuel. And this is going to be fascinating because he's pitting with 24 minutes to go, whereas, well, could Patrick Pillay make the finish? Because that car pitted 4 laps ago, or rather the stint for Patrick Pillay is now 4 laps old. So surely if you can make 8 laps, which has been well over an hour, let's just have a look at the stint time for Niederhauser. I reckon his stint began at about 7:45. So he's now got to 9:05. That's an hour and 20 minutes on a single tank of fuel. So therefore
22, wasn't it? Yeah.
So therefore Pillay should be able to get to the end here. So this is a straight fight, I reckon, for the team addressing the 16 Porsche. Bear in mind, they can't pit the car as quick as they would like to because they're still governed by the time. which alters minute by minute, doesn't it, depending on how much time you've got to the checkered flag. But Patrick Pilet is now in that very long Sector 7 section of the racetrack, which is, well, Niederhauser's just shown us that you can do it in 2 minutes 55. He did that on his in-lap, which is so crucial. The engine is fired and away he goes, and Pilet's still in Sector 7. He hasn't reached the end of it yet. So they've got that car out well ahead as the explosion of light as the headlights are turned back on again at the end of pit lane. And any sort of question of whether Niederhauser might be able to give up the race lead to Patrick Pilet, well, that balloon for 911 has been popped at Manthey. They are going to finish second because Niederhauser is absolutely fine to the finish. Unless something intervenes, of course, and there's still quite a lot of risk involved in the final 22 minutes.
Yeah, crucially, I didn't get to see if there was a tyre change on that car, Johnny, which was, I really wanted to catch that bit of information as to whether we've stayed on a wet or an intermediate. Just from the shots I've got, just describing what I can see there, I'd say that's an intermediate now.
Well, there are inters available.
You're going to, obviously there's water, but you're going to chunk a wet tyre really quite quickly on there, I would have thought.
Bear in mind, it was the number 1 Audi that began the race on the wrong tyre, as in they started on intermediates and had to change at the end of the first racing lap to wet weather tyres. So that's proof, again, that, well, presumably every tyre manufacturer involved in today's race has provided an intermediate. And I'm sure that is in the sporting regulations that they need to. Certainly teams as manufacturers within the tyre world as popular as Michelin, or who else have we got? Pirelli represented, and others, Goodyear, and so many others up and down the order. But for SP9 cars, I think it's sensible to have the intermediate as well, because it's such a long track and it's not necessarily raining throughout all of it at any one time. Now Patrick Pilet reaches the end of lap 20 for Grello, and that was a 9:38.9, so was quicker than the in-lap from Patrick Niederhauser, but Niederhauser has left the pit lane ages ago. I mean, 2 minutes ago, probably. In fact, the gap at the line, no, it wasn't quite 2 minutes. It's 1 minute and 48 seconds that separate the two Porsches. But it is now Sport PHX's to throw away. And crucially for this amazing string of results from the start of the year to now, it's the Sport Porsche that is on course for victory, not their Audi, which actually was started on the front row at 5:30 this afternoon.
Well, quite extraordinary. You know, we're four rounds in, which tomorrow will make us, don't laugh, when we're 5 rounds in this time tomorrow, that's halfway through the season, is my point. 10 races, so we're halfway through this time tomorrow, as it were. But 4 rounds in, we've had all Porsche wins, 2 different teams. It looks at the moment, as you said, another Porsche win with a 3rd team, which proves it's the car to have at the moment. As I said, Valkenhorst Aston got close, Audi got close, Mercedes got close as well. So they haven't. It's not like they've been completely dominant. Don't just take the headlines, sort of win, win, win. But you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. If you're a Porsche fan, thank goodness there's nobody on our team who is. But you know, if you're seeing this, you're going to show up on a Monday morning and go and buy a Porsche, aren't you?
But this is the point. Well, post this weekend, between now and the N24, where representatives from Mercedes, from BMW, from Audi, from Aston Martin, from Ferrari, they're all going to the balance of performance clerk and saying, where's our performance in all of this? You can't let the Porsches run away with it. They've won the first 4 and possibly 5 races. So surely there's going to be some adjustment.
And if I was a team owner principal of a team running a non-Porsche brand, I would be sitting there championing the case of, look, you know,
of course
they're that good, you know.
We can't compete with this.
3 different teams come up and just you know, wipe the field with us. So you know, I want some bop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, all the Porsche boys are going to be in a break. That's all. Ride height. Put some ride height in it. Stick the back up by 20 mil. There you go.
Issue resolved.
That'll make it oversteer.
Issue resolved. Yeah.
Julian.
Yeah. Oh dear, Julian Adenauer you're referring to. Well,
Yes.
that little off, where he was punted from behind from Frank Stifler.
There was nowhere near him.
We were nowhere near him. That was a theory of mine that lasted about 2 seconds until I was able to witness the whole incident again. And, well, yeah, way too hot into Tiergarten, but conditions were so tricky to work out. And, of course, when you are the first car into that section of racetrack, you make the mistake and everybody else goes, oh, hold on, I'll just brake a bit more heavily. I mean, he was braking pretty hard as it was, to be honest. I suggested at the time maybe having pulled off just one of the most awesome overtakes down the Dottingerhoor, and Antonius Bucher picked off the second place car, then the leader almost in one move, but then didn't make the next corner. Did limp the car back to pit lane because it's just around the corner, of course, from Tiergarten. But even though that 33 Porsche did rejoin, it's never really been in the fight ever since because of the amount of time it needed to be in the garage having the front section repaired. And in fact, it's no longer in the race. So maybe it didn't re-emerge. I kind of thought it had come back out. Maybe it did a lap of the Grand Prix circuit and no more, because I only got 7 laps.
Which car was it, Johnny?
33.
Yeah.
I thought it had come back. You know, when they repaired it, they sent it back out, didn't they? Because it was gleaming on the front, apart from that bit of tape that didn't match. But it only did 7 laps. So that's another car that we've barely seen anything of after its incident.
So to look at our aggregator, if you like, our table for race laps completed. Yeah, so the lead car number 16, yes?
Correct.
When it stops, what lap did it stop? You've got your analysis up there. If you pull up,
it pitted at the start of this lap, so...
No, so it's first pit stop.
Oh, first ever pit stop in the race. First ever. Hang on. We'll cut this little bit of silence out in the edit, eh?
Yeah.
If only I'd known what question you were going to throw at me.
I'm sorry.
Right. No, it's fine. Sorry. It's fine. Okay, so I would say for the 16 car, it did 6 laps.
So at 6 laps, its first pit stop needs to be 165 seconds.
Hang on, are we cycling things through to the end of the race?
Yes.
Right. Well, it pitted to start this final stint. It was at, let's call it 8 minutes past 9.
Yeah.
So until the end of the race, there were 22 minutes to go. So convert that if you wouldn't mind. If only I'd known what question you're asking me. Yeah, so there were 22 minutes to go.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can do that. 22 minutes left to go. Therefore, it needs an 85-second pit stop. 85
seconds.
Yep.
And I'm not sure whether we can find out precisely how long the time was. So 85 seconds is a minute and 25. And I reckon it spent maybe 2 minutes in pit lane. And as I say, there's a bit of give and take around the precise amount of time that it spends in pit lane, but they had so much of an advantage. If you've got to spend 85 seconds, you might as well spend 90 seconds or 95 seconds just to be absolutely sure before sending it out. Because
exactly as in round 2 with Valkenhorst, who went out 2, maybe 3. It was literally that. It was not 4. It was either 2 or 3 seconds. I can't remember exactly. Short. They had to give that time back. That's fair enough. But the way they give it back is you get a penalty for doing that, which was 35 seconds.
Yeah.
So I think it was 2 seconds because their penalty was 37 seconds. So yes, it was. It must have been then. So even I can do that basic maths. 35 to 37.
And the 35 seconds is, if you like, a virtual drive-through.
Correct. So they add it on to the end.
Yes.
At the end of the race. At that point, after that last pit stop, what they don't do a drive-through, physical, you say, correct terminology, a virtual drive-through. So the car, actually the Valkenhorst car driven by Christian Kreis at the time, crossed the line first and was the race winner on track in front of our very eyes. But it wasn't, because the Falcon Porsche had been told they've got 37-second penalty and you're X seconds behind, don't worry about it. They're like, fine, just stroke it down.
Yeah.
Don't bin it, keep it out the scenery, and job done. You know?
But the reason why they don't, if you're 2 seconds short, people might think, well, why not just add 2 seconds to the race time at the end? but you needed to have driven through the pit lane in order to get to the team to serve that time, and that's what the officials say. Yeah, you were 2 seconds short, but we're also going to do you for the drive-through, which you would have had to have done as well to serve that extra time. Sometimes you're running too short in the race to do it, to literally do it, so instead it's converted to a penalty.
Discouragement is the opposite of an incentive. So if you can miss it by just 2 seconds and just have it added on at the end, and you're leading by 10, so you still win by 8.
Yeah,
there's no incentive to not be a little bit short. Whereas if there's a penalty as well,
yeah,
it's not draconian. It's just like, yeah, it isn't worth doing by. That which goes back to the very beginning of this argument. You said if you're in for 85 seconds, you may as well do 90. Have 5. You've got a spare in the bag, and you're fine. You can't get caught for it.
I think you might as well do 90 in this context where the 16 Porsche leads by 1 minute and 45 seconds. So you've got so much wiggle room within that.
But that's what well-run teams, strategists, and all that understand. They'll see that and just go calm. You know, it's right. Just get that. Don't risk it for the sake of literally 2 seconds. Where's the point?
Yeah, yeah. And
well, there aren't any points then.
Ultimately, no. So it begs the question why they were running it so close. Unless it was a miscalculation, it could have been
exactly
a bit of confused radio transmission or interrupted radio transmission as well. And I think when we get to the 24-hour race, you know, you are going to have to be running it that close. If the time that a car needs to be in the pit lane is 2 minutes, they are going to be absolutely bang on 2 minutes, having timed how long it takes to leave the pit lane apron directly in front of your garage to the line at the end of the pit lane, and that will be done in probably tenths of seconds. So you spend a fair chunk of the midweek period just working out where you are based for the weekend and how long it takes to get your car to pit lane exit, where the speed limit is no more. And you know, when you're fighting for probably hundreds of seconds out on the racetrack, if you then give up a full second in a pit stop in a 24-hour race, that it doesn't sound like much, but it's actually huge. And it can mean the difference between coming out in front of a fellow competitor or just in behind, and then you're stuck behind them for the next hour in some cases, because overtaking is so at a premium, particularly on the main Nordschleife here. Another 10 minutes to go, there or thereabouts, to the advertised finish of this race. But where will the race leader be at that point? On to lap 23, I'm going to suggest, because Patrick Niederhauser is now within that third sector. So the run down towards Arenberg and beyond. And if we're doing, well, actually, intriguingly, oh yeah, that was the outlap for Niederhauser. That's why we've gone north of 10 minutes again now. But that's because where Niederhauser's garage is situated, it's after the timing line. So he will have crossed that in the pit lane. Then he will have sat with the team for a lengthy period, been sent out. So that's the reason why that lap time looks a bit strange in comparison to those doing the chasing. Patrick Pilet is still pretty much 2 minutes behind, and there's very little he can do about chasing down this number 16 Sport Porsche. So they need not take any risks now, although it's still a bit sketchy here and there.
I was just going to say, try not taking any risks. We've featured a little bit of onboard footage which I'll convey to you, which was Nico Menzel back in the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. And he is absolutely tippy-toeing round. It may have stopped raining, but that possibly validates the comments or reinforces the comments I was making a bit earlier. That track's neither one thing or the other now. So it's now a voyage of exploration every single time, because it's pouring with rain, you know what you've got. If it's dry, you know what you've got. This bit, you're not sure, as if there isn't enough topography and changes at Nürburgring as there is. Some of the stuff here, not even just behind some of the back markers, but Nico Menzel being so careful, and he's virtually out of the throttle completely. I'm not saying it's quite on tick over, but I bet he's barely got his foot on it, and he's coming behind other traffic, which we've said we want to stay on line, want them to stay where they are, so you can get, but he's just flashing the lights vociferously. You know, it's darker, so they can see that better. As in, I'm here, but he's holding back, not like he would at full race chat normally. Of, you know, I am here. Here's the warning, and it's almost like it's stage 2 is what are you going to do, rather than I'm here and coming through on this side of you. It's just giving himself that little bit of extra margin for safety, hopefully. Quick thing on weather. Just have a look at the weather update. The thing that's changing here is, okay, it stopped raining, but fog's coming in overnight. Is that going to clear in the morning enough to do top qualifying our first run? You know, there's a long shot back from Tiergarten there, from the back end of our pit building there as it is, or Tiergarten, back onto the Dottinger Höhe, and it's, I know the camera always changes a few things, and I'm just trying to describe this for you, but it's, there's little specks of like stars, and it's not, it's cars with headlights on. That's all you can see in the Dottinger Höhe. Didn't it pretty? Look.
Oh.
Yeah, Orion's belt.
No, that's a couple of BMWs, followed by a Porsche.
Okay. Not a Ford then.
No.
Ford
Orion. Oh, I see what you did there. Very good. What we need is
also showing my age.
an increase in ambient temperature and, more crucially, just sunshine to burn potential morning fog off. And yeah, the difficulty is that qualifying at 8:15 just might not be able to run if the fog is very stubborn to clear. And bear in mind, at what was it, 10:35, 10:30-ish, top qualifying is due to start. I'll get you a proper time on that in just a tick. Oh, BMWs are side by side.
They're both there having a right old ding dong there, aren't they? They swap places there, under braking and back out again, and still going for it. This is the 17 and I can't see the number now. It's just gone out of my sight, unfortunately. Just quick, you were saying about the number 33 Falcon Porsche, yes? Mm-hmm. Did you have a conclusion as to why it was out or what happened with it?
No.
Right, because Falcon, I didn't want to go and repeat that because that's really poor broadcasting. Falcon issued a statement on social media saying due to safety reasons, they've taken their 33 car out for today. We'll bring it back on track tomorrow.
Safety reasons.
So I'm guessing potentially there was something further damage in that car than they thought, and it wasn't worth rushing it to put it back. They did get it back out on track, but perhaps there was something a little bit more collateral damage in the car somewhere that it was better just to withdraw it and keep it for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, when you're that many laps down, there's really little point, I suppose. If something has been compromised on that car, then you don't want to damage it further. And there's
risk-reward ratio, isn't it? You know, there's all very well, you know, gathering kilometres and gathering data, but you're not at the risk if the car's got a fundamental safety-critical components damaged or something. There's no point.
Fair decision, particularly because the sister car's doing quite well still. 5th place. It feels like Nico Menzel's been in 5th for half a day or so now. I mean, that's some feat considering we only got going at 5:30. But it was a daunting first few laps for Nico, but then he settled things down. He reined it back a little bit, sharing with Dennis Marshall and Dorian Boccalacci. I don't actually remember Dennis being at the wheel of car 44, but it might be that we just missed that particular stint. He may have done a quick one. Just scroll back. Boccalacci, Menzel. No, I don't think he did. Interesting. So Dennis Marshall may be being held back for day 2. I mean, that assumes he's actually here. Might have a clashing commitment for Saturday, and there was always a plan to just run Sunday instead. Although we will get a different, there is a different entry list, isn't there, for Sunday? Weirdly, it will be the same, roughly speaking, but there might be 1 or 2 alterations. He is listed as a driver that should have been at the wheel of the 44, though, at some point today. 3 drivers in 44, 2 drivers in the 33. And the other driver within Falcon who has not had any time behind the wheel is Alessio Picariello. Easy Saturday for the Belgian. So 4 more minutes, just under, in fact, and Patrick Niederhauser is about to complete another lap. Great lap time, by the way, for the 718 Porsche Cayman in 82. That will be its best lap of the race, but we are going to squeeze 1 more out of this. So we're at official sunset time. It's very, very dark indeed on the Dottinger Höhe. Thank goodness they've got such efficient headlights. And Niederhauser over the line with just over 3 minutes still to go. So it's another 25 or so kilometres for the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche. Snowy.
It's one of the things I envy of the current crop of drivers in these wonderful machines is that compared to the karts I drove years ago, is the reliability of them there, because they're just so efficient, so you can go flat out all the time.
Yeah.
Didn't have to nurse them quite the way we had to. But the lighting, never mind the power and the brakes and the aero and the grip and all the safety features, which are all fantastic. It's the lighting. They've got a switch inside and it says day, night. And that's how it is. It's the daylight switch. You turn it on and they've got these, you know, whatever they are, LED, xenon, halo, whatever they're just incredible lights, and they don't go out. But it's always used to. You used to always have a Cyclops somewhere in the race. You know, you look at the things that we used to race on, and you just think, wow, you can actually see where you're going now. My time was guesstimate whilst fighting with an 8-pattern gearbox, which is probably only 5-speed anyway. Now they've got, you know, paddle shifts and 8 gears instead of go up, down, up, down, up, down. It's, yeah, they've got it easy, mate. They've got it easy.
I mean,
they haven't. Trust me.
You're doing that tongue in cheek, but there are a lot of driver aids now on these cars. I mean, all the SP9s have ABS as well, which in the wet is useful, isn't it? However, you can have different settings within the ABS and the traction control as well.
Totally. I mean, I did, as you know, I did some testing of a current GT4 Aston just a couple of months ago back in the UK, and it's efficient beyond belief, and it's a GT4. You can see why, no disrespect, an amateur can jump in and be remarkably quick in one straight away, because they're just so good, efficient, reliable, they do what they do. However, the same still applies, which is why you have Pro, Pro-Am and Am classes, subdivisions in those classes. Those last, you can get within 2.5 seconds really quite quickly, no pun intended, quite soon. That extra work is very hard, because you've really got to then start to delve into the data, understand. That's where you need your pro driver to say a bit here and a bit there and a fraction here, and what are you doing, and so and so. And that comes down to a confidence thing of, you know, just can you do it? And it taking the driver, the amateur driver, who's not used to driving at those speeds consistently and keeping the concentration and consistency is the big thing, certainly for endurance racing, is can I get my head round pushing through that corner that bit quicker? Because you find your limits, and it's phenomenal compared to a road car. You know, and this is a GT4 car, slick shod. You know, we did one test at Donington, and we're going through the crane of curves flat at 132 miles an hour, and you don't lift. Yeah, you just crazy. You don't. You know, historics and other cars, you lift and settle the car. That is the worst thing you could do. It'll go off. So you've got to keep it flat. Even the GT4 aero, you do anything going 132 miles an hour, and then it's best to left foot brake for the next corner, the old hairpin at that circuit, because that keeps the car better balanced. That's where you'll find 1, 2, 3 tenths, one in, middle, and exit, and that's 3 tenths on one corner. And that's where perhaps somebody who's not as experienced, shall we say, in racing cars all the time as the pros are, won't automatically do. And to left foot brake, if you don't do it at speed in a racing car, you haven't got the sensitivity, the feel, and that's if you can even get your head around it. Not everybody can.
I mean, if you're coming to racing after a period of years not racing, I suppose, a relatively late starter, I think that's more difficult, rather than someone who's come through karting initially and dealt with racecraft, but also a car moving beneath them, and then slowly edged into, well, single-seaters maybe initially, and then worked their way into GTs. But it's all been progressive, incremental steps. And that ability to left foot brake might have been a few years ago, but I mean, you need finesse still, even though you've got the traction control on the ABS, and if you're more naturally right-footed, to have that finesse with your weaker foot is really tough as well, I would imagine.
Which is confidence again, but that comes down to, you know, the good driver coaches, of which there are many in, you know, every land across the country, will do that. And if you've got a willing pupil that's happy to accept that with an open book and to say, right, this is where I want to get to, and I trust you to get me to there, but show me how, then you're fine. It's like anything. If you learn, you've got to have an open mind, haven't you? So things Noel Coward said, minds are like a parachute. They work best when they're open. You know, and that's what you've got to do. But it's not, if you can't make yourself do that, we're talking about this as if it's data, but it's an environment where you are driving a car very, very quickly. So if that is a fear for you, or does something to your senses where you think, you now want me to do that, it's having that mental capacity to absorb that information and apply it in that in that environment.
This is the final lap, and Patrick Niederhauser is in the middle of the longest sector right now, but he has an even bigger advantage. Is that indicative of Patrick Pilet just making sure he's driving within certain limits, if you like? There's really no point in pushing like crazy, because he's about the same gap behind him to Fabian Schiller, north of 2 minutes, as he has in front. So far safer to just hold station and make sure the podium result is secured for Grello. Scherer Sports 911 Porsche comfortably ahead, and Fabian Schiller will break the stranglehold of Porsche on the podium and at least get one of the non-Porsches, this time a Mercedes, into third place. He again is not under any immediate pressure from Bastien Boos in the Pirelli-shod Porsche from Dynamic. But when you take the top 6 places, to say that 5 of them are 911 GT3Rs, it's been another dominant display then from the rear-engined cars, as that thunderous Mercedes is now at Hoch-Eichen. Drier track again, and not actually too much mist evident facing Kittelbacher Hohe, and then way off into the distance Arenberg. This is where the skies are quite a bit brighter. I mean, probably amplified by the, again, ridiculously powered headlights on the front of these SP9 cars. And the Mercedes is no exception. Still some useful lap times to be found, though, including from the ME Motorsport BMW, number 66 in the SP8T class. Sadly for ME Motorsport, it's not going to be any better than 3rd position, it would appear, because 2 BMW M4, similar cars actually to the ME example, are further up the road. So just like in SP9, the Porsche's been the car to have, in SP8T, it's all about the M4 GT4s. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th in SP8T. This is the point where I realised that's the only car entered into SP8T, but it's not, because there is a Toyota Supra in that category as well. But yes, generally the selected machine is that M4. Now Nico Menzel heading towards Schwalbenschwanz. Now, is he still ahead of the race leader? Niederhauser is probably still behind him, actually. Car 44. Depends in what order they head back onto the Dottinger Hohe. Waiting for the 44 car to trigger the next split. And it will do so now. Actually, they are neck and neck, virtually. So the car with a pulsing tail light further up the road than Nico Menzel may well be the Patrick Niederhauser Porsche from Scherer Sport. Far more difficult at this time of day to pick them out. But at 9:35 in the evening at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, waiting for Patrick Niederhauser then for Scherer Sport PHX to appear. He's heading into Tiergarten now, and from four possible races, 4 possible victories, Porsche are going to sweep them all at the start of this NLS season, and the first of 2 ADAC 24h Nürburgring qualifier races. And what a way to finish for Patrick Niederhauser with the fastest lap of the race. A 9:29.8 to take the victory after 23 laps for car number 16. 4 hours and a bit more in the bank, but he and his teammate will take the checkered flag. So a really good run from Laurens Vanthoor as well earlier on in the race. Remember, Vanthoor did more than half of it. But sometimes they say that even though some teams were tackling this race with as many as 4 drivers, it's actually better to keep the variables as low as possible and only go with 2. Patrick Niederhauser, Laurens Vanthoor will take the top step of the podium for Scherer Sport PHX. We might not necessarily associate Scherer Sport with this brand, Peter Snowden, but I mean, Porsche have done it again, haven't they?
Haven't they just? I mean, four out of four. I mean, you know, as I said earlier, 4 out of 4 now, 3 different teams running the same model of car.
That's a good point, yeah.
Falcon, first 2 races, Manthey, third race, sorry, and 4th race today, Scherer, with their new car to them. You were quite right to point out earlier, actually you always are quite right to point things out and keep it on the straight and narrow, that Scherer Sport, not known for running this category of Porsche, but massive experience in Porsches in other areas. So that is some transferable, and I think really people of that level, you could give them any brand, they're not going to run it badly, are they?
Yeah.
Let's face it. But there's a reason they've chosen to do this, and you do get a comfort zone. You do get you get happy with what you know, your product, your intel, and whatever. And it does take a while to understand operating procedures, but boy, they've got their head around that. So 4 out of 4 for Porsche. 3 different teams. Fantastic. What a start. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow with some qualifying in between as well. That's so is it going to be another Porsche win? That's going to be half the season then.
The thing is, we've got a lot of Porsches in the entry, but there are also, there's a decent turnout from BMW. There's a couple of get-speed Mercedes in there. The Aston Martin qualified very well from Valkenhorst. That was a front-row start, should have been at least, for the 34 car with their 8-minute 10-second lap. So that there are rivals out there, but it is a question of whether they can put it all together and stitch these stints back to back, stay out of trouble. And bear in mind, it could have been an even better result collectively for Porsche had the 33 car stayed in front. But with Julian Adenauer at the wheel, he made one of those rare errors in the trying conditions towards the end of the lap and ended up in the tyre wall at Tiergarten. In the meantime, Grello has crossed the line in 2nd position, so Patrick Pilet and Kevin Estre linking up as they've done in the past, the 2 Frenchmen in the 911. They will finish in 2nd place, and then about 2 further minutes back, expecting the 14 Team Get Speed Mercedes of Fabian Schiller, Maxime Martin, who drove before him, and Lucas Stoltz, who started this race for Get Speed. We're expecting them to finish on the podium and a good chunk of time ahead of the Volker Motorsport Porsche that remains in the race, car number 44. So Julian Adenauer may well have made his error, but Nico Menzel, well, he tried to make a few errors. He did, in fact, early on in the piece, but kept it out of the wall, crucially, when the car took to the grass at Hatzenbach. And both he and Dorian Boccalacci have driven very well indeed. Dennis Marshall didn't get a go, but that might be rectified tomorrow. Good way to finish, though, isn't it, for Patrick Niederhauser? I was bothered that maybe he wouldn't be able to go quite as quickly as Laurens Vanthoor, but a fastest lap of the race. That was partly due to the improving conditions, and we didn't actually know what tyres, if at all, they switched that car to for the closing stint. They might have been brave enough to go full slick, but I think it was too damp for that in actual fact. So it might have been to the intermediates, and the 16 car quicker than it had ever been on that final tour. Also a really nice way to finish for Harley Horton, the 20-year-old from Stockport in the UK, and the 959 car from SRS Team Zorg Rennsport will cross the line as the Cup 3 winner, and that's also a fastest category lap of the race for Harley Horton. So his Porsche completing the final lap with a 10-minute 46.1. We are still waiting for... Well, Fabian Schiller's just crossed the line, so that will confirm the podium finishers. And Bastian Boos is due across the line next up. I would imagine Laurens Vanthoor's German is as good as David Pittard's. Let's just pause to see whether this is a German-speaking interview. Yes, it is.
It is, yes.
I mean, I thought, for a Belgian who, there are sort of related languages, not that far away to the Netherlands from Belgium, and a lot of Dutch people can also speak German. But also the amount of years that Vanthoor has been associated with the Porsche brand. He will have had to have spoken German for many, many years. Well done to Patrick Niederhauser, the Swiss, who I won't quite say put Laurens Vanthoor to shame, but with the conditions improving, mightily impressive in sections of that race. And so that car and his teammate was really mightily impressive for the closing laps. 2.5 minutes ahead of Patrick Pilet in the 911 and his teammate Kevin Estre. The 14 Mercedes, Maxime Martin, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stoltz complete the podium ahead of the Pirelli tyres of Dynamic GT and Bastian Boos, Loic Hartog and Joel Sturm. Let's just listen to Patrick Pilet if we can. Yeah, here we go. This is in English, I think.
It's good to be back on the Nordschleife, especially with the great
Kevin Estre's German is very good, so this will definitely be in the home language. But nice to hear from a grinning Patrick Pilet, and the two Frenchmen back together again behind the wheel of the very familiar Porsche. And great that Patrick Pilet, after a year away from Nürburgring 24, the Keystone event, that he is raring to go again as one of the Grello pilots. As we got to the end of that race, that top 10 still had present a Cup 2 car. Arne Hofmeister bringing the 921 Mühlner example home in 7th position. Mark Basseng in the 830 Hyundai Motorsport Elantra, the 830 car, finishing an amazing 9th overall and winning its class convincingly, because the next TCR car, also a Hyundai, down in 18th position. So what's that? 9 places in the overall separate the top 2 in TCR. And Cup 3, as mentioned, Harley Horton doing a fastest lap of the race in the SRS Team Zorg-Rennsport Porsche, just ahead of the 2 SP8T BMWs, one from FK Performance Motorsport and the second of those from Team Bilstein in the number 1.
Zum Podium. Also ist es doch, was gibt Schöneres, eben am Geburtstag auch mal auf dem Podium zu stehen?
Sonnenschein. Aber nee, guter Tag für uns nach dem Ja, es war ein schwieriges Rennen mit den Bedingungen. Nicht einfach für uns. Die beiden Porsche waren ein bisschen zu schnell für uns heute, aber es hat trotzdem viel Spaß gemacht und mit meinen 2 Teamkollegen Luca, Maxim, ja, können wir zufrieden sein.
Luca, wie war es für dich draußen?
Fühlt sich nicht so richtig an wie ein 3. Platz. Ich meine, wenn das Rennen noch ein bisschen länger gegangen wäre, hätten die Porsche überrundet. War schwierig für uns. auf Pace fahren, aber ja, trotzdem cool auf dem Podium zu sein am Ende von so einem schwierigen Rennen.
Dafür haben wir natürlich auch so ein bisschen hier das Wochenende da, um das alles nochmal durchzukalkulieren. Ausführen.
Yeah, it was a difficult race for sure. Difficult to keep up with the two Porsches, but at the end we survived. We are in the podium and we have to analyze and try to learn for the big one.
Yes, we will see tomorrow and then in 4 weeks. Thank you.
In der SP7 gewinnt die Nummer 70, das ist das Auto von David Bars, Kapitän Ruhr, schnellste Zimmermann, der Vorbezug von die 467, Michael Bohrer und Gerrit Holthaus, im Endeffekt sogar ein sehr deutliches in der Klasse, der SP4T gewinnt die 88, der Subaru vom Team Rintaro Kubo. Haben wir noch VT2 Heck müssen wir noch schauen. Müssen wir aufstehen für. Da gewinnt die 520. Das ist ein bisschen überraschend, dass es nicht die Seriensieger sind von Adrenalin Motorsport begleitet in Deutschland.
Final few runners still heading across the line. We are, by the way, if you're tuned into our radio coverage on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we've been in full darkness for a good 20 minutes or so now, with sunset time being at 9:25. Race time officially ended at 9:30, but with about 4 minutes to go before that happened, the race leader, eventual race winner, headed across the line, and that meant that Patrick Niederhauser needed to do another full lap. So this is now the point, perhaps, where discussions are going to begin, Snowy, as to how to close that gap. Because unless you're Mercedes and you're thinking, well, we can get a podium here and there, and in earlier NLS races, BMW have been podium finishers too, but I don't think necessarily Audi are going to be too happy. It remains to be seen precisely how many Audis are going to be in the big race. Is it going to be a Porsche benefit, or are we going to have it slightly more even between the manufacturers? And that's the question over the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, ordinarily I would say on these sort of things that, you know, variety is good, and it's time for a change. That's great. We've had that change. We've had that change twice in 4 races, 3 different teams.
Yeah.
It's just the car that's good. That's the point at the moment. It's the product.
Yeah.
So, you know, Porsche are just doing it very, very well, which goes back to what we said about BOP, doesn't it? Balance of performance. Are they going to look at that? Is that going to change significantly for? Unlikely to change it over the weekend for tomorrow. I can't see any.
No, I think
we've seen it in a race. We've seen it in a N24 weekend before, in qualifying to race, haven't we? Where they've just gone, hang on a minute. It's always a problem with this, and anybody that does balance performance, as you said earlier, some series they don't even like you talking about it. But you don't want anybody dominating it too much, or any one model or product.
Yeah.
But is that the manufacturer's fault for making it better than anybody else's and reading the whole picture better than anybody else? You know, at the moment, on the face of that, 4 races, 4 wins for Porsches, 3 different teams. If you're on the board or the marketing at Porsche at the moment, you're going to say, well, we're clearly building a great car, to the point that different teams can go and run our product, and hey, is that good? But is it because it's so much better? No, it's not. At the moment, does that warrant a penalty? No, I don't think so. But if you're running another product, he's going to say, hang on a minute, give us a chance. But I always think it's, you know, when back in the days in the sort of, you know, the mid noughties, when, you know, in Formula One and Schumacher and Ferrari were dominating absolutely everything. And is it good for viewing figures, listening? No, probably not. But from a pure sporting perspective, my view was always, they're just doing it better than everybody else, so catch up. But it's a bigger picture than that now commercially, isn't it? It's, yeah, if you start to lose investors, I don't necessarily mean financially, but you know, it's different at amateur level here. We've got a lot of amateur drivers. You don't want to go and do that. They're always going to want to seek the advantage and drive the best product out there. It was no surprise that Klaus at Frigidaire chose a 296 a couple of years ago over always having run Porsches, and we all just went, "What are Frigidaire doing running a Ferrari?" Well, I can tell you what they were doing, winning mostly, because they turned up at the 24 hour with it and won. You know, and okay, that's it. And interesting enough, Pittard told me yesterday that he's still got that car. It's still to one side. He's not bringing it out at the moment, but it's still around.
You mean Klaus has still got that car?
Correct.
Right, I was going to say, how did David Pittard end up with that Ferrari?
No. Okay. Klaus is concentrating on, at the moment, his 962 Group C Porsche and having some fun with that.
You're talking about Klaus Aberland, by the way.
Sorry, my apologies. Sorry,
no, that's okay.
Yes, sorry. Like we're on first name terms. Yes, sorry, I forgot. Yes, owner of Frigidaire. And what David did reveal was, he said it's eye-wateringly expensive to run that car, even by contemporary GT3 standards. And he said, you know, Klaus isn't short, but he still would like a contribution, something, a sponsor, something somewhere, whatever. And that's just a measure. I don't think David was giving anything away that wasn't accurate there, or unfair, or wrong thing to say. But we looked at that car, didn't we, 2 years ago, and said it's effectively, I think the description I used was it's an LMP car built to GT3 rules.
Yes.
It's exquisitely built, it's modular, as you said, it's got all the bits that you can do it in a certain way, repair it so much easier, but you can tell that the design that's gone into that is reflected in the sale price and the running costs. And it's like, ooh, that's going to get punchy. So if people like that are saying, we'll park it for the time being and leave it as a race winner, then that's a concern, because you put people off. And you want cars out there. So balance of performance, it's a mixed bag. We have podium going on.
Yeah, here's
Johnny.
the podium then. So in third position, first of all, it's the trio from Mercedes, number 14. They go to the far side of the podium. Maxime Martin, Lukas Stolz, and in the closing stages, Fabian Schiller, who stands between his two teammates. Patrick Pilet in the white, and in the Kuss-backed Grello-type race suit is Kevin Estre for second position. So Manthey EMA finishing in second with the Porsche 911 GT3R 992. But it's exactly the same car. Scherer Sport PHX, far more associated with a rival German brand, although they have run Porsches in other categories around the Nordschleife, and maybe putting that knowledge to good use. It is Lawrence Vanthoor, Patrick Niederhauser, so neither of them actually German, but they're racing for the German outfit, Scherer Sport PHX. And the national anthem for the winning team then to be heard here on the Nürburgring 24-hour podium ahead of next month's big race. So the national anthem of Germany for Scherer Sport PHX, and well done again to Patrick Niederhauser and to Laurence Vantor, who stand in their very smart Scherer overalls, race suits, and Walter Hornung, who is the race director, will present the trophies. And thanks to Walter and all his team for putting in place what should be a spectacular lineup again for the latest edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. This is the first of the ADAC qualifier races then. 4 hours already in the book. And don't forget that we will be live again tomorrow from the Global Broadcast Centre, both Peter Snowden and me, Johnny Palmer, with top qualifying first of all. We tend not to bring you top qualifying, or even indeed have a top qualifying session away from the 24 hours of Le Mans, but we will have all of that for you live. It's a session that runs between 10:30 and 11:40, so we'll be on air just before that for the full build-up. And yeah, 70-minute session to allow cars to head around the Nordschleife one by one. That will decide the sharp end of Startgruppe 1 for Rennen 2, another 4-hour race starting at 1 o'clock, but we'll be on air half an hour or so before that with all of the build-up. Champagne flies, sprays though now for, well, actually, Niederhauser and his teammate, Vantor, made a quick run for it, didn't they, for shelter, whereas getting stuck in, Patrick Pilet and Kevin Estra with the Grello race suit. Patrick needs a similar clothing, I would suggest. Hopefully that's going to be sorted in time for the race, assuming, of course...
He'll have a spare suit, won't he?
I would hope so. Oh, his spare suit, yeah. Bearing in mind Champagne will be sprayed today, then maybe to avoid any laundry overnight, it means that he can get in a different suit for tomorrow. So that draws to a close our coverage of the first race of the weekend. We have another ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier tomorrow, as I say, but before that, top qualifying all live here on RS1 tomorrow. So we move from RS3 to RS1. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
It's the biggest race of the year. Where excitement meets courage. And adrenaline meets passion. Every ounce of dedication focused on this one event. A week of festival frenzy for thousands of spectators. A week narrowing down towards the toughest challenge for hundreds of competitors. Driven by the pursuit of one ultimate goal. To accomplish what only the chosen few have ever achieved. So, it all comes down to this.
Es geht los! Es geht rein in die grüne Hülle! 24 Stunden Motorsport!
And it's so much more than just a race. With lots to explore. When darkness falls, the campsites ignite the party spirit of the motorsport enthusiasts. By sunrise, the fate of the race hangs in the balance. These are the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring.